Hi, 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 hi. Oh, wow. How is everyone doing? Welcome in, goodies. Thank you for the headphones. So, we're gonna do a shout out today. What up?
Hello.
It's me! And there was only one bed. There was only one bed. How you doing, goodies? Up early again. Dark. Very sleepy. You gonna go back to sleep? You can go back to sleep. You should go back to sleep. So, full disclosure, I have played approximately 2 minutes of this game. Just to see if it would be a game I wanted to stream or not. But I saved none of it. Seems kinda cute, although I will say, the background of this there, really creepy. It's super creepy.
Dear reader, allow me to introduce you to my book.
I do like being introduced to books.
Though it might at first appear like many books you've come across, it is far from ordinary. You may, therefore, have some misunderstandings about its nature. The story that awaits you
have no
has not
misunderstandings.
been fully told. In fact, its conclusion is not yet known, even to myself.
Because it's a video game.
It is in that way that my book is special. It is in that way that you are special.
I am very special. My name's not that early now. You not going back to sleep? Not even have a nap?
Without you, there is no story.
Talking about naps is making me yawn.
Chapter 1. Normal isn't what it used to be.
Is normal ever what it used to be?
This
Normal's
is a
always
story
changing,
about
right?
Change.
Ow!
Nestled in a shallow valley is the town of Beacon Pines. Far from the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, a young boy walks alone at dawn. His name is Luca Van Horn, and like you, dear reader, he's here for a reason.
Oh, closed captions. Yep, I forgot that existed. I haven't streamed. Hee hee. You slept alright? Yeah, I slept okay. I could have slept more, but I didn't. I might take a nap later myself. Oh, we go. What? I know, right? Hey, Dad. How are things going? Today's the first day of summer vacation. I start middle school next year, I guess. I was 6 years old when you died. And it's been 6 years now. From here on out, you'll have been gone longer than you were here. Feels like that should mean something. Mom always said that this tree was your favorite spot in the world. Me too. Hey, Luca. I knew I'd find you here.
Rollo was Luca's closest friend.
Rollo is a cat, which means I automatically like him.
He possessed many fine qualities, but subtlety was not one of them.
Well, after I banged on your door to Gran answered. And after I checked the pond. And climbed up to the treehouse. Then I knew I'd find you here.
Rollo finally noticed the tears welling in his friend's eyes, and the flowers on the grave.
Oh, yeah, right. You and your mom always did this on your dad's birthday. Yeah. I don't know if you were gonna keep doing that now that your mom's gone too. Yeah, He's not gone. He's just missing. Sorry, I meant to say since she went missing. She's gonna come back, Rollo. Of course she is. Okay, Dad. See you next time. I think I'm ready to get out of here. Sure, lead the way. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. So far, so cute. I did see that this game has been put in the category of psychological horror by people. Oh yeah. Poof, poof, poof. Ah. Tickle. I got tickled. I can't move. Okay. I have to look at the
Wonderful.
backpack.
I had a good
Okay.
feeling about you from the moment you opened my book. That charm is a very special thing. Very special indeed. Keep hold of it for now. Its purpose will reveal itself soon enough.
Okay, but what if I kill all the plants? Can I get rid of all the plants? Am I fast enough to do that? Because I think they respawn. I don't think I'm fast enough to kill all the plants. Can I sprint? No, I can't kill them. I just keep sneezing. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. The whole reason I was looking for you. I was wondering if you'd ever get to that. I found the perfect way to start our summer. How's that?
Rollo looked to the side suspiciously.
Not here. They might be watching. They who? Shh, not so loud. We need to do this in a secure location. Mission control. Alright, I just have to tell Gran and then we can head out. What are you gonna tell her? I don't know. I'll think of something. All the same to you, I'll meet you at the welcome sign. Your Gran still kinda wigs me out. I don't do well with new people. I moved in, like, half a year ago. Hey, RD, welcome on in, how you doing? Just meet me at the sign when you're done. Suit yourself, I won't be long. Hi Sala, welcome. The art style looks nice, it is quite cute. Oh, thank you for this stuff with Prime, the restart. Thank you, arigato. How are you, I am Speepy. No game! Very popular game. Let me see what Salop's been up to. A boy and his blob.
Once again, Spyro has gone on.
Oh, Spyro? I love Spyro.
amazing Character development.
I really need to
in
play the
this
trilogy
version.
at some point.
With this really responsible hero through the games. Don't think this is something that should happen.
I think you're stuck. Boy and his blob is a fun game. What the fuck is it about? It seems,
Dear reader, forgive me for this interlude. Remember that charm you found in the dandelion patch? There
Yeah.
are more of those special charms to discover throughout
you're
Beacon
doing well.
Pines.
Yes, I am. I'm doing okay. Thank you. Arigato.
They've been known to reveal themselves to those who are willing. Some of them can be found in this very house.
Okay.
Since Gran had moved in, the house was more peaceful, more orderly, and more covered in flowery fabric.
Hey, what is it with Grans and flowery fabrics? Game's
Gran
quite
had
cute
already
though.
lit the fire. She kept a warm house, as if by grandmotherly obligation.
Sunglasses. Ponder. Just lying on a chair means
One
pondering.
of his father's old stethoscopes. Luca had spent countless hours listening to anything and everything with it. Not for years, though.
There's a boy that finds an alien blob. It's, certainly sounds like a
Just some
game.
dusty knickknacks. Luca paused at his parents' bedroom door. He just wasn't ready to go in yet. Gran had commandeered the upstairs closet when she moved in. Some things need shelter from a young boy's mischief, she said.
Hide. I get the word hide because she hid things from me. How dare she hide things from me?
Luca tossed on his favorite old sweater. Even though it was the first day of summer, a chill still hung in the air.
Chill. I changed sweater.
Gran's moving in meant that most of Luca's things had been crammed in the corner. Luca was somewhat annoyed by the situation.
I would be annoyed too if I had to live in one corner when I previously had this full room to myself.
Gran's bed was undisturbed. Luca didn't mind that she had a habit of falling asleep in front of the fireplace. It meant that he could read late into the night.
I would also read late into the night. Reading late into the night is just like a way of life, you know? Everyone should read late into the night at some point in their lives. And give it a have fun.
The only piece of furniture Gran had brought when she moved in was an old hutch.
Oh, am I gonna flood the house? I can't turn this back off. Oh yeah, I can. If I leave it on for long enough, will the house flood? I just didn't see a prompt for it, so I thought I couldn't turn it back off. Okay, good to know you can interact with things more than once, just it doesn't show you. Okay. Well.
A pair of dull scissors, a broken can opener, a mostly empty bottle of glue, and some loose string.
Oh, junk. Nice.
An array of prepared meals crowded the refrigerator, each labeled with a day of the week.
Ah, so they pre-prepare all their meals. Did I look at everything in here? I don't think so.
Oh my! This is quite exciting! I am now certain that you are the one I've been waiting for all these years.
Okay, I was like, are you really that excited about a garden?
You'll recall I was a bit coy regarding the use of
I mean, it was a
charms
cute
earlier.
garden.
Excuse me, I tend to have a flair for the dramatic.
I mean, you need that to be a
You
storyteller.
are about to encounter your first turning point. There are certain times in this tale when everything hinges on a single word. Step forth, dear reader.
Oh, am I skipping there? I can move faster now.
A sturdy old wheelbarrow.
Skip, skip, skip.
Young Luca would spend hours hiding in the bushes, waiting for a chance to jump out and startle his mother. She always enjoyed humoring him by feigning
Paragon or
terror.
Renegade? When I play Mass Effect, I usually play Paragon.
A beginner's guide to gardening laid open on the bench.
I'm assuming that's what you're asking about. So what words do I have? Junk, chill, hide, ponder, tickle. Hey Gran, I'm gonna go hang with Rolo for the day. See you later. Talking about they're getting you ready to make a story choice. Oh. I mean, yeah, maybe there's a Paragon Renegade system. I don't know. I've not played this before. Hold up now. Where are you and Rolo headed exactly? Oh, nowhere special.
The less Gran knew, the better for everyone involved.
Okay. We're just gonna go what for the day? I mean, we're just gonna go chill.
We were just gonna go chill for the day.
We're just gonna go chill for the day.
Best lies are built on truth.
Boys are always in a hurry to do nothing. We stick to what we're good at. Well, make sure you're done chilling in time for supper.
Easy. Impressive. You've managed to
And then I
navigate
got
your
chewed.
first turning point without too much of a mess. That is the power of charms. A single word can change everything. I think it's time to introduce you to the Chronicle.
That sounds ominous. The Chronicle.
The Chronicle is a record of the decisions you've made. You can see the turning point which has been revealed.
Yeah, it looks like a tree.
At any time, you can use the Chronicle to go back and invoke different charms, creating new branches.
Kinda cute.
Luckily for us, this is the one and only turning point where the charms won't dramatically alter fate. It's the perfect opportunity to experiment with rewriting things.
A grand jury. Sure. We're just gonna go ponder for the day.
We were just gonna go ponder.
Thanks for
the
looking,
day.
Salop. We're just gonna go ponder for the day. Oh, really? What are you boys gonna ponder on such a lovely day
This was
exactly?
Lucas' chance to sell his alibi.
You started moving stuff for the move next week? Okay, good luck with the move. You know, big stuff, small stuff, medium, mostly medium pondering. Well, make sure you don't overburden yourself with the preponderance of pondering. Huh? Oh, forget it. Off with you now. Okay, now I want to see what the third option is. We're just gonna go hide for the day.
We were just gonna go hide for the day.
Hide?
Traditionally, when one is trying to hide something, they avoid literally using the word hide.
Yeah, you have to roll a bet some other kids who could beat them at hide and seek. Aren't you a little old for that? Not like there's much else to do around here. Well, make sure your boys are done playing your little game in time for
All's well
supper.
that ends well.
Fair enough. I think I'll go with the initial instinct of chill. Let's go back to
Just
chill.
gonna go chill for the day. But best luck. Easy.
Easy peasy lemon cheesecake. Oh, and Luca. You and Rolo stay out of trouble. I know. Get into trouble with Rolo. Stay out of trouble. No. Only trouble. You can't stop us from getting into trouble. Come on. Woo! I don't know why I went ghost there. Dang it, Rolo.
For a town that saw few visitors, the welcome was perhaps more grand than necessary.
That is a very big welcome sign. Can I look at this tree stump? No? Okay. Wait, was there anything I could have looked at out here? This tree stump. This tree. No. Go back to the grave and see if there's anything there too. No? Okay. Achoo. You know the drill. Don't let anyone discover our secret path. Which means moonwalking up it?
Chapter 2. Welcome to Beacon Pines. For many years, this valley had been a small mining outpost. It wasn't until Sharper Valentine built his fertilizer company that Beacon Pines was established. Over the next 30 years, the town had grown and prospered until the Foul Harvest and his sudden death.
The
In the 6
Foul
years
Harvest.
since, everyone was simply trying to get by.
Okay, can I just talk to people now? Hey, Mr. Kerr. Hey there, pal.
William Kerr was the CEO of Perennial Harvest Company. He had become a fixture around town over the past few years. After the failing of Valentine fertilizer, the town was hungry to welcome a new source of employment.
Excited for the big festival? Oh, sure? Come on now, when I was your age, there was nothing more exciting than a town festival. The food, the music, the dancing. That's pretty alright. You're gosh dang right it is. Looking forward to letting off some steam myself. Make sure to invite all of your little friends. Couldn't keep Rollo away if I tried. Excellent. Sorry, look, I've got to get back to the proverbial grindstone. Our harvest awaits and all that. Oh, now. Okay. The left side's a little low. A lot of screaming, sir. Hello. Sorry, young Mr. Van Horn can't talk right now. Very busy with preparations.
Augustus Valentine was not busy.
Oh, sorry, Gus. How many times do it? Mayor Valen, ugh.
Flustered, Gus instinctively loosened his tie.
Keep up the good work. I must briefly attend to a concerned citizen. Huh? Nothing, keep at it. Alright, what can the Mayor of Beacon Pines do for you today? You're going over to pretend to help just to talk to me again? Oh. Just saying hi, I guess. Well, good day to you too, young Mr. Van Horn. Apparently saying hi was that much of an inconvenience. Oh, I get to just lean now. Is this just another chill spot? Okay. I wanna go down this path.
The road leading to Beacon Pines was long and uninspiring, a sort of natural barrier for the impatient.
Oh, okay, so I'm not allowed to go back down there. Or down there at all right now. I may be allowed down there later. Zzz. Hey, Mr. Sinclair.
Mr. Sinclair continued snoring and lifted one eyelid just enough to see who it was, a tactic he often used to avoid undesirable conversation.
Yoo-hoo, Mr. Sinclair. Don't you see him sleeping, boy? How's the napping today? Crummy as always. Used to have a perfectly nice view from here. The Perennial Harvest put that monstrosity of a building in the way. Why don't you just move your chair a bit? Why should I be the one that moves? It's a showdown they want. I ain't gonna be the one who blinks. Straight back to sleep. Fucking mood, though. As a mood. Come on, Andy, grab his wallet. Sorry, Eggy, I can't. Do it or we pound ya. Yup. Yeah, but my mom said. Yeah, but. If I had a nickel for every yeah, but I'd be the freaking king of nickels. Ain't that right, Tish? Yup. I'm giving headbands. Come on, do it. Wow, can't speak to any of them. But those guys are definitely the troublemakers, huh? Mr. Van Horn, do you have a moment? It's just Luca. Golly, I'm sorry, it's my first week at Perennial
He
Harvest.
pulled a pen from the pocket of his sweater vest and began to frantically jot something down on a clipboard.
Wonderful, won't happen again. We're gonna be on a first name basis, then you can call me Pete. Oh, nice to meet you, Pete. Sorry, what are you writing? Oh, just documenting. Gosh, it's exciting to be a part of something so darn special. You know, it's not just about new fountains and phone booths, we're gonna change the world. And it all starts here in Beacon Pines. Isn't that amazing? Uh-huh. Anyway, I'd better get... Oh, that reminds me. Would love to hear your thoughts. My thoughts? You bet. We're gonna change this town, we need to get every detail right. That sounds intense. Changing the world is intense. So, what do you say? Could you answer a few questions? Well, I guess if it's quick. Wonderful! Open to answering a few quick questions. One down. See, it's not that hard, is it? Oh. Okay, we're going already. Question 2. What's something you love about Beacon Pines? Never really thought about it before. Perfect. The only place I've lived. See? That wasn't so
He
painful.
stopped scribbling and glanced up from the clipboard.
Was it? I guess not. Huzzah! Our first 3 questions answered in record time. Are you literally writing down everything? Thank you so much for your time. I need to process these answers. We can save the rest of your thoughts for later. Okay. Our harvest awaits. That guy's intense. And probably insane. Alright, Rilla's waiting up at the treehouse. I can hippity hoppity. Hippity. I'm trying to hippity hoppity my way around. Hippity hoppity, hippity hoppity, hippity hoppity. Oh, there's a doggy boggy. Hello. Hey, Jetson. Is the line playing any tunes today? About this morning, I'm afraid. Come to think of it. I remember the last time I reeled one in. But hey, it was never about the catch. This is where I come to think. Yeah, that's what my dad used to do here. That reminds me, if you ever want his chair back, I've taken to standing recently. Keeps me from falling asleep at the wheel. Hey Wen, welcome on in. How you doing? You gonna sleep? Okay, I hope you sleep well. Have sweet dreams, and until next time, I'll be the best of luck. Love ya, yes and yan. Nice to see you. No game again. Doing good, by the way. Ah yes, the chaos. Have a good day, night. Yeah. You too. If you don't mind, I think it should stay. I don't know. An empty chair makes for a great listener.
Whenever Luca saw his dad's chair by the pond, it reminded him of the days they'd pack up a couple of sandwiches and fish until sundown.
Oh, flashback. Okay.
Luca opened the tackle box and picked the perfect bait.
Thank you for that. Alright, okay, got you. Welcome on in, Gobble. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? I will hydrate. I have apple flavored Lucozade. It's good. I can pick tickle or junk here. I don't know why. I don't know which one's the perfect bait.
I will give you another one and pray this works.
Oh, an RPG?
Because I don't trust the other one.
I think they blew themselves up. I think they blew themselves up. Tickle or junk. Yeah, we're trying to pick out the perfect bait, and we can choose either tickle or junk for some reason. Let's go for
Luca
tickle.
gently baited a feather onto the hook.
Oh,
Good for skimming the surface. Luca tied a shoestring to the hook. What fish could resist a nice shoestring?
okay, we'll go for
Luca
tickle then.
gently Good for skimming the
Give them one job. And then they died. Give it a good cast now. Okay. You'll have to reel it in a bit faster, or your catch will lose interest. Okay.
Luca gently baited. Good for skimming the
I have to do fishing. I got a duck. Oh, I'll be switched. Your old rubber ducky. You're just a little drooling ball of fur when you lost that. Cried for days. I told you it'd turn up. I got a rubber ducky. Okay, I guess I'll go for junk.
What fish could resist?
Okay, I can do both. Okay. I don't know why there's a fishing mini game and a word story game, but hey, well, that's just how life be. I got a boot. Where do you think the other one is? Hard to say. Sometimes things drift away. That's not fair. No, it's not. Well, wherever it is, I hope the other boot at least has a sock to keep it company. Let's head out and find some more bait. Okay, you can walk out of the memory. I guess if I interact with the chair, I'll be back in the memory, huh? Ooh. Mission control. Authorized personnel only. Good thing I'm authorized personnel.
The boys had a good thing going, as long as they kept old Jeff happy. They had an endless source of precious materials to add to the treehouse.
Bish bish bish. Bish bish bish. No, I wanted to look at the... No! I want to look at the flag! Okay, I'm not allowed to look at the flag. Okay.
After Luca's father had passed, Rollo became obsessed with them building their own Hank atomic star scraper. It was some time before Luca realized it was Rollo's way of keeping him occupied.
Oh, there's another chill spot. Nice. This looks like a perfect place to have a nap.
On certain nights, when the clouds were just right, the boys could tune into strange patterns of static. Rollo thinks it's aliens.
It could be aliens. Naps are the best.
Always thinks it's aliens. Luca's winter coat decommissioned for the summer. With the cold holding out longer than usual, he reconsidered its usefulness. Luca looked up at the satellite dish. Rollo nearly killed himself putting that up into the tree.
Oh, poo!
While it didn't turn the radio into an interstellar communicator, as he'd hoped, it did at least boost the signal enough to overhear truckers one town over.
Nice! Is there nothing else here? Oh, it's just to go down, right? Yeah. Okay, what's the top secret plan to start our summer? Do you know the abandoned warehouse by my place? The old Valentine building? Yeah, well, it isn't abandoned. What makes you think that? Get this. Last night it was glowing. Glowing? Are you sure? Kinda. That place has been empty since the fall harvest. Yeah. Who would even want to poke around that place? We would, Rollo. We would. Wait. It's just a busted old warehouse. I just meant we could do some research on the library. You actually want to go to the warehouse? What do you expect to find? Answers. My mom's out there somewhere. It seems like everyone wants to pretend that she's gone for good. You don't have to come, Rollo, if you don't want to. Luca, remember that time I sort of accidentally burned down the chicken coop, and you jumped in and said it was your fault before my pa throttled me? This is a flaming chicken coop sort of deal. I've got your back. Thanks, Rollo. Yeah, think about it. Poking around a decrepit fertilizer warehouse is exactly how I want to spend the first day of summer. Let's go. It sounds like a great start to the summer, I guess. Nothing could possibly go wrong. I wonder if, cool was a new word. It is!
Luca tied a small magnet to the line, fishing with the law of attraction.
Nice. It's like I knew. It's like I knew. I'm just gonna have to check in once in a while when I get new words, huh? A key! Where do you think the lock is for this key? And why would we want to find that? Because then we would know the secret. Ugh, that's no fun. Second we know what it unlocks, it just becomes a boring old key. Right now this key could unlock anything. Cool. Can I examine my finds? No? Okay. Well, let's go find more bait. Do you have anything new to say, sir? No, I can jump at you though. I'm just catching my breath a bit. Go on, I'll catch up. Okay, I guess we're going this way now. Let's start here. Hey, Mrs. Nelson. Morning, Luca. Any big plans for the summer? Not really. Heard anything about the old fertilizer warehouse? Any strange happenings? Can't say I have. Either way, a dusty old warehouse is no place for a young boy. You be safe now. Disagree. Coolest place for a young boy. Hello. Piper? Oh, hey, Luca, what's up? You know it's summer break, right? Of course. And it's like in the morning. Correct. And you're studying? Like they say, the early bird gets the proper education required for a successful and fulfilling career later in life. Mm-hmm. Hey, Zariel. Hey, Luca. Can you please tell this lazy bot to help out in the cafe? Zariel would like you... Luca, let me give you a little gem of advice. If you never do what you don't love, then you'll never work a day in your life. Wow. You're really setting the kid up for success.
Miss Hatch could often be found near the fountain, too absorbed in a book to be distracted.
The two wandered down the wooded path, unaware of the danger ahead. Oh! Oh, this is getting good. I like Piper. Piper is definitely someone. I wonder if I can ask the other people around here about the warehouse as well. Zzz. With me, coming through. Beep beep. Beep beep. Okay, I can't ask them. I can't ask them about the warehouse.
Luca could see the morning regulars nestled in their booths at the early bean.
Can I go in? No. Those stairs are not real.
Holden Wilder ran the local paper of record, the Beacon Beacon.
The Beacon Beacon. Hey, Mr. Wilder. Morning, Luca. What's this day have in store for you? I was wondering if you heard any news about... News? The Beacon Beacon knows the news that needs knowing. Any news about the old fertilizer warehouse? Nope. Oh. Rollo thought he saw some lights there last night. Rollo ought to be careful poking around that part of town. The winds of change are blowing, and change is a dangerous animal. Okay. Luca, just the fellow I was looking for. Hey, Roxy, what's up?
Right. Rendezvous with Roxy. This is an important turning point. The first time where your charms will change the course of fate. And currently, we only have one suitable charm at our disposal. Have no fear, we can always return later using the Chronicle once we find more charms. Well, now I'm just rambling. Where were we?
Have you seen my block-headed brother today? He skipped out before breakfast. Well... not really, no. Can't say I have. Can't say or won't say. Roxy, would I lie to you? Uh-oh. Luca, wait up! I almost forgot to tell you! Roxy may be lurking around here. This is one of her favorite places to stand around and be useless. Oh, we need to make sure she doesn't spot us. Oh, why are you doing that turning thing with your body? What, you're not scared, are you? She's harmless. And a chump. And she's right around the corner, isn't she? Don't mind me. Just over here, lurking, uselessly. Oh, hey, sis. Oh my god. Nice weather we're having, huh? Mission accomplished, right? Get in trouble with Rollo. Accomplished. Couldn't help but notice you snuck out this morning before breakfast. I wasn't hungry. Also couldn't help but notice your morning chores were left unchored. Roxy, I'm gonna level with you. I'm sick and tired of digging up carrots. We all gotta pick up the slack since the foul harvest. Almost every carrot I dig up is rotten, and the rest look like they were hit with Hank's atomic shrinkle ray. All the more reason to keep on digging. There's gotta be more to life than puny carrots. Look, Roxy, Luca and I have places to be, so if you don't mind— oh, I do mind. I'm not gonna catch hell again because of you. So either you match yourself home and harvest those carrots, or I haul you home myself.
Rollo froze as Roxy took a step toward him, cracking her knuckles. Luca knew he had one chance to save his friend from being dragged home.
In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little chill.
In the
Okay.
past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little chill.
This is my only choice. Come on, Roxy. It's the first day of summer. The sun's shining. We just want to take it easy. Let's leave tomorrow's problems for tomorrow. Great and all, but Rollo's problems have a way of becoming my problem. And Pa always says tomorrow's work is best left for yesterday. March, you big oaf. Oh, rats. Expect a full report about the Valentine place. A full report! So, Fitz, what are you up to this lovely day? Nope. Cool, cool, cool. Last Chance Diner, that sounds ominous. Can we go rescue him now? Like, if we just helped out with his chores, he would be done, and then... I don't even know where he lives. Guys, I don't know where my best friend lives. I'm a terrible best friend. Sharper Valentine, founder of Beacon Pines. Never underestimate what a great man can do given time. Sharper Valentine.
Bit much, if you ask me.
Indulgent. Hey, Solomon. Apologies, no time for chit-chat. Okay, bye! Looks like the library hasn't opened yet. I'll check back later. Luca, my boy, hold up a tick. Oh, hey, Mr. Nuncreed, I was just on my way to... I just sold the last jar of your grandmother's preserves. Can't stock the shelves fast enough, turns out. Hey, that's great, but I'm actually... I guess Juniper will just have to swing by with more of her lovely jam. Uh-huh. Well, don't let this old man slow you down. You just remind her that she still owes me that
A promise
dance.
Gran regretted the second it was made.
Will do. She's a fine woman, that Juniper. Yeah, she's pretty cool, I guess. A real fine woman. Gotta go. Sweeter than any jam on earth. Okay, I'm going the opposite way now.
Luca knew that if he gave up now, he'd never hear the end of it from Rollo.
Oh, okay, never mind.
was brand new, part of Perennial Harvest's Beacon Pines Reborn initiative. It didn't see much use.
Can I use it? No. Okay. Hello. Oh, hey, Luca. Hey, Joey. How's the bug hunt going? Not great. Bugs have been shy this week. Bugs get shy? Oh, sure. Bugs aren't that different from people. Sometimes they just want to be left alone. If you're going into Wheatwood, just be careful where you step. No bug crunching. Got it. I don't know which way I'm going.
The path led into a small hollow at the edge of Weepwood.
Okay, no turning back now. Caution, electrified fence. Is that something new?
The fence thrummed with a gentle electric buzz.
Okay, so what would Rollo do if he was
Luca
here?
often asked himself what Rollo would do, so that he could rule out that option.
I'm definitely not touching that thing.
As sparks flew from the fence, the light atop that section shut off. 2 bulbs remained.
That's
1
two.
more to go.
Okay, I can kill the fence, I guess.
The fence's buzzing gave way to silence.
Okay, moment of truth.
Every kid in town knew the old Valentine fertilizer building. Long abandoned, the warehouse once served as the
That is
industrial
definitely
heart of Beacon
glowing.
Pines.
That is definitely glowing. It's glowing like it's radioactive,
Now
though.
it stood only as a reminder of things left behind. The dormant building showed strange signs of life.
Okay, so Rollo wasn't exaggerating for once. What's
There
going
was
on
only
here?
one way to find out.
Is there anything else I can look at here? Property of Valentine Fertilizer Company. Looks old. So they did have toxic sludge. This is really creepy. Oh, there's weird things to throw. Okay. Wow, that smells awful. Too bad Rollo's not here. He'd have no problem poking around in there.
The water looked almost diseased. It flowed slowly into the woods. The hose emitted a subtle sound. It was actively draining some kind of liquid.
That doesn't seem good. None of this seems good. Look.
Luca thought he heard faint sounds coming from the other side of the door. He pressed his ear against the cold metal to hear better.
Zipper? Footsteps.
The sound of footsteps grew louder.
Hello? Shh.
The heavy steel door knocked Luca to the ground. Disoriented, he looked up to see an imposing figure silhouetted in a green glow. It lunged toward him. He tried to scramble away, but felt a gloved hand latch onto his ankle. Luca watched his fingernails leave trails in the dirt as the hand slowly dragged him back through the door, into the lab, into the green light.
This is a story about change.
This is a story about change. It was far from the sort of change Luca imagined for himself. But change is, after all, a dangerous animal. The end?
Oh, damn.
I probably should have warned you about this. There are many paths that our story can take. Most will end in tragedy. But don't let that discourage you. We will find the ending that this story deserves. I just know it. From here on out, a charm will have a check mark when it's been used to its full potential at a given turning point. Now, let's try something different.
That was dark. Okay, they have check marks now. The fancy found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little shit.
In the past,
Oh, no.
he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little shit.
Make a break for it! What have you done? Did that little shit just kick me? Run all you want, you little twerps. You gotta come home eventually. Sorry. Sorry about that. Rolo can get overexcited
Solomon
sometimes.
Valentine, current ward of and future successor to the Valentine fortune, huffed as he brushed off his pants.
A turn of complete and utter fools. One wonders if it's worth taking anything seriously. Either way, I'm really sorry. No matter. How are you doing? Me? Yes, with all that business about your mother and whatnot. Oh, I'm getting by. Still no word from her at all? No. That's truly a shame. Your grandmother's taken residence to keep house? Yeah? And how is that going? We mostly stay out of each other's way. Make it sound like she's rarely at home. Not like that. Just has a lot to do. She's still settling in and trying to figure out how to make ends meet. Indeed. Well, count your blessings. Better to have a caretaker who's rarely around in lieu of one who tries to compensate by smothering you with attention. That doesn't sound so bad. Trust me when I say, it's best to rely on yourself. Family is a way of creating more problems than they solve.
Solomon
Solomon.
trifled a gesture toward the approaching heiress Valentine.
Sake of the devil. Do not wander off like that. I'm much too busy to be looking all over for you. Apologies, heiress. I was just taking a stroll through town. Strolls are for commoners. You're Valentine now. I want you to be present for the construction of the History Museum. The future of this town relies on its ability to remember our family's great past. Of course. I can feel the eye roll from that puppy. I can feel the eye roll. Look, my boy, hold up a tick. Sorry, Mr. Nuncreed, kinda in a hurry right now. Boy's got too much of his father in him. I win. A little help. Is he gonna touch the fence? I am the champion. We were racing? That road get longer. Like anything ever changes around here. It seemed longer. You're just lightheaded from the run. You really need to pace yourself better next time. I'm sure I would take advice from second place. Has that sign always been there? Wait, what? Caution, electrified friends. No, that's definitely new. Creepy. We're gonna get around an electric fence. Don't worry, I've got this. Why did you do that? Always says you can figure out what the plan was when you're done. Great. What now? Well, I did my part and established that touching the fence is bad. Sure, you can handle it from here. I'll supervise. From a safe distance. Whoa, you're a genius. I think that did it. Look up. You never fail to impress.
As the glowing windows of the old warehouse came into view, Rolo began to bounce excitedly.
Check it out. Dang, Rollo, you weren't exaggerating for once. Was there ever any doubt? This definitely needs investigating. Good thing 2 ace detectives are on the case. This is bizarre. This is awesome. Rumble. Did you feel that? What, the excitement in the air? You bet your butt I did. Check out this puddle. That's not normal. And this hose. Oh man, the door's locked. Try harder. No dice, it won't budge. Oh well. This dumpster is new, right? I bet it's got stuff in it. Can't really see what's in here. Who did all of this? My nose is itching. I think I smell some treasure. Are you sure it isn't the hazardous waste? Just help me get in. Rollo. Be my honor to throw you in the trash. Come on, Lady Luck. So, what's in there? Let's see. There's a squishy bag of squish. Oh no, not a squishy bag of squish! Wow. A good inch of stagnant sludge. Ugh. Your natural habitat. Wait, hold the phone? Hold 2 phones! Check these bad boys out. Are those walkie-talkies? Just like Hank Atomic communicators. These actually work. Ground command to Hank Atomic. Hank, do you read me? This is Hank Atomic ground command. You're coming in 5x5. How are your vital readouts, Hank? Getting a little stuffy in here. Requesting assistance for evac. Help is on the way. What was that? Someone's coming. Give me your hand. Trying. My hands are covered in squish. Get over. I'm coming in. That's creepy. Tell me you saw that. Dude, I don't know what I saw. It's coming back. Get down. Uh-oh. Is that a body? Is that a body?
The boy sat petrified under the weight of the bag.
Oh god, tell me that's not what I think it is. Look, do you know what separates run-of-the-mill detectives from ace detectives? A ridiculous hat? When the chips are down, ace detectives dig deeper for clues.
Felt around at the large sack which burdened them.
Aha!
He snapped off a tag from just within a small zipper opening in the bag.
Some sort of badge or something. What's it say?
Rollo held the badge up to a faint shaft of light within the dumpster.
Dr. Prescott, Deep Engineering. It's a name tag. Who would throw away a bag full of slimy old name tags? I think it's just one name tag and a bag full of something else. Okay. I think we should make a break for it. Stay calm. This is no time to panic. I am not panicking. You're panicking! Rollo, calm down. You don't have to squeeze my hand so hard. Dude, I'm not holding your hand. I'm messing around. What other slime-covered hand would be in here? Ah! Oh my god, there's a hand! I am beginning to see the benefits of your run for our lives plan. Right, we've clearly established I'm faster than you, so I'll go first. Why not go together? Let me check in coop, Luca. I'll make sure the coast is clear. After I go, count to 100. You hear me yell? Run. If you don't hear me yell, run. Actually, either way, haul ass. Rollo, I'll give you credit. You sure found an eventful way to start our summer. It's what I do. Well, here goes nothing.
Lucas sat in the dark, tracking the sound of Rollo's footsteps as he ran. 1, 2, 3. He pressed his ear to the dumpster wall, straining to hear Rollo's footsteps as they faded away. 15, 16, 17. He tried not to think about the contents of the dumpster as he counted. 35, 36, 37. The thick stench made it hard to breathe. Screw it, that's long enough. Luca carefully lifted the lid and peered out. Nothing. No sign of Rollo. No sign of the man in the yellow suit. Time to haul ass. Luca clambered from the dumpster, stumbling to his knees. He was up like a shot and running, sprinting toward home as fast as he could. Beacon Pines flew by, blurred by the tears that welled up in his eyes. He wouldn't remember getting home at all that night. Throwing his front door open, storming up the stairs to his room and surrendering to sleep almost as abruptly as he hit his pillow.
I would have taken a shower first, but sure.
Chapter 3. Finding a Friend. The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
I finished a jarring mess of a jam last night. Uh-huh. Well, I'll need to get delivered into town today. Okay. So, what did you and Rollo get up to yesterday? Oh, nothing interesting. Hello? Calm down. No, of course it was the right thing to do. Start gathering, folks. I'll be right there. Are you sure there isn't anything you want to tell me about yesterday? Anything I want to tell you? Not really, we just sort of ran around a bit.
Rand's brow furrowed. She let out a long sigh. Her voice was quiet and even.
I have to go take care of something. You are to stay in this house for the day. Under no circumstances are you to leave. What? I'm not back by dinner. There's stew in the icebox. But nothing. You're to stay here, understand? Yeah, stay it. Stay here till you get back. Good. Well, that was strange. Alright, let's go take a shower. Where's shower?
An eerie electronic sound echoed from Luca's bedroom.
Hello? Anyone there? Is that the walkie-talkie? Hello? Rollo, is that you? Over? I thought that was gonna explode in my face, to be honest.
Luca glanced at the now silent walkie-talkie. He wasn't sure what to think.
I don't like that. I'm gonna hide in bed. Who's at the door? Oh god, I'm gonna die. Oh, hey Roxy. This is about me, accidentally kicking you yesterday. Is Rollo here? No? Look at me, Luca. This is serious. Is Rollo here? No, I haven't seen him since yesterday. Rollo didn't come home last night. What?
A pit formed in Luca's stomach.
Where was the last place you saw him? We were playing around in Wheatwood and then it was late and we went home. Wheatwood? If he's alive, then I'm gonna kill that little creep. Is there anything else? Anything that he
His mouth
said?
felt dry.
No, we were just messing around. Okay. I need to go let people know to check the woods. You just stay out of trouble. Go see if he's hiding in the library or something.
Luca could feel his heart beating in his throat.
Oh god, is he dead? Rollo? Where are you? Hey, Bert. Have you seen Rolo? Nope. They've mostly been talking to clipboards. I sent up lots of stuff for the festivals. This one said he had to process some answers. I told him that was fine. I'll wait right here until he gets back. Disobeyed your nan? Rolo's missing! What am I meant to do? Not try and find him? Hey Jetson, have you seen Rolo come this way by any chance? Afraid not, as Elizabeth's the fish here in this pond. Wonder if we can have any new catchies. Nope.
Luca gently, good for skimming.
He's not at the hideout either. Unless he is and he's just invisible until you... Howdy, Luca. Hello again, Pete. Oh, Pete, you silly goose. It's Toby. You could have fooled me. Oh hey, it's no problemo. Important thing is, we'd love to hear your thoughts. Yeah, I'm getting that impression. We're all part of something special, Luca, and it all starts right here in Beacon Pines. I got it.
From the clipboard excitedly.
That's right. So how about you start by telling me? Look, no offense, but I got my own stuff to take care of. Ah, you joker. We're all part of this together. You'll let us know when you're free to answer a few questions. You're not supposed to leave the house. I will always leave the house when I feel like it. Also, hey Kinyan, how you doing? Shout out to Kinyan, even though we know Kinyan plays no game. Alright, I am gonna BRB real quick. See what's going on, cause one of our cats was sick earlier today, so I'm just gonna go check and see if he's feeling any better. So BRB.
Hello.
I give it the head pass. Okay, ganyan. Sleep well, sweet dreams, and until next time, I hope you have the best luck. Love ya. Oh, yes, yeah. I got a yogurt while I was downstairs. There's no updates on the kitty. No updates told. We really need to get back to work. Just a couple more minutes. Roxy said she'll be here, then she'll be here. Just don't see why I'm standing around doing nothing and waiting for Roxy. I could be standing around doing nothing and getting paid for it. Come on, Lumi. Roxy needs our help. Lumi's a bit of a bitch. Yeah, well, good intentions don't qualify as legal tender. Tender, huh? My parents wouldn't listen. No offense, but isn't Rolo always getting into trouble? Something feels different this time. What can we do to help? We need to check where the adults aren't. So I guess it's up to us to check Weepwood. Shift doesn't end for another couple hours. We could spend the time making posters. That would be great, I guess. Right, Fitz and I will check the Weepwood. We'll be back later to pick up the posters. I think my dad has a map of Weepwood. Let's swing by my house and grab it before we head out. Boy, I hope he's okay. Hey Luca, what's up? Haven't seen Rolo around recently, have you? He doesn't come around here much. Not since they made a rule that he can only order decaf. Yeah, I don't think he needs caffeine. Lads went wide in disbelief. What do you mean vanished? That's impossible! Oh my! Doesn't even see the danger he's in. What's this about a missing child? I must stress that the situation is completely under control. It just don't seem so terrible. And you're sure there's nothing we can do to help? Hola! How you doing? Welcome, welcome! It's, Oh, you were last seen with... Wait, what? It shouted me out. What? Hello? Let's try again.
Yeah, I can better myself a bit, but same miscount. And I bet my aim was better in the other one. In the other one, my fucking tapping skills are dog shit. Nowadays, my tapping skills are a bit better, but my aim is dog shit. It's too hard. I just forgot how to aim. Oh no, it's too hard. It's alright.
Nice. You speak like a sailor? I didn't notice that. Welcome, welcome. You play Osu. I'm not good at rhythm games. I'm bad at rhythm games. Because of the curses? I didn't even notice. Crystal, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Catastrophe Reunion, yeah? And I hope I said that right. I could be completely wrong. I may not notice the curses because I'm Scottish, though. There's a lot of cursing in Scotland. I'm gonna finish my yogurt before we continue the game. Nom nom nom. You love Scotland and Welsh. I mean, I personally don't have any beef with anybody from just based on where they're from, but it's mostly the English that most typical Scottish people don't really like. Which is fair, I guess. They did steal all of our heritage. So there is that. That was good yogurt. Very tasty. Num num num. Oh num. Yogurt, oh gum. I would like another one, please. Type of game is this? What's it about? It's like a visual novel, but there are branching pathways, and as you're going along, you collect words, and then you can go back and like change words in parts of it. In certain parts to change what branch you're going on. It's kind of interesting so far. And, nothing happened. I then dropped something. You can't prove it. Hey Florin, welcome in. How you doing? I would shout you out, but I don't want to be screamed at today. More yoga, more yoga, more yoga. Give me that back. And so far we've been found a irradiated area with stuff, and apparently there was like a really bad harvest or something 6 years ago. And since then everybody's just trying to survive and we just don't talk about it. Our mother's missing, our father's dead. That's just the backstory. And then what happened when we found this like irradiated plant is it was glowing, we went there alone, we got dragged in by somebody in a radiation suit. And then when we went there with a friend on a different branching path, we ran away and then he went missing, so now we're looking for our friend. It's been a while since you streamed. Yeah, it has been. Right now I'm good, but the last few weeks have been kind of up and down, up and down, up and down. My mental health has been a struggle for a while. I'm taking extra supplements now that seem to be helping with my brain. My brain seems to be feeling better now, but I'm still like, I don't know. I'm trying to live before I'm streaming. Like I'm trying to be a person before I'm being a streamer, but I'll probably at some point go back to being a streamer before I'm being a person. But, you know, I've just been taking it easy. But also, like, the last week or so, I've had more energy than I've had in a while. But I spent most of it pulling all-nighters making D&D maps. So there's that. I'd be like, oh yeah, I need to prep for D&D, I need to do this and that. And usually for D&D, I just pull maps from somewhere else, and this time I was like, okay, none of these maps match what's in my brain, like not even slightly close. So I guess I'm gonna have to make the map myself for the first time. And oh boy, I did. And oh boy, did it take me many hours. First I had to decide on the layout, so I made a sketch on a piece of paper. D&D? Yes, D&D! So first I had to decide on the layout, made the sketch on a piece of paper, and then I kept getting stuck because I'd make like one room and going, I hate this. Make another room and going, I hate that too. And then I like ended up going through it until I made shapes that my brain decided it liked. It's so cool. Online, or yes, we play online. Yes, yes. So my brain was like, I like this shape, so I'm gonna use this shape. And then it just basically added more shapes that my brain decided it liked. Turns out, my brain, when I'm designing a map, I don't like rectangles. Rectangles are boring, I like more fun shapes. And then I was like, okay, let's go on and make a map. And then I chose apparently the only program where every single wall is an individual piece of sticker that you have to put on individually. So, I cannot fucked up by choosing that program. So I was making the map. Swap tools for next time, I would, but I already paid for a year's subscription, so... Bruh. I used the stickers to make the walls individually, and it took about 5 hours just to make the walls. What tools do you use for mapping? Is it like for real map you can see or something? It's Incarnate you can use to make D&D maps. I did actually use Incarnate once before. So Incarnate I decided to use because all of the DMs that I have ever worked with have recommended Incarnate. Technically I have used Incarnate before, so I can show... I can show a really old map that I made on it for a different campaign entirely. Give me a sec. Yeah, today actually seems really interesting. Fair enough. Yeah. Let's... Where are buttons? Where are buttons? There's the button. I've not added a source to OBS in so long that I couldn't find the button to add a source. Whoops. Window capture. Add source. Add the new source. There we go. There's a really, really, really old one that I made for a different game that was about cats. And I ended up giving up on it because it was just like a pain. But I remembered it being easier to use than it was, because this was me trying to recreate a different map and it just wasn't really working out, and I also got sick of all the bookshelves looking the exact same. This was the first floor of a library map that I was making for a campaign ages ago that was about cats. It was about magical cats. And then I was like, okay, I can't do more magical cats. I'm gonna DM something real now. But yeah, each wall is... We all love cats, that's totally fair. I mean, you better love cats. Literally, each and every single wall is an individual piece. Yeah, like that. That is an individual piece. It goes there to form, like, part of the wall, and this wall is an individual piece. Like, this wall is an individual piece. So yeah, your cat's gonna be 20? Wow! That's an old kitty. Yeah, it's all like individual pieces, so that's what makes it like a pain to work with. Takes like 10 times longer than it would otherwise. Senior kitty, yeah. I think the oldest cat we had didn't quite reach 20. I think... Oh gosh, she was old though. She was definitely in her late teens. Yeah, she was an old lady. You clicked on the microphone link like 4 times and you were confused why it was opening Twitter. There's a microphone link that opens Twitter? What? Man, I miss Twitter being called Twitter. It's for the art, you just can't. Oh! Yeah. It goes to the people who made them, because a lot of them are custom assets. The microphones are custom assets as well. It's been a while since I've actually had the microphone pop up on stream. Because that's an art asset, yeah. Let me... I can find it. Find it, let's find it. I don't remember what folder I put it in now. I have so many assets and stuff now. You know, I'm actually kind of digging this music. It's quite calming. I have way too many things in my folders. I will find it another day. Yeah, I will definitely find that another day. I have it set up on a different scene, I'm just too lazy to switch scenes. Nonsense, young Mr. Cotter will turn up safe and sound, I am certain. Lily? You just focus on settling in. I trust my sister has supplied you with suitable lodging? Oh, yes, Miss Valentine has been more than accommodating. We were just telling your daughter, Beck, that... Now, where did she run off to? Is this the library? I can't move. I got stuck on the box. You'll lurk now, you're tired. Okay, sleep well, sweet dreams, and until next time, I'll be best luck. I love ya, yes, yeah. Oh, there's the library.
Jeff's hardware closed down about a year ago. The effects of the foul harvest stretched wide. When there are no crops in the field, tractors don't need fixing.
Yeah. You didn't want to send that? Go make some breakfast. I want some.
There were rarely any actual new additions. Simply a variety of existing content rotated into the front display each week.
Not fooling anyone.
the cobs I've eaten. A salad-centric travel guide for the mildly adventurous.
Yuck.
Sally Seashore's simple succulent sundries. Luca brushed off a smudge of dust. Or maybe it was flour.
Or maybe both.
30 recipes so easy you'll doubt it's even edible.
Succulent.
A peek
That's a nice
behind
word.
the curtain. The methods and ruminations of Patrick C. Montesquieu. One of the greatest acting minds of our time. By Patrick C. Montesquieu.
No, of course. You made yourself a good point by me! Oof. Ah. Ah.
The bottom corner shelf was a dusty array of thick science books. Only one
Am I
binding
being
was clean
bullied?
enough to read. Cellular Biology and the Chemistry of Mitosis.
Boring. Kitsune is closer. What?
Mycological phosphorescence.
More like my complete loss of interest. He's not very intellectual. Where's my Becky Fist?
The entire top level of the library was devoted to comics, most of which were Hank Atomic and the myriad of lesser revered spin-offs.
Oh, poker in the library, nerd. Is the achievement. The game just called me a nerd. Hey, Jace. Oh, hey, Luca. Did Rolo come by? No. I was actually surprised. Usually here early on dates when a new issue drops. Rolo's the biggest Hank Atomic fan I know. Besides myself, that is. Well, if he does swing by, tell him to meet me you know where. I don't know where. No, he knows where. Oh. Roger that, Space Cadet.
Kato volunteered at the library during the summers. He wasn't very social, so he'd dedicate each summer to becoming an expert in a single subject,
That sounds like fun.
making him a reliable source of very particular knowledge. If you were to ask Kato something he didn't know, he'd escape into the dusty old bookshelves and return with just the right thing.
Hey, Gato.
Kato was lost in his reading. Luca crooked his neck to see the title. Introduction to Melitology.
The fuck is melitology? To Google! It's about bees. Why would you want to learn about bees? Bees go buzz. They go buzz, 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 buzz. That's all you need to know. Oh, hey, Luca, you stuck up on me. Good book? Yeah, no, just started it.
He gestured to the shelves.
I'm really running out of books I haven't read yet. And now it's on to the wonderful world of bees. Turns out bees are pretty cool. For instance, did you know that around 70% of bee species actually live in underground tunnels? Or that if there are two queens in a hive, they will fight to the death for supremacy. Fight. Damn! The fire in their eyes really sells that. That's interesting, but you haven't seen Rolo around here recently, have you? Not since yesterday. Keep an eye out for him, okay? Sure thing. If I see him, you'll be the first to know. Sort of monster puts candy behind a locked door. Oh yeah, Mr. Nuncreed works weird hours sometimes. Of course he does. How about you? When do I work? No, what's your name? Luke Van Horn. You new here? Yep, not by
Beck's
choice.
family moved often, giving her little time to establish any real connections. She would tell you she prefers it that way.
Looking for my friend Rolo. He didn't come home last night. So he's missing? I guess so. Like, missing? Does that sort of thing happen a lot around here?
Luca shifted his feet uncomfortably.
Well, that sucks. Yeah. So, I should probably get going. Hey, wait up. What?
Beck pulled a coin from her pocket.
I'm coming with you. What? So says the unlucky Benny. Unlucky? Yep, well technically it landed on heads. Leave this kid to find his friend alone. But I always do the opposite. Oh, that's kinda like me and Rollo. I guess Rollo is my unlucky penny. That settles it. A person should never be without their unlucky penny. Let's go find him. Name's Beck. Pleasure to meet you, Beck. Suppose I could use some help. Try to keep up. I love Beck. Hey, Whiskey. Bye, Whiskey. You feeling better? Okay. Joey, have you seen Rollo around? No, sorry, Luca. Had my eyes in the dirt looking for beetles. Can't seem to find any. Never came home last night. You think it's because it's been colder than normal? I don't see why that would have anything to do with Rollo. No, the beetles! Think the temperature confused their circadian rhythm or something? Who's to say? I'm no beetologist. Just keep an eye out for him, would you? Of course. No, there's a keep out now. Dang, they boarded up the way in. Oh, that's a goop.
Luca felt a chill as he approached Beck. Her eyes were locked on the strange green liquid. The nearby grass was coated in a fine layer of frost.
Is this sort of thing normal around here? Because puddles of glowing ooze are definitely not what I expected from this place. I have no idea what that stuff is. Well, the next obvious step is science. And what does science suggest? Poke it with a stick. I
Luca
love
watched
Beck.
as Beck dipped a broken tree branch into the goo. Beck's eyes widened as flowers grew from the dead wood. First small buds, which quickly bloomed into vibrant petals.
Ugh.
As quickly as they had grown, the flowers began to shrivel and turn gray. Beck dropped the stick with a grunt of disgust.
Okay. So science tells us this gunk is weird as hell. Yeah, it seems dangerous. Hey Tish, look what the cat dragged in. Yep. I don't have time for this right now, Iggy. Oh, don't say things like that. It hurts Tish's feelings. Ain't that right, Tish? Yep. Looks fine to me. Why, hello, I don't think we've been properly introduced. Iggy's the name. This is my compatriot, Tish. Yep. You've probably heard of us. Can't say I have. I'll forgive you just this once, on account of you being new around here. Why would you hang out with a dud? No? He seems pretty alright. Iggy, why do you have to be so... you? Has he ever told you that his parents skipped out on him? Shut up. It's true, they got tired of having such a pathetic kid and left him. Iggy, I'm only gonna say this one time. Don't talk about my family. Well, look, he's grown a backbone now that a girl's around. First his pops croaked, and then his mom finally couldn't take it anymore and bounced.
Iggy took a step towards Luca, his sneer lit by the glowing puddle. Beck could see tears welling in Luca's eyes, his fists clenched. Some things about Beacon Pines were very different from the city, but a bully from a hayseed town is really no different from a city bully. Beck took a deep breath and thought.
Well, time to bust out the... It's gotta be strange.
Well, time to bust out the strange.
Alright, looks like you need a little mud bath. What's wrong with me and you, kid? We're about to pound your friends.
Beck stared in silence, the only sign of life being the twitch of an eye.
Weird when people don't talk. Yep. Stop being a weirdo. Hello? Are you some kind of wackadoo? Makes sense. Wackadoos travel in packs, eh, Dud?
At the sight of Iggy taunting back, something in Luca snapped. Iggy's smirk shifted to a look of shock as Luca launched himself into his stomach.
Yeah.
Iggy's clothes were drenched in the glowing ooze.
You jerk. My clothes are ruined. I'm gonna.
Iggy's voice began to slur as he struggled to get up.
Feels so good. Help. He's becoming a cat? I'm sorry, I just... Oh shit. Yo. That was intense. I think he's gonna be okay, right? Nothing about this seems okay.
The person at the warehouse, this strange ooze, and what it did to Iggy. Was Rollo caught up in all of this?
You have to find Rollo. You took the words out of my mouth. Property of Valentine Fertilizer Company. Yeah, I don't know where this game is going at all. Oh, there, little buddies. You startled me. What in the dickens are you up to in this part of town? We were just helping look for Rollo. Oh, you haven't heard the good news? Rollo showed up safe and sound a bit ago. Really? So where was he? It's funny, really. He just got a little turned around in the woods. They can be disorienting, you know. I am starting to get that impression. Rollo's at his house now, getting some well-deserved rest. Wow, that's a relief. You two should scurry along before you get lost yourselves. Yeah, come on back. I can't wait to introduce you to Rollo. Oh, that reminds me. Look, your grandmother was looking for you. It was? She was worried sick. She'd march straight home. I guess. I bet your folks might be getting worried too. I'll walk you home. Need to talk with Nellie about work
Beck
anyway.
glanced toward Luca.
I have a cat. Hello. Hello. I guess all's well that ends well. Alright. Okay, I love you too. I love you too. Love you too. Hello. I love you too. You want a big cuddle? You want a big cuddle? Okay. Yeah, you want a big. Thank you for that thanks. Oh, you're a good boy. So I have Merlin with me right now. He is on my lap and he wants big cuddle. Don't you? You want big cuddle. Okay, okay. Love you too. Where's my boy? Where's my big boy? Your butt pats. I'm gonna give you butt pats. Oh, I'm gonna give you side hugs. Oh, careful, 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 careful. There we go. I think we're taking a cat break. Love you too, Marilyn. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye, Merlin. I guess all's well that ends well. I'll introduce you to Rollo tomorrow. Sure. Glad he's okay. Hello. Hello.
Rollo was safe. A wave of relief washed over Luca, which was quickly replaced by a sense of dread. Gran is going to kill me. If he hurried, he might just make it home before sundown. Chapter 4. Our harvest awaits.
You're a big purr. Okay, okay, take another break. We'll take a break just to pet you. I know. Love you too. Yes, everyone loves you, Merlin. You're such a good boy. You're a good boy. Hello, yes. I know. I know. Aren't you cute? Aren't you cute? You're cute. Oh, bye-bye. Oh. Okay, not bye-bye. Okay. I thought you were leaving, but you just wanted the other hand. Okay. Okay. It was both of my hands. I'm not allowed to do anything. Yeah, okay. 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 I'm petting you. So, Merlin is by far the biggest cat we have now. He is, he's got Maine Coon blood in him because his mama was half Maine Coon, but his mama's quite slender, and, the other cat we have, Whiskey, was bigger than his mama, and, now Merlin is bigger than all the other cats. And he recently had just another growth spurt the other day. He's getting to be a big boy. Aren't ya? You're getting to be a big boy. He's getting to the point where he can barely fit in my lap because he's such a big boy. He still comes onto my lap anyway, he just sits vertically on me. He like lies down vertically on me. I know I died to fit on my lap. Don't ya? Don't ya? You're a big boy. Big boy. Yeah, you are. You're longer than my keyboard. Yeah, you're longer than my keyboard. Love you too. Love you too. Luckily, the way I sit, he doesn't have to sit fully on my lap, because I often sit with a blanket between my legs, and he just sort of uses it as a hammock now. When he's not lying completely vertically on me, he's, using the blanket as a hammock. Me. Oh, big cuddles. Oh, big cuddles and even bigger purrs. I know. So we've gone from a dead body to kid going missing to kid being found to branch growing. I don't know what to make of any of this yet. I have more questions than answers. Okay. Okay, where are we going? Where are you going, mate? Where are you going, my boy? Okay, you lying down? Okay. You lie down.
Luca took a deep breath and gingerly opened the door, steeling himself for Gran's wrath.
I think it's gonna be less wrath and more... Where are you? I'm so worried. Gran? I'm home. Everything's fine. Gran? She's gonna be angry. Is she out in the garden again? Gran? No one's supposed to go anywhere. I was just helping look for Rolo. Is Gran missing now? Gran? Roxy came over. She was worried about him, so I figured you wouldn't mind if I helped look for him. Turns out Rolo's safe and sound.
Luca was alone. The house was empty.
So Grand's not back yet. I guess that's a good thing. Nothing to do now but sleep, I guess.
Luca was sitting by the pond, listening to small waves lap against a rock. His father sat in a folding chair in front of him. Without turning, he spoke. "Why don't you grab me some nice bait?" "Sure thing, Dad." Luca hopped over to the tackle box and popped open the lid. Inside was a rolling, buzzing mass. "We're fishing with bees?" Luca's father gave a warm chuckle. "Well, you catch more fish with bees than honey. Pick us out a good one." Luca closed his eyes and plucked out a bee. He could feel its wings struggle between his finger and thumb. Holding it at arm's length, he hurried over. His father deftly baited the hook and examined his work. "Interesting choice." With a practiced flick of the wrist, the line buzzed in a graceful arc. The water accepted it without a splash or ripple. The wrong choice, but I respect it. The pond began to freeze over. Sometimes we gotta make the wrong choice before we can make it right. Pallid ice propagated across the still surface with an alarming speed. Luca scrambled back as the ground beneath him turned cold. "Dad, I don't understand." "Sorry, kiddo. Understanding isn't always part of the deal." The relentless ice shot through the fishing line toward his father. "Dad, look out!" His father casually wound the reel. "None of it's your fault, you know. Never was." "Dad, we have to go!" Luca grabbed his father's shoulders, trying to pull him away. "Please, you have to run!" The ice crackled as it spread across his father's hands. "That's the thing about fishing, Luca." His chest began to crystallize. You toss your hook in, and you never know what you're gonna pull out. A shock of searing cold ran up Luca's arms. He gave one last desperate tug. The chair tipped backwards in a single frozen mass. Luca tried to stop the momentum, but it was too late. He watched the icy form of his father slam into the hard ground, shattering into 1,000 pieces that crowded around his feet.
This is a hell of a dream.
"Dad, I don't understand. What does all this mean?" The gentle rustle of leaves was the only reply.
It's Morse code again.
Luca's eyes struggled to focus on the walkie-talkie.
Rollo?
Faintly, he could hear Rollo amongst the noise.
Luca. Rollo, is that you? Luca. There? Rollo, it's the middle of the night. Luca, thank God. Listen. I don't know how long this thing will work down here. Down here?
Rollo's voice was coming through more clearly now, but some words were still just static.
Listen to me. Someone grabbed me yesterday. What? The man in the hazmat suit? It was... took me to sort of... think I'm underground. Underground? Are you okay? Kinda. You seem more interested in... for now at least. Mr. Kerr said you made it back home safe. Kurt? No. Trust. He's... Hold on. Someone's
The
coming.
signal went silent.
Rollo?
Luca
Rollo,
held
where are
still,
you?
waiting for a response, his pounding heartbeat marking the passage of time.
Okay, I think they're gone. They're getting worse. Can barely hear
Rollo's
you.
voice began to fade.
Losing signal. Not much time. Mission control. You need to... The treehouse. The treehouse!
The signal died for good.
What was he trying to say about the treehouse? What's at the treehouse? The antenna! He wants me to use the antenna in the treehouse to get a better signal. Rollo, you're a
Luca grabbed
genius.
the walkie-talkie and sprinted to the treehouse. Luca heard a group of footsteps approaching. He dashed behind the bushes to avoid being spotted.
We all understand our roles. You can count on me. Still think we need more time. This wasn't the original
Mr. Tolliver
plan.
paused, shifting his eyes to one side.
The cat left so I can sit comfily again. We're all in danger now. I, for one, refuse to sit idly by while that danger persists. Granted, is a baddie. She might be, yeah. Refuse. Hiram, you just keep your wits about you.
Mr. Tolliver took one long, quiet breath.
You're right. You can count on me. Just wish we could have made that deal with Heiress Valentine. Our resources would have still come in handy. As I said, I had no time to contact her after your call this morning. Plans change. How's Luca holding up? He's fine. You shouldn't lose sight of the fact that this is all. I know very well what all of this is for. We have no choice. Operation Sparkplug is a new objective. Are we in
The
agreement?
three shared a determined look.
Good. We'll reconvene after the festival. Gran? Why are you meeting with Mrs. Fratelli and Mr. Tolliver late at night? Whoa! Hey, Luca! Ah! Dawn, you scared me. How long have you been there? Oh, just a few minutes. Earlier today, I saw Mr. Tolliver and your gran enter the diner together. When my shift at the newsstand was over, they still hadn't left. So I used the greatest tool of any investigative reporter. Fine. When they left, I tailed them here. What do you think they're up to? Whatever it is, they seem organized and determined. They mentioned the festival. Yeah, I heard that too. Has your gran been doing anything different recently? Anything strange? She got a phone call this morning and rushed out the door. A call from Hiram Tolliver, it seems. She was either furious or terrified. Or both. Look, be careful out there. I think we may be in the middle of the scoop of a lifetime. I will. Aren't you coming out? Yeah, I'm gonna stake out here for a little bit longer. See you, Luca. Okay. She's gonna know all the goings-ons. I probably don't want anyone to know I'm out here, but I did it. I changed the side. Splendid. Did anyone see you? I don't believe so. You're right. It's simple enough to just rearrange the letters. Odd choice for a prank, though. Situations such as these, odd
The
is
two
good.
boys shared a mischievous grin.
Can't wait for everyone to see the big reveal. It'd be quite memorable. Make yourselves scarce for now. What sign did they change? Did I get any new bait? Struggle.
Luca placed a sinker on the line. Sometimes the best stuff is at the bottom of the pond.
Yeah, maybe. Ooh. Malice 80 proof whiskey. A hard liquor for a hard man. Best leave that be. It's a real piece of work to leave something like that lying around. But it has a message in it! Oh, that's creepy. Rollo? Rollo, are you there? I'm at the treehouse now, Rollo. Mr. Kerr said you were alright. What happened out there? Dang it, Rollo, where are you? Who's there?
Luca could only see a cloaked shape behind the rocket.
I've got weapons in here, so you better
He
come out right
strained to
now.
hear as a muffled voice began.
Weapons? How could you hurt something that's already
Fear
dead?
gripped Luca's throat.
Who are you? What, you don't recognize me? I guess I don't even recognize
Luca
myself
stared at the
anymore.
ground for a moment, trying to place the dampened voice. The figure shifted slowly from behind the rocket, revealing itself to Luca.
I'm a monster. And now they hunt me like the beast I am. Iggy?
Luca reached over empathetically. Iggy's tone jolted to dejected anger.
Don't touch me. This is all your fault.
Luca slumped to the ground, overwhelmed by guilt.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I just lost control. But you couldn't control yourself for a second, and I get to be like this forever? There must be a way to fix this. Oh, you're gonna be my savior? Perfect little Luca saves the day with a positive attitude and the power of friendship. None of this matters. There's no time. They're after me. They chased me all through the wheat wood. I only came in here to hide. Hide from who? Who's after you? Luca! Luca! Rollo? It's not safe, Luca! Rollo, where are you? The treehouse! I'm at the treehouse, Rollo. Where are you? No, Luca, the treehouse isn't safe. They said they were gonna go to the treehouse. I was trying to tell you to stay away from the treehouse. Who said they're going to the treehouse? The clipboards! What did I tell ya? Those perennial harvest wackadoos are after me. They've been chasing me, yelling questions at me. What sort of questions? They were saying the same stuff they always do, but it's different now. Less asking, more threatening. We're gonna figure this out, Iggy. Yeah, well, thanks. Hello? Is anyone present in this arboreal domicile? Crap, they found me. Look at what's happening. Don't panic. You stay here and I'll see what they want. Oh, damn! Hello, Mr. Van Horn. We would love to hear your thoughts. Do you have time for an informal chat? We will be brief. Your time is valuable to us. Be down in just a second. Is he turning into that cat? Of course, of course, of course, of course. We have a problem? Look, you gotta get out of there. Is out there? Is it them? Yeah, it's the clipboards. A bunch of them. How many? Maybe all of them? I think he's turning into a clipboard. And yeah, you were right. They're saying the same stuff, but with the creepy knob cranked to 10. Might young Iggy be present? We would love to hear his thoughts. Run.
Iggy slumped to his knees.
I don't know what to do. I'm just so tired. Luca, what do we do?
Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and headed for the window.
Follow my lead.
Luca and Iggy climbed up the back of the treehouse to its roof, where Rollo had constructed his MCDC, the Mission Control Defense Cannon. From behind the crowd of clipboards, William Kerr strode forward, a warm smile on his face.
Iggy, there you are. You gave all of us a heck of a scare. Go away. Just leave me alone. Oh, I'm sorry, Iggy, but no can do. Don't worry, though. We're here to help. Help? Then why were you chasing me? Luca, can you talk some sense into your pal here? Just look at him. He's not well. What's wrong with him? What did that gunk do to him? Oh, that's a pretty honking big question, Luca. All you need to know is that he's sick. He's real sick, Luca. I need you to let us up there and take care of him. You told me Rollo was okay, that he was back in his place resting. He is. Poor fella just got a little lost. That's a lie. It's a hurtful thing to say, Luca. I thought we were buddies. Why? Because he lets you ramble on like a wackadoo? Nobody likes you, you creep.
Kerr's smile faltered.
Why don't you pop on down here so we can have face to face? You know, this is gonna give us all a heck of a sore throat. And who wants
Luca's
that?
grip tightened on the MCDC.
What did you do to Rollo, you liar? Well, shucks, Luca, the only teeny tiny fib I told you was that he was at home. He is resting, and he is perfectly safe. For now, at least. What happens to him next is up to you, Luca. Look around. You're in quite the pickle, and I am the only person in the whole wide world who can help you. You get to decide how this ends.
Luca's mind raced.
Damn,
He
what
was
the fuck is
caught
going
in a
on here?
trap. What do you do when there's no hope? He wiped his cheeks with a sleeve. What are you gonna do, Luca?
Luca drew him up and decided to take the only option he had left. Fight!
Luca drew himself up and
Nice.
decided to take the only option they had left. Fight. He swung the mission control defense cannon around, aiming it confidently at the smirking face of William Kerr.
It's gotta be water, isn't it? Hey, Mr.
Luca
Kerr.
summoned his most insolent demeanor.
Rollo sends his regards. Hey, that was uncalled for, more than a little rude. Just plain unsanitary. Luca, I really did think we were good pals. What a shame that it's come to this.
Kerr turned his back on the two boys.
And
With a
this.
nonchalant wave of the hand, he made his exit. As the clipboards began to slowly advance on the treehouse, Luca looked to Iggy with resignation in his eyes. The end. That escalated quickly. Maybe discretion was the better part of valor here. Let's put a pin in this for now.
Let's try struggle here. Alright, this is new, this is new. So when we're being dragged in, we can struggle instead.
This is a story about struggle. Luca could hear a machine humming somewhere nearby. He felt around wildly, searching for something, anything that could help. His hands found a hard object, maybe a tile. He yanked it free, lifting the cold stone. Let me go! Luca swung the tile as hard as he could at the shape that still held fast to his leg. He heard the crack of glass as the stone hit the assailant's mask. With a muffled yelp, the hand let go. Luca was free and scrambled to the door. He never looked back once on the long run home. Chapter 3. Everything's fine. The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the
Okay, I
awkward
got free
silence.
this time. So that means Rollo's not missing now. I finished a jarring mess of jam last night. So that'll need to get delivered into town today. Okay. So what did you and Rollo get up to yesterday? Oh, Rollo had things to do, so I just sort of poked around town. I set the jam down by the front door. There's 2 batches to drop off. One for Mr. Tolliver at the Bag and Wag. Another for Mrs. Fratelli at the diner. Oh, and Mr. Nuncreed. He said he wanted some more. I suspected as much. Yes, he seems to have taken a particular interest in my jam. There are some extras in the basket for that enthusiastic gentleman. Just make sure Fratelli and Tolliver get the ones on top. No problem. Off with you now, while the day is still young. Okay, she just waves at us. Hello, it's Jennifer Hartford. Before you hang up, just hear me out. I have a business proposition. The simple matter is we both have the same problem that needs solving. Very well, we could meet tonight. Sauce! Okay. Sorry about yesterday. Roxy can be so annoying. But good news, no more boring chores for me today. Did you make it to the old Valentine warehouse? So, what did you find? Give me the dirt. Something happened. There was someone else there. What? Who was it? Was it aliens? I knew it would be aliens. No. Zombies. No. Alien zombies? What else could it possibly be? Rolo. I've got to deliver these into town first. We can catch up after. Oh, is it a whole thing? Sounds like a whole thing. Yeah, we shouldn't talk about it here. Meet at the treehouse tonight. Not sure what this treehouse is that you speak of. Meet me at Mission Control. Roger that, Space Cadet. Hip hop, hip hop. Hip hop, hip hop. Wait, watch your step. Oh, sorry. There's a whole family of beetles here. They've gone missing. But they just sort of wandered around. Everyone has a home, Luca. Even beetles.
Checked the soles of his sandals.
I think we're okay. Weird that they're gone. They went missing when the festival preparations began. You think the noise scared them away? Something like that. Just watch where you step, okay? Can tell those jerks it doesn't matter how many boxes they pile up. I ain't moving. Huh. No one has anything new to say, I guess. Anger from the past, mistakes yet made, and a glimmering hope for the future. He carried them all in equal parts everywhere he went. No heavens, what a burden to bear! Mr. Wilder, I trust you have time to chat.
Eris Valentine, oldest of Sharper Valentine's children, and heir to the Valentine fortune, had a way of making questions seem like demands.
Certainly. What seems to be the
Mr.
problem?
Wilder had learned to assume that if he was hearing from Eris, it was because she had taken issue with something he had put in the paper.
Couldn't help but notice. The front page of this morning's paper was consumed with stories about the silly festival. Well, yes. That is the news of the day. But there was no mention of the museum, nor the foundation through which it was endowed. Sorry, Miss Valentine, my readers are more interested in this town's future rather than any one family in particular. There was a time, Mr. Wilder, when the goings-on of my family was the only thing this town cared about. But things change, ma'am, and you know change is dangerous. If you finish that thought, I will make that monocle a permanent fixture of your anatomy. My apologies. Good day, Miss Valentine. Did I give you the impression this conversation was finished?
Mr. Wilder averted his gaze and began to polish his monocle.
Well, good day, Mr. Wilder. Can I go down? Oh my god, I can go down for the first time. He seems nice.
Huddled at his counter, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining apples. More accurately, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining one apple.
Yes, that one apple needs to be extra shiny. Hello?
With a yelp, Mr. Tolliver fumbled the apple, flailing at the air as it fell.
Oh, sorry. No bother. No
He
bother.
leaned forward and lowered his voice.
I see you have something for me. Yeah, Gran had some jam I'm supposed to
He
give you.
leaned in a bit further.
Jam? Yeah, these ones on top. She wrote your name on them.
Mr. Tolliver leaned back, speaking loud enough for anyone to hear.
Ah, yes, the jam! Thank you so much for delivering this
He
jam
reached
to me.
forward and snapped up the jars of jam, giving Luca a little wink.
I shall put it on my store shelves post-haste. Okay. I should finish my deliveries. Of course. Of course.
He leaned in for a final whisper.
Of course. He's weird. How do you keep the ice cream cold? You keep them on ice. Where do you get the ice from? I don't know. Somewhere cold? How do they keep somewhere cold? Look, Bert. You want some ice cream or not? No, I'm good. Is the other one inside the museum? Huh?
We all know Beacon Pines is a great town. What you may not know is great towns grow from mighty roots. And that is why you cannot tell the story of Beacon Pines without telling the story of one Sharper Valentine. Young Sharper's keen intellect and strong moral fiber led to a grand vision. A vision of a community dedicated to a better tomorrow. In his own words, a better tomorrow is within our grasp, but it requires a singular mind to harness it. Lucky for us, he decided to grow that vision here, in Beacon Pines. And how does one grow a better tomorrow? With fertilizer, of course. Valentine's Fertilizer Company became the lifeblood of a town yearning for purpose. But then tragedy struck, a scientific experiment gone wrong. An accident which took Sharper away from us far too soon. To this day, we struggle to pick up the pieces. But
I
one
would think
fell
I
harvest isn't enough to
hydrate
stop the people of Beacon Pines. The spirit of Sharper Valentine lives on. It lives in the hearts of everyone with a dream for a better tomorrow. Together, we will follow his example and grow a bountiful future. Paid for by the Valentine family and the Valentine Fertilizer Company Remembrance Fund.
That was unhelpful. I agree that it was unhelpful.
There were rarely any simply of
Hey, Gato. Good afternoon, Luca. Can I help you find something? Maybe, maybe not. Try me. Well, there's been some weird stuff going on over at the old Valentine warehouse. Can't say I know anything about the old warehouse, but empty hives don't stay empty for long. Huh?
Kato motioned to the book in front of him.
The more I read about bees, the more similarities I see with people. If a hive collapses and fails, it doesn't stay empty for long. A new queen will set up shop pretty quickly. So, you're saying it would make sense for someone new to start using the warehouse? Nature abhors a vacuum. Hey, Jace. Oh, hey, Luca. Have you seen this new issue of Hank Atomic? Not yet. No spoilers, please. Awesome. It's a flashback. No spoilers, please. Get to see how mild-mannered Henry Adam becomes. Hank Atomic, man of space justice. Jace! No! Spoilers! Oh, sorry. My point is you're gonna love it. Alright, Jace, catch you later. Roger that, Space Cadet. Got some jam for you, Mr. Nuncreed. Luca, you seem chipper. Well, aside from being on delivery duty, it's a nice day.
Creed eyed Luca for a moment, then nodded in agreement.
I suppose it is. So, do you want your jam? Oh, right. Usually Juniper drops those off herself. I guess she's busy
Luca
today.
handed the jam to Mr. Nuncreed, and he nestled it with both hands.
Well, I'll just have to finish this batch off quicker than normal. You tell her to go ahead and get started on my next order. You got it? Better not dilly-dally. Gotta get this jam delivered. I don't know where the last lady is for the jam, though. Where does she live? I think I could go down here. Is she up here? Is she down here? This is home. I don't know where she is. Am I missing something super obvious? Think jam would make good bait? Guess it depends on what you're trying to catch. At this point, anything. In here? Could be at the diner, maybe. I did go up here earlier, but I didn't see her. I can't speak to any of these guys. I go inside? No? Can I get inside Town Hall, maybe? No? They're like a farther way down here? No? I don't know where to go. Is there a way down here? No?
Jeff's hardware closed down about a year ago. The effects of the foul when there are no crop.
Right from the town hall, maybe? Yes, that's a different area! Hey, Dawn. Hey, Luca. What's up?
Dawn had dreams of becoming a big-time reporter. At night, she searched for the story that could be her big break. By day, she hawked papers at the newsstand.
We got you on jam delivery. Yep. Hey, Dawn, have you noticed anything weird around town lately? What sort of weird things? Stuff going on at the old Valentine building? You might say I've heard some things. I'm working on a story about it right now. So what's going on? Can't quite see yet. I'll need to follow up on a few leads. Keep me in the loop, okay? Sure thing. Have you seen the new kid around yet? New kid? Yeah, came in from the big city. Her parents both got jobs here. You get this, one of them is working for William Kerr in Perennial Harvest, and the other one is working for Aries Valentine. And the Valentines represent Beacon Pines' past, and Perennial Harvest has positioned itself as this town's future. Must make for some interesting dinner table conversations. I can imagine. Must be in here. If I could just be left alone, young Mr. Van Horn. Oh, sure, sorry to bother you. It's just that Mr. Kerr has asked me to make the opening speech at the festival. Being there and all, you might expect me to be a charismatic speaker. The truth is, I'm terribly nervous. I really don't think I'm cut out for this sort of thing. Cut out for being there or for public speaking? Both, I suppose. I never really chose any of this. More of a duty to my family, for a legacy. That sounds like a heavy burden. As for the festival, just speak from your heart. I'm sure it'll be great. There you go. All if it isn't my favorite little jam runner. Hi, Mrs. Fratelli. Look at you.
She leaned forward and pinched Luca's cheek.
You're all skin and bones. Is your gran not feeding you? She is, it's just... I understand. You know I taught your mama how to cook back in the day. You may not even remember, but you and her used to help out in the diner. See that picture over there? That's you helping your mama back in the day. So cute, running around in your little apron taking orders. The whole situation just breaks my heart. What happened with Eleanor? Break? Got a feeling she's out there somewhere, yearning to be with you again. Few things in this world can keep a mother from her
Luca shifted
son.
the basket uncomfortably.
Oh yes, let's see
Mrs.
here.
Fratelli lifted the cloth and inspected the jam.
Looks like I'm your last delivery. I'll hold on to the basket until the next time I see Juniper. You tell your gran hello from me, Luca. Will do.
Luca squinted at the faded photo of him and his mom at the diner. Memories of that day came flooding back.
I'm ready to help, Mama. Alright, little buckaroo. It's up to us to feed these folks while Miss Fratelli is away. I've got to deal with the inventory before I can start cooking. Do you think you can handle taking some orders in the meantime? Yes, Mama. Hi, Roxy. Luca? I'm helping. Wow, hopefully your work ethic will rub off on Rolo. What can I get you? I'm not really feeling like a burger. How about a chicken sandwich with bacon on top? Coming right up. Chicken. Bacon. Here you go. I call it the Love Me Tenders. Nice. You're a little young to be waiting tables. I'm just helping out. Ah, my father had me hustling when I was your age as well. Father always says children are to be sails pulling a family ever forward. I don't know what it is about his voice, but whenever I speak in that dog like that, whenever I try and do a voice for that dog, it makes me yawn. It doesn't sound very fun. Plenty of time for fun. For instance, Father and I always make time to have lunch together
Luca
once a
glanced
month.
at the empty seat across from Gus.
Can I come back? Oh no, it turns out Father was too busy to have lunch today. I'll just go ahead and eat alone. Oh. The silver lining is without him around I can have my usual, a nice stack of cold cuts topped with a pile of sloppy chili. Here you are. Cold cuts with steaming hot chili on top. I call it the hot and cold. Perfect, thank you. Gadzooks, they've shrunk the wait
Jess
staff.
slapped the table and gave Luca a toothy grin.
How's your pops doing? He's been pretty busy these days. I know the feeling. Tell him that fish and rod he ordered should be ready next week, will ya? Sure thing. Been in the mood for something sweet. You got a burger that can satisfy a sweet tooth? A sweet burger? Yeah, top it off with some grilled cactus. Grilled cactus? The heart wants what it wants. Here's your order. I call it the sweet and stabby. That's a burger with bite. It's like we're missing a few things. Why don't you run out and grab some more ingredients? Okay, I'll be back. That's kind of cool that you can go into the past and like help out. Like see things and use the woods for different things there. That's kind of cool. Hey you! Anchovies or pineapple? What? Don't think. Just answer. Pineapple. Why? How old are you? 12. Perfect. Follow me. Who are you? Anyone ever tell you you ask too many questions? Just try and keep up, okay? What just happened? Oh! Hey, what a crazy coincidence. Here's my new friend I was just telling you about. Oh, that's wonderful. Yep, we just headed off. Oh, really? Get this. His favorite pizza topping in the whole world is pineapple. Oh, and what's your new little friend's name?
Beck locked eyes with Luca. The look on her face was equal parts expectant and desperate.
Luca Van Horn, nice to meet you. I'm Nellie, and this is Yona. We're Beck's
Beck
parents.
gave Luca a quick nudge.
Oh yeah, Beck told me all about you. Already feels like we've known each other for years. So you both can stop obsessing about me making friends. Oh, darling, we never doubted you. It's just that for children with fewer than 5 close friends, the probability of a stunted development doubles. Well, 1 down, 4 to go, I guess. What Nellie means is that we just want this move to be as easy on you as possible. You can relax. A friend has been friended. This calls for a celebration. Look, you must join us for dinner tonight. Dinner? Whoa, another coincidence. I actually already asked him and he said that he would love to. It's just... wonderful. In that case, we should pick up some groceries. You two don't get into too much trouble now. I think we're in trouble. Wow, I can't believe that worked. Thanks a ton. You're welcome? I hear you one. My moms are great and all, but they can be a bit much sometimes. Our house is a little cottage next to that big mansion place. Wait, you live on the Valentine estate? Yeah, that's the spot. Maybe by their big creepy gate. Don't be late. Or I'm back to square one on this whole friend grift. Great, see you there. Well, that's a hell of an introduction. All I wanted to do was explore a little bit and see if I could find more stamps and charms. I got abducted by Beck. Good morning, Jeff. What's all good about it? Another day further down the tubes, if you ask me. Come on now, it's not all bad. Festival's coming up. The festival. Old man Valentine used to put on cockmoo shindigs all the time. Now where did that get us? Well, it's perennial harvest pudding on this one, and they're doing it for the whole town. As far as I see it, difference between the old Valentine company and the new perennial harvest
Jeff
outfit
dug through his pockets for a bit.
is the difference between this empty soup can and this burned banana. But those are both garbage. Exactly. Why does he have both of them on him then? Oh there, little buddy. What brings you to this neck of the woods? I was just wandering around a bit. Wandering? How wonderful. Children and their wonderful wandering. Oh, to be young. Anyway, I can't let you pass just now. Top secret business, that away.
Kerr winked with a wry smile.
I'm just yanking your chain. Perennial Harvest is just making a few
He gave Luca
improvements.
an energetic thump on the shoulder.
Better head home now. Our harvest awaits. Did it a candy and cactus burger and you're wondering why he's got garbage on him? I mean, okay, that's a fair point. That is a fair point. Somehow I feel like these burger requests are gonna get more ridiculous as time goes on, though. Oh no, beehive! Back! Back! I want to touch the beehive! Who all lives in that house? Iris and Gus Valentine grew up there. And Solomon moved in a few years back. The creepy kid in the vest? That sounds like the one. So just 3 people live in that huge thing? Bet a bunch of shady stuff happens all the time in a place like that. Not really. The Valentines pretty much keep to themselves. So it's empty and boring. Pretty much. What a waste. My mom said it used to be way busier back before Sharper died. Before the foul harvest. Okay, that's like the 5th time someone mentioned this foul harvest thing. And you all use that same ominous tone. Eventually you're gonna explain to me how that harvest got all fouled up. but we can't keep my parents waiting anymore. This way. Tip tap, tip tap, tippy tap tap. Most kids would have just ditched me by this point. Why are you still here? I don't think you could use some help. You know what, Luca? You're not so bad. Let's go through this as simply as possible. Just eat, smile, and nod. Fun. Great. Whatever you do, don't bring up their work. I think I can handle
Took
that.
a long breath, then gave a firm nod.
Here goes nothing.
Chapter 4. Dinner with the Moodwills. Ilona Moodwill was worried about change. A gardener at heart, she understood the necessity of change, relied on it even. But there was a difference between the controlled world of her plants and this cluttered cottage in a strange town. Almost done. Nellie was a blur of activity, digging through boxes. Sorry, love, couldn't find the dishes. We'll have to make do with paper plates. Dinner went by without much conversation. As she watched Beck and Luca finish up their pizza, Ilona let herself relax into the chair. The things she cared about were still here. Nellie finally had the job of her dreams. Beck was beginning to take root. Ilona's task was simply to tend to them. She could do that.
So Luca, tell us a bit about yourself. Where do you live? Oh, I live with my grandma. Over on the other side of the river. Your grandma? Where are your parents at? Heck, manners. It's alright. My dad passed away in the accident at the fertilizer plant 6 years back. Oh dear. My mom's been missing for a few months now. Like, missing?
Luca's eyes were fixed to his plate, pushing a chunk of pineapple around with his finger. Nellie was the one who eventually broke the silence.
Luca, how did you like the pizza? Oh, it was good. Very good. Normally we'd have put more effort into dinner.
Ilona nervously gestured toward the boxes.
We aren't fully settled in, and Beck had mentioned that it's your favorite. Sorry, are we just skipping the part where he said his mom was missing? Beck! I'm sorry, Luca, this move has us all a little tired.
Luca wiped his face with his sleeve.
No, it's fine. So, Beck said that you moved here for work?
Beck gave Luca a swift kick under the table.
Ow! I mean, what brought you to Beacon Pines? Oh, you were right the first time. We're here for work. Nellie won't tell you this, but she's a brilliant chemist. I'm not a bit brilliant, but I do love it. She's brilliant. Perennial Harvest just made her their newest lead researcher of deep engineering. She makes it sound more impressive than it is. I'm just happy that I get to make a difference in the world. Perennial Harvest is at the forefront of evolving architecture into something more useful than sprinkling water and excrement on the ground.
Luca glanced over to Beck. She seemed to be holding her breath.
What Nellie means, Luca, is that there are different ways to grow plants. Yes, some people talk to their plants and hope for the best. And some people happily leave their job to allow a loved one to pursue their dream. You swore you
Beck
didn't-
slammed her fist into the table, perhaps harder than she intended.
Hey, Luca! How about some dessert? I actually have to meet my friend
Luca
Rolo
glanced
soon.
outside to gauge the time. The sky was darker than he expected, filled with ominous clouds.
Looks like there's a storm brewing. I should get going. I didn't think there was any rain in the almanac. Yeah, almanacs aren't that useful
Luca
around
wiped
here.
his mouth one last time with his napkin and started to get up.
Thank you all for the pizza, it was really good. You at the festival, Beck? Wait up. I'll walk you home.
Surprised, Luca turned around. He knew Rolo could be prickly around new people, but Beck seemed cool. Rolo would warm up to her eventually.
Eventually.
Probably.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for
Let's go
him
with
as
break.
the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night. Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops.
Sure, you can meet Rollo. You're not going home? Nope. I promised Rollo I'd tell him
Lucas
about...
stopped himself mid-sentence.
Promised you'd tell him what? Spit it out, bub. We're thick as thieves now. If there's a juicy secret, you've gotta tell me. Okay. You can come to the treehouse and I'll tell you both what happens. Heck yeah!
After the foul harvest destroyed their wealth and reputation, the Valentines shuttered off their estate from the rest of town. Lucas saw Beck skulking by the gate.
So you're telling me there's nothing mysterious or creepy about this place? It's mostly boring and empty. I refuse to believe that. Big spiked gate, looming mansion, rich reclusive owners. It even smells
Beck
shady.
grabbed the wrought iron bars and shook the gate.
Mark my words, you decadent nightmare house. You will reveal your secrets to me. Oh shit. What did you do? First of all, I told you so. Second, hide. That's Hera's Valentine. Who's that she's talking to? Shh. I expect you to return that suit in working order. Of course. As long as everything proceeds as planned, there's nothing to worry about. The only thing I'm worried about is what's rightfully mine. If that means making some unsavory alliances, so be it. I couldn't agree more. There comes a time to suspend hostilities. I'll deal with her common threat. 100% Granny is the one in the suit then. Now this is what I was talking about.
Beck's voice was an excited whisper.
Proper shady stuff. Someone in a suit like that tried to grab me yesterday. Seriously? Shh. You do understand that when all this inevitably fails, I will deny everything? Wouldn't expect any less of you. You just worry about your part in this and let me handle the rest. Can't wait to see the look on that Rube Kerr's face. Yes, the truth will come to light. I'm so surprised you're so comfortable with the potential collateral damage. If there's one thing I've learned, is that change is painful. Wow, I was expecting shady. That's just flat out supervillain talk. If you don't mind my asking, why? Why are you doing all of
The
this?
mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
I knew it! Family.
A chill ran down Lucas' spine. His vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand.
An answer I can certainly respect.
Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask.
Gran killed us once! Just remember, keep everything nice and normal until the festival. I don't need lessons in rousing
Gran
suspicion.
gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared into the night.
Oh shit!
Chapter 5.
Granny killed us!
What big ears you have! Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Why were you so scared of the old lady in the hazmat suit? That was my gran. That was your gran? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for all of this. Let's just get to the treehouse and figure things out there. Lead the way.
Luca peeked up at the beehive. It appeared to be deserted.
That's strange. Oh, those are glowing mushrooms. For the last time, there's nothing to worry about. Of course, we're not worried.
Clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up.
Just dotting her I's and crossing her T's. Well, maybe try minding your P's and Q's.
Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh.
If there's anything you need knowing, you'll know it. Absolutely. But just sign here acknowledging everything is accurate. We'll be out of your hair in a flash. Oh, for the love of...
He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped.
There. Would you like my eternal soul as
Clipboards
well?
looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility, then broke into laughter as they walked away.
Better not dilly-dally. Gotta get to the treehouse. Okay, I can't. What was that about? Hi, Mr. Nuncreed. Look, let me give you some advice. The next time someone you don't know asks to hear your thoughts, give them a good hard bop right in the kisser. Oh, Gran just tells me to keep away from the clipboards. That's good. That's good. Your Gran is a smart lady, Luca. Speaking of which, you better run along home now. Too dark to be wandering out on your own. Damn, she's still sitting here? The answers you seek will be revealed to you in due time. The question is, figure intoned, are you prepared to live with the truth? Nothing else to examine around here? Another day, another dollar. See you tomorrow, Z. Have you noticed how all the perennial harvest folks order the same drink? Decaf cappuccino with extra foam. Why? I don't know. Just thought it's a little odd. Pretty weird for sure. Well, the customer's always right. See you bright and early tomorrow. I can't wait.
William Kerr and Gus Valentine proudly surveyed the half-covered festival banner.
It's all coming together quite nicely. Couldn't have done it without
The
you.
mayor gave a half-hearted shrug.
I'm not so sure about that. Every time that makes me yawn. Nonsense. That reminds me, I wasn't able to thank your sister for her contributions. Yes, she has been indisposed of late. She doesn't much like me, does she? Oh, no, that's not it at all. She's just been busy. Of course. Regardless, I would be forever grateful if you could pass my thanks on to her. The History Museum adds a real air of import to the whole affair, and we couldn't very well celebrate the story of Beacon Pines without including the Valentines. My father was a great man. You're darn tootin' he was.
Kerr locked his arm on Gus's shoulder.
But I mean the entire Valentine family, present company included. Can I ask you something, Mr. Kerr? Call me William. Ask away. William, why are you doing all of this? Gosh, I've never felt one needed a compelling reason to throw a party. Not just a festival. All of this. There's gotta be 100 down on the luck towns out there. Why is Perennial Harvest so invested in helping Beacon Pines? You know what I love most about the agriculture business? Seeds. Seeds? Yep, little bundles of potential.
With a glimmer in his eye, Kerr gestured grandly toward the horizon.
You treat a seed right and nurture it, feed it, and it can grow into something truly special. You see potential here? Undoubtedly. The seed of greatness is already under our feet. All it needs is a little nudge, and the right leadership, of course. Oh. Good night, Mayor Valentine. It seems shady again. Can I go inside there now? Nope. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, the treehouse is just a little further on from here. Rollo said he thought he was being held underground. That's true. So what's your buddy Rollo like? Rollo, he's Rollo. Not particularly helpful. Sorry, I've just never thought about it. Lots of energy. He's funny even when he's not trying to be. Things have been tough for his family since the fowl harvest. It's about damn time you tell me what this fowl harvest thing is. It's kind of a long story. Hit me with the highlights. Okay. There used to be a fertilizer company here called Valentine's. They were kind of a big deal. Oh, big deal fertilizer. It was a big deal to us. Their stuff really worked. Farmers loved it. So Valentine grew, and Beacon Pines pretty much grew around it. Most everyone in town worked for Sharper Valentine or used fertilizer. Things were good. I'm sensing a big but. Around 6 years ago, Sharper Valentine suddenly died. And something changed. Changed how? Could have been a bad batch. Maybe it was in the water or the air or the soil? Nobody knows. But all the crops died. And everyone blamed the Valentines. The foul harvest. Yeah. Valentine's fertilizer went out of business. Half the town lost their jobs. Sheesh. The next year the crops came back, but something was different. You plant a crop, do everything right, and it's sort of a crapshoot what happens. No one knows why? Nope. I take it Rollo's farm got the short end of the stick? Yep, for some reason their entire farm was hit harder than others. That sucks. Things have gotten better since Perennial Harvest came to town. The Beacon Pines Reborn initiative? Yep, first thing they did was give the town a deep scrub. They even put us up in hotels. One town over for a week while they decontaminated groundwater. We better get going. No, we better check if we can fish anything. We can not.
Luca gently bit for skimming.
It's about time. I was about to give up and go home. Who's the new kid? Name's Beck. You must be Rollo. I see my reputation precedes me. Welcome to Mission Control.
Waggled his head with pride.
You'll find we spared no expense in construction. I've seen worse looking piles of junk. Thanks! Hey Luca, you know the security concerns we talked about? Yeah? While I was waiting I made some improvements. Let me lock this baby down for a little test infiltration. Can't be too safe these days. He goes all out, doesn't he? Always. Lavish. Okay. I guess we've improved our aim? Where did you guys get all this junk in the first place? There's a guy in town named Jeff who trades his junk for snacks. Junk food for junk. Nice. So, pretty sweet security, right? It was imaginative, I'll give you that. Okay, are we sure we can trust the new recruit? I'll vouch for her. Thanks, I guess. Oh, Luca, you promised to fill me in about the Valentine warehouse.
Luca sucked in a long breath.
So, like I said, there was someone there. What were they doing? I don't know, but the place was lit up and active. Maybe they were squatters? I don't think so, it seemed more organized. When the man pulled me in, I saw some sort of equipment running. A man pulled you in? Yeah, but I got away. Keep saying it was a man. They were wearing a mask, right? Yeah. Then it could have been a woman. How did you get away? I grabbed a rock or something and broke their mask. They let go and I ran. Dang. That's intense. No wonder you freaked out when you saw your grandma. Yeah, that's the other part. On our way here, Beck and I saw Heiress Valentine meeting with Gran, wearing the same sort of hazmat suit.
Willow let out a low whistle.
And they weren't there for idle chit-chat. It was a proper clandestine meetup. So let me get this straight. There's an operation in full swing at the Valentine warehouse. You were almost abducted by a strange man or woman in a protective suit. Then you saw your Gran in the same suit talking to Heiress Valentine? Pretty much. Beginning to think this town is kinda
Willow
awesome.
and Luca shot back a look.
No offense. And so we can logically conclude aliens or alien zombies have infiltrated the town. And their leader is your Gran and she tried to murder you. First of all, and for the last time, there are no aliens. Second, it couldn't have been my Gran at the warehouse. I broke that person's mask to get away. The mask Gran was wearing wasn't damaged. But she's definitely hiding something. Maybe. Gran is weird, but she might be the most boring person in the universe. All she does is sit around all day making jam. What could she possibly have to hide? I don't know. We haven't talked much since she moved in. Moved in? Your Gran isn't from here? No, she came a few months back to take care of me after his mom went missing. Did you know your Gran before? Not really, no. It's been years since I'd seen her. Look, don't take this the wrong way. But are we sure your Gran is on the up and up?
Luca gazed out the window.
I'm just saying. Sounds like strange stuff has been happening since she showed up. We could say the same thing about your family. But you're right. Look, your Gran is hiding something. And Pa always says folks only bury stuff worth digging up. We need to investigate your house. My Gran really is hiding something. Don't you think I would have noticed it by now? It's kind of the whole point of hiding something. I guess you're right. Gran's been leaving the house for hours at a time this week. I'll call you tomorrow when the coast is clear, and we can start getting to the bottom of this. I'm always game for a good snoop. You can count me in.
Chapter 6. Secret Lair.
Ooh, secret lair! Good old sippy sip.
Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
What time is it? Hello, Merlin. Hello. Hello. Hold on. Please hold the door. We have a cat. Please wait. Please hold the door. It's like, please hold the phone except the door. Hello. I love you too. I love you too. Okay, so far, I think Gran, the people that she gave jam to are involved in some sort of conspiracy. They're either trying to fix the fertilizer or prove that somebody broke the fertilizer, and I think the one guy has been making clones, and turning people into the same man. I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be way off base. Everything's been a fucking twist so far. The clipboards. Yeah, I think he's turning everyone into clipboards. but everything's like twisted and not been what I thought it was so far. Is Mum a clipboard? Alright, oh sheesh, I'm coming. Rollo, what on earth is that? Hmm? That ridiculous thing on your head? Oh, this? It helps me think. You're gonna need a lot more of those. Joke all you want. We'll see who's laughing when I crack this case wide open. The coast is clear? Yep, whatever she's been up to this week, it's been keeping her busy most of the day. Very well. The game is afoot.
Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rollo strutted across the room.
If I were a Gran, where would I hide my deepest, darkest secrets? Perhaps where you might least expect it. Or where I most expect it, which would be in the upstairs cupboard that I'm locked out of. Aha!
He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
I think it's safe to assume anything that dusty isn't what we're looking for. Or maybe that's what she wants you to think. Then again, any good detective knows not to trust their first hunch. First hunches are for suckers. Eureka! You lit a fire in order to burn the evidence. Keeps that fire going every day, Rollo. Drat, and may already be too late. Just think of the mounds of documents lost to ash! Okay. I'm gonna stop you right there. Can we just think for a moment? Look at- is there anywhere your Gran doesn't want you to go? Yeah? The closet upstairs. So, maybe it stands to reason we should check there first? No dice, it's locked. Well, well, well. Look who stands to reason now. Huh? I have no idea where the key is. If it's really important, then she probably keeps it with her. Anywhere else? She has her berry bushes. Who's ever thought, I'm gonna take this important thing and hook it under- in a bush? True. Anything else? Maybe something out of the ordinary? Well, she's always worried I'll break a fancy dishware in the kitchen. But it doesn't matter anyway. I can't reach the
A
latch.
look of realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
Alright, Rollo. This is your time to shine. Ah, yes. I've called upon my expert detective skills. And now I shall proceed
Before he
with...
could finish, Luca scrambled up Rollo's back.
Hey, this isn't my idea of detective work. Every squad needs a good lockpick. And every good lockpick needs a sturdy head to sit on. This is beneath my standing. Stop complaining and hold still. Got it.
The three crowded around the hutch to peer in. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss. But the only distinct feature was its impeccability.
Well, that was anticlimactic. Yeah. I don't really know what we were expecting. Like, oh hey! Let me just yank on this random teacup
As Beck pulled on
and...
one of the teacups, it slanted forward with a hollow click. The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own power.
Seems like your Gran's been doing some remodeling. Dude, only two types of people have secret layers. Evil masterminds and superheroes. So which one do we think she is? We're about to find out. Okay, so more of an unhinged conspiracist vibe? Oh, wow. Yeah, this cannot be good. We need to look around before jumping to conclusions.
Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it.
What do you got there? It's my dad. Looks like some of his old medical files. Your dad was a doctor?
Luca nodded and caressed the label with his thumb.
Well, are you gonna read it? Here, let me help.
Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text.
I bet you actually read some of it. One sec. Dense documents such as these are a lot like a cheeseburger. Best to skip straight to the middle. What? How the fuck do you eat a cheeseburger, Rollo? That's where all the meaty bits live. Whoa, I had no idea we're in the presence of the preeminent scholar in dense documents and cheeseburgers. By all means,
He
proceed.
stopped at a page and mimed, holding up a monocle.
Ah, here we are. Follow-up examination of Terence Wilby. Patient showed further signs of paleness and malaise. Body temperature continues to drop. He now describes soreness of muscles and joints. This is similar to the symptoms exhibited by Mrs. Wilby just a few days past. Still waiting on lab results from Joseph.
Rollo looked up with heightened surprise.
Creepy. Yeah, that's kinda disturbing. Who's Joseph? That's Mr. Nuncreed's name. Wait,
Rollo's finger traced across the page.
there's more scribbled in the margins. Could it be contagious? Mr. Welby claims that the tap water at his home has been contaminated. Perhaps environmental? Lab results only raise more questions. Like he came back to his report later and made those notes. But it might be related to something else.
Rollo scanned through several more pages.
Here, the writing looks shaky. I just couldn't help her. The disease or whatever it is progresses so fast. And with his wife passing, Terence's condition follows close behind. It's exacerbated by loss. I can't even say that word right now and I don't know why. Enough is enough. I need to take matters into my own hands.
Staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly.
What does it say next?
Rollo rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages.
That's where it ends. What? There has to be more.
Luca frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter.
Luca, I think that's the only one. It's alphabetical, see? What did he mean enough is enough? How did he take matters into his own hands? This is bullshit.
Luca slammed the drawer shut. A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
Well, she sure has kept herself busy. Is your gran a serial killer? I'm starting to get a vibe. Don't be ridiculous. Sure, she's just tracking the movements of everyone in town. Out of the kindness of her heart. Put little symbols by some of them. Yeah, Mr. Nuncreed has a check mark. The clipboards are all inside a big circle. My mom's are both on here. Both with question marks. Gus Valentine has a question mark. ARS has a question mark that's been crossed out. Mr. Kerr has a bullseye. The killer has chosen her next victim. I don't know what any of this means. Whatever it means, it's probably not good. What do we have here? Barrels marked caution, explosive, and jam jars? Enough jam to feed the whole town. What kind of incendiary jam is your gran making? Right? You wouldn't have had me walk around town delivering bombs. Right? Only one way to find out.
Casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam.
Huckleberries.
He smacked his lips.
A hint of burnt sugar. And... ink? What?
Rollo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper.
Aha!
Rollo offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
It's addressed to Mrs. Fratelli. A grand jargram? It says, last night I used the disguise the ARS provided to scout the location. The timing window should be possible. Operation Sparkplug is a go. Oh man, are they doing a heist? Whatever it is, it can't be good. So, more a bombshell than a bomb, am I right? You're new here, so I'll let it slide, but I'm the bad joke guy around here. Hello? You are tiny? Who is tiny kitten? It is you. Hello, tiny kitten. Hello. You want attention?
They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
Goodbye, tiny kitten. Oh, this looks like a treasure map. Not every old map is a treasure map, Rollo. How about every treasure map is an old map? Can't fault that logic. Look, there's even a pathway drawn on it. It starts at the entrance to town. And if we follow
Rollo
it,
carefully traced the path with his finger.
it leads right to— Ow! Don't climb my hands with your claws, what the fuck?
He jabbed down at the end point.
Town square? Right, okay. Come here. There we go. Shh. There we go. If you want cuddles, I'll give you cuddles, but you have to be less stabby with your claws. That's the fountain in the middle of town. What a weird place to hide treasure. Rollo, that doesn't look like treasure to me. The end of the path on the map has the same symbol as those explosives over there. So it's not hiding treasure. A real bummer. Rollo, what's the thing you've been excited about for the past month? The festival. Did you just say gulp? Oh, sorry. Gulp. This feels like a gulp kind of situation. Everyone will be gathered near the center of town. She's gonna blow up the festival. Not if we stop her. I think we may be in trouble. What was that?
Luca looked up from the map.
What was what? No, I heard it too. That was the front door. Which means someone just shut the door. Which means someone's upstairs. Shh, quiet. It lights.
Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps. The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall.
Uh-oh. I think we're in trouble.
Suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other. A muffled male voice broke the silence.
Hello?
A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs.
Anybody down there?
Three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step. Thump.
Yoo-hoo! I'm not here to hurt anyone.
Thump.
I'm just here to help. Just...
At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life.
Huh. Guess it's nothing.
Rollo shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth. It was too late. Rollo was already inching toward the stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure.
Flaming chicken coop!
All his weight, Rollo tackled the man to the ground.
Rollo? Mysterious creepy man? Anyone there?
From the dark corner, they saw something move.
Well, I don't know if I had it in me. There's only one way to find out. Crap, Rollo, that was awesome! Wait, did you just kill that person?
Luca scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, He sighed with relief.
Sure clobbered him good, Rollo. He's knocked out cold.
As Beck flicked back on the light, Luca and Rollo both gasped in stereo.
Mr. Tolliver!
Chapter 7. The Interrogation of Hiram Tolliver. Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan.
Hello? There is a kitten who wants my attention right now, and is destroying my desk in order to get it.
One thing was certain, they couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
They'd run the classic good cop, chill cop interrogation, alright.
They'd run the classic good cop, chill cop interrogation.
I'll handle this, just gotta play it cool.
Luca walked calmly to the light switch, flicking it off and on a few times. Mr. Tolliver shook his head, gathering his wits.
Golly, I sure got my bell rung.
He looked over to find Luca, who returned a calming grin.
Sorry, Mr. Tolliver. It was all a big mistake. Look at what's going on here. Why'd you have me strapped down? No one's fault, really. Rollo just got a little startled. Rollo's here?
Rollo and Beck emerged from hiding to give a timid wave.
Hey, you've been hit bad. Say, Felix, looking in, and you did. Well, alright. Mistakes happen. The kids gave old Hiram a good scare. Just get me out of these ropes and call it even.
Luca glanced over to Rollo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks.
Mr. Tolliver, why are you in my grand's basement? I'm here to help, of course. Help with what? What's my gran up to? If you just cut me loose, I can show you. How do I know we can trust you?
Mr. Tolliver exhaled with disappointment.
Ah. Did you move my camera? Look up. Have I ever done wrong by you? No. And since your gran moved to town, haven't I been nothing but welcoming? Yeah. So why would I turn my back on your family now? It's just... all this stuff seems pretty weird. And a board with names of people from town. And archives of my dad's old disturbing patient
Luca
notes.
gestured to the corner.
Barrels of explosives. I can explain everything. You just need to untie me. You kids deserve an explanation.
Luca looked again to Rollo and Beck. This time they shrugged. Luca began to slowly loosen the bindings. Mr. Tolliver gently rubbed his wrists.
That's a good lad. This'll all make sense in time.
He edged imperceptibly toward the stairs as he spoke.
He's gonna run for it! You see, this town has secrets, Luca. A very dark past indeed.
Before the kids had even noticed his movement, Mr. Tolliver was at the light switch.
A past that must be brought
He
to
punctuated his final words by flicking the switch and rushing up the stairs.
light. Son of a...
Beck darted to the wall and turned back on the lights. It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard.
He just locked us down here.
Mr. Tolliver's muffled voice came from behind the door.
I wasn't lying, you know. This is for your own good. You kids just keep tight down there and let the adults handle
They
this.
looked bewildered at each other.
Play it cool, huh? Not now, Beck.
They heard the staccato thump of quick steps exiting the house. The kids looked down in resignation. This isn't how it goes in Hank Atomic. For some reason, they'd always assumed it was up to them to save their town. Luca opened his mouth, hoping to conjure some magical words to make this right. Only a hollow croak escaped. The end. Well, we certainly aren't going to find a grand resolution to our tale locked in a basement. Back to the drawing board.
This has already got a lot of branching paths. And all of them are super interesting. Holy shit. I love you too, small child. Damn. Okay, I guess we go back here before we forget what's happened over here.
Well, time to bust out the tickles.
So if I remember in this branch, Rollo's missing. After we both investigated, Rollo was missing. Ah! Oh, don't mind the mouse. Okay. Posture check, okay. I will check my posture. Let's go for... Oh god. Shout out for Felix. Oh, this is the right.
Freaking hell! Who is this? Not.
That was funny. My baby. Are you not gonna settle down, Zo? She's just she just keeps walking back and forth on my desk, and cuddling me rather viciously. Demanding pats. Running off. And then walking back and forth on my desk again. Okay, I'm petting you, boobs. Petting you. I don't know what I do to make the cats love me so much, I'm gonna be honest. I just chill. And the cats are like, I love you, pet me! Pet me now! Oh, good job. You killed it. Congratulations. I have an aura and voice, so maybe. Oh, no, no, no. You can't have that. You can't have that. That's dangerous for cats. No. Sorry, baby. Thank you for the headphones! Sorry, baby. You can't have that. I know you want to play with it, but you can't have that. I'm gonna chill now. You chilling out? Yeah? You can now? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. No. What are you stealing? No, that's scissors. You can't have scissors. Here, would you like a pen? Here's a pen. No scissors. You can't have scissors. Do you want a pen? Come on then. You can have the pen. Hey Tish, wanna see something cool? Yup. Check it.
Beck lunged forward and began to tickle under Tish's arms.
What? Tish, is she tickling you? Yup. Yup. Yup.
Tears began to form in Tish's eyes as she gasped for breath between gales of laughter.
Yup, yup, yup.
Beck redoubled her efforts until Tish finally had had enough.
Yup. What just happened? He seems nice. Sorry for the interruption. I think you were just threatening us?
Iggy's eyes darted around, a realization dawning on his face that he was now outnumbered.
I just remembered. I have somewhere to be. See you around, you kid.
Iggy kicked at the puddle before making his escape.
Whoa. What a little creep. Vic, I think you got a little ooze in your
Beck shook
hair.
the ooze out of her hair as best as she could.
Is it bad? Depends. What are your feelings about having a more mature, refined look? Oh god.
Chapter 4. The Best Policy. Luca paused for a moment, catching his breath. He'd only just met Beck, and somehow he already managed to drag her into this mess. Hopefully he could make it up to her. But finding Rollo was his primary concern.
Luca, what the hell are you doing out here? Why did a kid with grey hair just run past us in a panic?
Roxy and Fitz looked drained. It was clear they'd spent all day searching.
That's Beck. I don't care who she is. What happened? We're just helping look for Rollo. Luca, I need you to start telling me the truth.
Roxy's temper could often be dismissed as the impatience of an older sibling, but this was the most intense Luca had ever seen her. Her eyes were wild and unfocused, looking straight through Luca.
Running out of
In a
time.
torrent of rambled words and tears, Luca broke down.
Rollo and I weren't just playing in the Wheatwood yesterday. We were investigating lights at the old Valentine warehouse. But someone was there in a strange suit, and we hid in the dumpster and a heavy bag dropped on us, and I think it was a body. So we ran, but we got split up, and I ran home, and it's all my fault. And now my best friend may never come back. Whoa. Just... whoa.
Roxy, still exhausted and angry, softened briefly as her eyes hunted the ground in thought. With a determined sigh, she looked up at Luca.
Not your fault, Luca. Rollo's gonna be okay, I
Roxy
promise.
drew herself up.
I'm gonna fix this. Luca, go home. But I wanna help. This is too dangerous for a kid. I can't just sit around, I have to do
Roxy tried to
something.
think of the safest place to send Luca.
Go back to the little tree house the two of you like to play in. Wait there in case Rollo shows up. Sound like a
Luca
plan?
wiped his cheeks and gave a quick nod.
You did the right thing telling me the truth. Now scoot. Really believe his story? What other option do we have? Things have been strange around here leading up to the festival. My dad has been acting weird lately. Well, weirder than normal.
Looking into the puddle, Roxy rubbed her arms to warm up.
Why is it so cold here? Place gives me the willies.
After the foul harvest destroyed their wealth and reputation, the Valentines shuttered off their estate from the rest of town. The Valentine mansion loomed over every other building in town, both figuratively and literally. Mr. Nuncree jumped with a start.
Whoa, don't sneak up on an old fella like that. How do you like the game so far? It's really interesting. I've no idea what's going on, but I feel like I also have a slight idea of what's going on. But I feel like my expectations could be subverted at literally any second. Sorry. Who were you talking to? What?
Luca motioned to the phone booth.
Oh, no. I was just checking because I thought I heard it ring. But the dang thing never does, of course. Yeah, I've never seen anyone use it, really. I've never been more captivated. Can we do a 24-hour stream? I don't know about that. I don't think I've got the energy for a 24-hour stream. Literally ever. Also, I have cats. The whole thing's a waste of money, if you ask me. Any word from you, Rolo, yet? Not yet. Long time for a boy to lose his way. Rolo knows those woods too well to get lost. Suppose you're right. Thank you for the hug spot. I'll do a 24-hour stream if you feed me. And give me drinks. Billy Boy's antics have this whole town worried sick. Antics? We all know Rolo likes to play his little pranks. Alright. Felix, I'm obviously kidding. I could not do a 24-hour stream. Okie dokie, I'll start cooking. You think this is a prank? Ah! My mouse, you killed it. You killed my mouse. Killed my mouse. This baby has decided it wants attention. Well, it's finally in a position where I can put the cat cam. Dice! You're not meant to lie on those. That cannot be comfy. What are you doing, weirdo? Doing? Okay. Oh, did you just get tangled in the wire? No. Okay. Let me untangle you. There we go. You got tangled in my phone charger, you silly goof. Come here. Don't get tangled in the wire again. Yeah, oh yeah, flop. Yeah, okay. Is that comfy? I don't know how that's comfy. They're directly in front of my monitor, so I can't actually see the text bubble. Are you gonna lie? What are you doing? Alright. I have a cat bed right here. Right here, I have a cat bed. Where does cat decide to lie? Here. Thank you. The cat saw themselves on the screen and went to investigate. Is that you? Okay. Yes, I have a lot of paper on my desk. What you doing? Okay. What you doing? Yes, that's where cats go. Yes, you lie here. This comfy. Comfy. Yes. Yeah, no, no. Yes, yes. Bed. Bed comfy. Cat bed comfy. Cat bed out of the way. Wait, look, I'll pet you. I'll pet you. I'll pet you so much if you go in the cat bed. Yeah. Come here. Come here. I will go. Look at you. Look at you. You're so clever. 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 Finally. I'm free. I can play video games again. I'm giving it 6 seconds. No, she actually seems like she's settling down now. There we go, we'll put her there. Think this is a prank? What other possible explanation could there be? He's not playing a prank and he didn't get lost. Oh, sorry. Did I move my hand? Someone took him. I know it. How would you know that? Unless... Luca, is there something else that you know?
Mr. Nuncreed gently placed one of his substantial hands on Luca's shoulder.
Dang it, boy, if there's something you know, something that could help your friend, you need to tell folks.
Luca peered up at Mr. Nuncreed. Kind eyes warmed a stern face. There was a deeper emotion hiding beneath it all. It was subtle, but Luca could sense something eating away at him. There was a shame lurking behind those eyes. A deep sadness. If Mr. Nuncreed was that worried about Rollo, maybe he could help.
Yesterday, Rollo and I were messing around at the old Valentine's warehouse.
Mr. Nuncreed raised an eyebrow.
Both of you? You were with Rollo when he went missing? How do you know that he went missing there? Not exactly. I was hiding in the dumpster. The dumpster? What were you doing in there? At first we were just looking around. Then someone in a strange yellow suit came and dumped something on us. We both got scared and ran. That was the last I saw of him. You got scared by some garbage? Well, that's why you don't go skulking in someone's dumpster. But it wasn't garbage. I think it was a body. I'm sure it was just some trash. No, there was a name tag. It said Deep Engineering.
Mr. Nuncreed's shoulders slumped.
I wish you wouldn't have said that.
A deep sigh bellowed from his chest.
Why did you have to? I tried, Luca. God knows I tried to keep you safe.
Luca attempted to take a step back, but Nuncreed's hand clamped down on his shoulder.
But you Van Horns just can't help yourselves, can you? We were all so close to being done with this.
With a firm shove, Nuncreed manhandled Luca into the phone booth.
What are you doing? It's all out of my hands now.
The door latched shut with a mechanical hiss.
Shit.
As Luca pounded the glass, the floor
It's an
crumbled
elevator!
under his feet. The inside of the phone booth was now a loose capsule plummeting at gravity's whim. Luca winced and pressed his hands to the walls. As he braced for impact, the capsule hurried to a surprisingly smooth stop. He felt a cold rush of air and opened his eyes with hesitance. 2 large figures in hazmat suits occluded his view. Luca heard the deep, resigned voice of Mr. Nuncreed over an intercom. He knows too much. The end. Wait. No. This isn't the end. I know there's still much more. Somehow this went wrong. Okay, let's try something else.
Oh damn! Like, what is this? Right? What is this? Okay, the sky must be rumbling now.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to rumble with ominous thunder.
You sure we can make it home before the storm kicks
Luca
off?
surveyed the roiling clouds.
I'd say the odds are good. Maybe you should stay here and I'll just make a break for it.
At that moment, the heavens opened up, unleashing torrential rain.
Here to recalculate those odds. Hurry inside, you two, before you catch cold. Look up. Nelly keep trying to reach your gran on the phone. In the meantime, you two hold tight. Sorry, not much to do up here. Most of my stuff is still in the boxes. Mind if I poke around? Be my guest. Yeah, we know where Gran is.
Luca squinted into the eye hole of the microscope.
This looks wild. What is it? Gum. Gum?
Luca adjusted the slide with his fingers to get a better look.
I'm tracking the structural integrity of gum with increased amounts of chewing. Did that one for 47
Luca wiped
days.
his hand off on his sweater and gave a nervous laugh.
It's weird, I know.
Beck looked down, timidly tapping the ladder with her feet.
You think it's weird, don't you? A little. But weird can be cool. Oh, wow. Rollo and I have a radio just like this at the treehouse. Probably not exactly like this one. My mom and I tore the whole thing down to the bolts. Fitted it with some state-of-the-art vacuum tubes. She seems pretty awesome. She gets carried away sometimes. I think she feels guilty for working too much. So when she does have time for me, she showers me with high-tech
Luca
overcompensation.
flicked at one of the toggles.
I bet you can get all sorts of stations on this. Not out here in the boonies. You wouldn't believe the stuff I could pick up back in the city. But around here it's all farm reports and static. Ah, shucks.
Luca bent down to examine the bouquet of wilting flowers. Judging by the odor, they were well past their prime.
Pungent, huh? That's a
He
new one.
flipped open the attached card.
Happy trails from Coach Walker and all the Fairview Condors. Well, you weren't kidding about poking around, huh? Oh, sorry, was this from your old school? The most recent one, yeah. Some schools gave me going away cards. Some did flowers. And they're really trying to feel good about themselves, they do both. So you've moved a lot. Yeah, that's the thing with having a brilliant parent. There's always a better job somewhere else. These flowers would last longer if you put them in some water. That's the sort of thing I would do if I cared. Well, you cared enough to keep them is all. Luca, can I ask you something? Of course! Dang, didn't that hurt? I'll be honest, that hurt more than I expected. Well, at least you look cool doing it.
Beck took a moment to watch the rivulets of water running down the window.
Do you ever feel alone? Like, even when people are around? Well, Rollo can be pretty absent-minded sometimes. I'm serious. Does it ever feel like your family doesn't care what you want? It didn't used to feel that way. I know Gran loves me, but sometimes when she looks at me, it's like she's looking at a problem.
Luca took a deep breath, exhaling slowly.
I know the feeling. How'd you deal with that? I guess I haven't yet. But one thing my dad told me when I was little. Don't hold a grudge, especially against yourself. If you try to hold it all in, you're gonna pop. So then, what do you do? When you don't know what to do? Dad never got to that part. Something I figured out on my own, though. You gotta do something. Anything. Here. What are you doing? I don't know. Something. We're gonna register our complaints with the storm. Listen here, you miserable universe! Stop jerking me around! I just want things to go back to the way they were. Everyone tells me it's gonna be alright. Things are gonna change.
Luca let out a feral scream that echoed into the night.
Every time something changes, everything gets worse. Screw this town. Whoa. Let me try. Moving sucks! I hate it! I hate it! I hate it! Why can't I just deal with it and be happy for my mom? Why can't we just stay somewhere? Ah!
Her voice dropped to a trembling whisper.
Sorry, baby. Just want to be a normal kid.
Beck brushed off her shirt and straightened up.
There. Wow. I actually feel a little better.
As abruptly as it began, the storm abated.
Thanks. I needed that. Me too. I should head out before the rain starts up again. Sure, I'll walk you out. See you enroll at the festival? Sounds good. Luca. Don't let the universe jerk you around.
Beck gave Luca a light thump on the arm before heading in. Chapter 5. Friendly Feud. The air was heavy with the hard rain's residue, the smell of wet things. Despite his dreary surroundings, Luca felt at peace. He'd never shared those details about his dad with anyone, not even Rollo. But it's not like this changed anything. Rollo was still his best friend. Adding Beck to the group would help balance things out. Everything's better in threes. This is what Luca told himself as he headed to the treehouse. The Valentine Mansion, both figurative.
Hey Dawn, tracking down a lead? You bet! I heard a juicy new rumor! Turns out when Sharper Valentine died, he left behind a particular last will and testament. Peculiar how? He didn't just give his kids an inheritance, there were conditions! Like what? Documents stipulated that the heiress had to take on a child as her ward. A kid our age, who just showed up to town one night with a lawyer. Solomon? Bingo! So the heiress was forced to take care of him? Yep, or she would have lost everything. Why would Sharper care so much about some random kid? Rumor has it old Sharper sowed some wild oats. That explains the way the heiress treats him. Poor Solomon. How'd you find all this out? A good reporter never reveals her source, Luca. Interesting. This kitten is dead asleep now. Very cute. They're like, ah yes, it turns out the bed is comfier than the desk. He met his old friend's eyes and was greeted with nothing but ice-cold anger. Heavens! This is no time for fractured friendships. Excuse me, what are you doing? Just looking up for the night, sir. Oh, wonderful. I can only assume this means all festival preparations have been completed ahead of schedule. Not exactly, sir. The storm set us back a bit and it's getting late, so we all decided to— You all decided? Yes, sir. I was unaware that your job involved deciding things. We're all here at Perennial Harvest because we believe in creating a better future, yes? Yes, sir, very much, sir. You want to be the one to tell this town that we failed them? No. That we gave up because there was a little rainstorm and we all got sleepy? Of course not, sir. Good, then it's decided. Yes, sir, we'll work till the task is done. See that you do. Our harvest awaits. That's creepy. I
Luca
thought that.
wrapped a twig of thyme around the hook. Some fish have refined taste.
I thought that might be a thing. I don't know if there's a point to this. Property of Sharper Valentine. Figures, if he had his way, property of Sharper Valentine would be written on everything in this town. We give it back to him? He may not even want it back. The man's got a contentious relationship with time. We'll keep it here in case he ever wants to pick it up. Rollo, are you still up there? Sorry, Rollo isn't accepting visitors at the moment. Come back
Luca
never.
had only ever heard him speak in this stiff yet gentle tone a few times, and it always meant one thing.
You're upset. Oh, what makes you say that? Maybe because my best friend abandoned me for no reason? I didn't abandon you. I'm just a little late.
Rollo scoffed.
The rain held me up. Liar! You weren't even home. What? Storm got bad and I got worried. So I went looking for you. Imagine my surprise when I made it to your house and you weren't there. I hadn't made it back yet. I'm not a fool, Luca. It doesn't take all day to deliver some jam. No, The storm rolled in out of nowhere and I got stuck after the diner at Beck's.
Luca stumbled on his words, knowing he'd said too much.
Beck? Dinner? The hell is a Beck? She's a new kid in town. She's actually kind of cool. You'd like her. She needed help convincing her parents that she'd made new friends. New friends? Spent all day waiting for you, and you were off making new friends? Not like that, Rollo. You know, while I was waiting I made some upgrades to Mission Control. It was gonna be a surprise, but you took so long the storm knocked it all down. Just like you knocked down our friendship. What does that even mean?
Luca became instinctively angry in response. Both boys were now shouting across the distance.
It means you're a bad friend. You don't care about me. Of course I care, you ass. And you'd get in trouble waiting so late for you. But I kept my word. Because that's what friends do. Oh wow, what a noble sacrifice you made. Easy for you to say. Your gran doesn't even care. You can stay out as long as you want, and you wouldn't even get in trouble. Seriously? You're acting like I chose this? If that's what you think, then maybe you're the bad
Rollo's tone
friend.
changed to a calm, yet more intense anger.
Maybe Pa's right. Storm brings more than water. This one brought out the real Luca. Stop quoting your Pa's nonsense like it means anything. Yeah, well, at least my Pa's
The
still
words
around.
hung in the cold night air. Rollo's stomach dropped, knowing he'd crossed a line. But it was too late.
Luca, Good night, Rollo. Dang it.
Luca dug through his old stuff, not even sure what he was looking for.
Rollo. What a jerk. Oh. Oh, I'm Rolo. Look at me and my amazing family. I'm just never supposed to make new friends. Oh, weep. That's sad. Luca,
Gran cooed gently from the hallway.
you slept straight through breakfast. Look, are you alright? I'm fine. Don't feel like getting up yet. Okay, I'll leave this oatmeal by the door. Gotta run out and take care of some things. Okay. I'll be back later to check in. Sure.
Luca just wanted to be alone. He waited to hear the sound of the front door closing.
Bet Rolo's still gonna go to the festival. Gonna be miserable. Rolo thinks I'm still going to the festival with him, he can shove it.
Luca dozed off again.
Luca. See, you didn't eat your oatmeal. Wasn't hungry. Well, just in case you get hungry, I'll leave a sandwich here too. Thanks. Rolo came by. What did he say? He wanted to talk to you. What did you say? I told him you weren't feeling well. Good. So your plan is to just sit in your room all day? Pretty much. Well, I need to pop away again for a minute. If you decide to end your pity party and go outside, I think it'll do you some good. Noted.
Luca still couldn't bring himself to go out. Besides, if he ran into Rolo, he'd have to actually confront the situation.
Never anything interesting at the festival anyway. Okay, I have to kick the ball up there, I guess.
The Adventures of Hank Atomic.
Complete first
Luca
volume.
carefully opened the cover and began to read. Rolo had received it for his birthday, a special hardcover edition with behind-the-scenes commentary and bonus art. Rolo cherished it, but asked that Luca keep it at his house. Luca wasn't sure if it was because Rolo didn't trust himself with it, didn't trust his sister around it, or just wanted an excuse to come hang out at Luca's more often. Whatever the reason, Luca didn't mind. But it had stayed right there where Rolo had stashed it ever since. Now, at the foot of his bed, Luca lost himself in the pages. He'd read it all before, but at this moment, it somehow felt sentimental. He was well into issue number 5 when he heard soft footsteps from the hallway.
Luca? Another little friend came to see you. Girl named Becht Modwell. You said you met yesterday? What did she say? Is she here? She was just dropping by. I told you you weren't taking visitors today. Oh. She seems nice. Yeah. You had a fight with Rolo, didn't you? Can I come in? Maybe later. Alright then. I'll leave dinner on the kitchen table, in case you want a bite before bedtime.
Without realizing it, Luca had pouted away the entire afternoon. He once again felt the weight of it all, and allowed his weary eyes to close. Luca stood in a vast black expanse. He looked up at his father standing beside him. Walt was working a straw at the bottom of a fountain glass, trying to collect the last bits of milkshake. Dad, where are we? Taking a final loud gurgling sip, his father peered up from the glass. He jangled the straw playfully with a warm smile, then lifted the empty glass as if to point into the darkness. The source? Luca's eyes followed his father's gesture. In an instant, he was sitting in front of a blazing campfire. Across from him sat a large figure in a yellow hazmat suit. The figure's voice was a scratchy echo. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, make yourself comfortable. Luca held his shivering hands over the flame to warm himself. It doesn't work that way here. Their yellow-gloved hand pointed to the base of the flame. It's a cold flame, see? Luca peered at the base of the fire. It wasn't wood that was burning. It was Beacon Pines itself. Tiny buildings, freezing and crumbling as they were consumed by flame. Luca could see small shadows moving in the burning city. People. Luca leapt to his feet.
I just got a delivery of tea and snacks. Nice.
We've got to help them. The figure gave a dismissive wave of their hand. Why waste energy helping people who can't even help themselves? The figure bent down to examine the panicked crowd as they desperately tried to stop the flames. They only care about what's right in front of them. Not like us. Luca's voice was a trembling whisper. Us? The figure slowly stood up, grabbing its helmet with both hands. With a jolt and a twist, the suit emitted a gasp. A cloud of torpid mist escaped, slowly revealing the face within. Luca's own face looked back at him. Older, worn, distant. The sensation was oddly familiar. As if he'd caught his own reflection by surprise in the mirror. The doppelganger smiled. I tried to help once. He gestured towards his face. And all it got me was this. Luca staggered back. You aren't me. Luca felt a hand catch his shoulder. His father was there again, beside him. Every choice sets us on a path. This is the end of one of your paths, son. Luca watched his older self shake its head ruefully, its face twisting into a cruel grin.
Damn.
Dad, if you wanted him to see this, far be it from me to disappoint. Luca watched in shock as the figure took a confident step forward and plunged into the flames. In a flash of cold light, he was gone. What does all of this mean? Luca felt a reassuring squeeze on his shoulder. Just remember, why we choose matters just as much as what we choose. Luca woke up to see a hazy figure at the foot of his bed, silhouetted in the morning sun.
Mom? No, dear. It's only Gran.
Luca rubbed his eyes. The kind, concerned face of his Gran came into focus.
How are you feeling? Fine. Anything you want to talk about? I don't feel like talking. I was just as well. How about you sit there and listen a bit? Whatever you and Rolo thought about doesn't matter. But
Gran silenced Luca with a gentle pat on the leg.
fights between friends happen. What was said doesn't matter. The important thing is that it's not the last thing you ever say to each other. But he said stuff about Dad. Well, do you think he meant it? No. He was just mad. And did you mean any of the things you said to him? No. Good. One must appreciate friends in their best moments and accept them in their worst. Now get your little butt out of bed. The festival's today. You don't want to miss that, do you? I guess not. Seems like a good opportunity to make amends with Rolo, doesn't it?
Luca gave a reluctant nod.
So buy him a corn dog and apologize. But he's the one that... What did I just say? Buy him a corn dog. That's a good boy. Everything's better with corn dogs. I need to get going now. Got some last minute festival business to take care of. Right, thank you for the resub! She lives. You live! Oh my god. I'll come find you at the fountain a little after lunch. Alright. I love you, Luca. Love you too.
Luca took a deep breath.
Okay.
Chapter 6. Through Thick and Thin. Despite Luca's bitterness, Gran was right. He needed to hash things out with Rolo. A big fight changes the nature of a friendship. Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, all comes down to understanding. If one is not careful, the same familiarity that builds the strongest of bonds can become the wrecking ball that shatters them.
True.
Luca emerged from seclusion, taking in the crisp festival air. But the events of the day weren't on his mind. He had to find Rollo.
How long is Beacon Pines, I wonder? Okay. It's a few hours. It's a few hours. Could be another couple hours. I'm gonna BRB real quick then, since it could be another couple hours. Boo. I am back. Ah! Ken! Why is my quick mod stuff all turned off right now? I always have it turned on. Why is it not on? There we go. Alright, now let's shout out Rara.
Oh.
Easter Bubbles!
Shit.
Oh no! Shit! Kitten back. Yeah, the kitten went downstairs with me and then came back upstairs with me. For some reason. You just decided that you like me today? So, and then I started blasting. Okay, I'm petting you. I'm petting you. Why have you decided that you love me all of a sudden today? Yeah, Dad brought me a snack earlier, right? And it's like some weird butter pastry thing, but he covered with more butter. And it just tasted so salty when I tried a bite. And that I had to go downstairs and get some jam so that it becomes maybe edible. And even then it still tastes so sick and salty. It's edible, but it's really salty. Things should not be this salty ever. Salty is good if you want salty. I did not want salty, nor did I expect salty. I'm just gonna eat this real quick before a cat steps in the jam or the butter. Nom nom. Okay, kitten, okay, I'll pet you. Did I poop you? Did I poop you? How about you settle down and go back to sleep, baby? Who's your baby? Who's your baby? Are you a baby? Are you a baby? Look at this baby. They're such a baby. They're such a baby. Still can't do anything up here. There you are. Luca. Rolo wanted me to tell you something. What is it?
Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head.
A space adventure, though you needn't buy it. If you be brave, go somewhere quiet. Roxy? I don't... It's a riddle, Luca. My goofy little brother wants you to
Luca
find
looked
him.
down and kicked at the dirt.
Look, I know you two had a fight. The only thing more annoying than my little brother is my little brother without his best friend. So I'm doing him this one favor. Now I need one favor from you. Whatever it is that went down between you two, squash it. Probably the library. Could also be the treehouse, but probably the library. Unique New York. Unique New York. Huh? No, don't mind me. Just warming up for my big ceremony speech.
Mr. Kerr pointed to his grinning mouth.
Gotta limber up the old gap box. You nervous? Oh, heavens no. Well, break a leg. Don't know who Perennial Harvest thinks they're impressing with this ridiculous festival. Totally. The town's still falling apart, the weather's so cruddy, and this season's harvest looks like it's gonna be worse than last year. You said it. No amount of corporate pandering is gonna change any of that. Exactly. What? The lemonade at the drink stand over there does look pretty tasty. But I'm still gonna be mad at them. I'd just rather be mad while sipping some delicious lemonade is all. There goes the beetle hunt. Pretty rotten. I haven't seen so much as an excuvier. It's not just the beetles. This morning I couldn't find any critters at all. It's like everything that buzzies or skitters just packed up and left. Here they're out there somewhere. Maybe all the commotion of the festival just spooked them. Yeah, maybe that's it. Welcome to our festival. Don't forget to come back later for Mr. Kerr's speech and the Perennial Harvest Festival sign reveal. You don't want to miss it. Did you hear? After Mr. Kerr gives his big speech, they're going to have the first annual Biggest Catch competition. As long as a book qualifies as a catch, I'm a shoo-in. Good luck. Is there anything else that I can fish up here? Nope.
Luca gentled it for skimming.
Keep moving. Yeah, every single time. Yup. Wait for it. Unexplained sound noted. Once again noted. Like clockwork. What a bunch of drones.
Jeff was staring into the distance with a wistful look.
Hey Jeff, everything alright? Yeah, everything's fine. I mean, used to be fine. Just ain't right these days, you know? I really do, actually.
Jeff turned to Luca with a furrowed brow, then gave an understanding nod.
You do, don't ya?
For a moment, the two now shared that same wistful gaze.
Most welcoming of welcomes. Would you like to share your thoughts? We always strive to improve. Nope. This is the first time I've seen this many smiling faces since the foul harvest. I had my doubts about the perennial harvest, but I must admit they did put on a nice party. Hey, look! How's Griffin doing? What? Oh,
Sorry,
nothing.
all became flesh.
Just pretend I didn't say anything. Who the fuck is Griffin? Piper, you're actually taking a break from studying? See if you can make more sandwiches at the diner? Yes. I need to see what all the festival fuss is about, but I can't help but notice you still brought your backpack full of books. Look, backpacks can carry a lot more than just books. Very true. So what you got in there? Books. I was able to return the perennial harvest safety suit you borrowed. I don't think anyone noticed. Good. Though, will you tell me what you needed it for? It was a favor for an enemy of my enemy. This isn't gonna harm Mr. Kerr, is it? All you need to know is that it's for the good of the family. Sounds ominous. I'm gonna go... Yeah, I'm gonna go straight to there. This kitten is watching now. I've got a question for you. What do you think this whole festival is for? The way I figure it, Perennial Harvest is trying to win over the town. Like a bribe, but with balloons. Cynical! I like where your head's at. That's what I assumed at first too. Until I eavesdropped on a couple of gossipy clipboards. What if I told you that this whole thing is really a special shindig for a super secret guest of honor? Special guest? Who? I haven't dug that deep yet, but whoever it is, PH thinks they're a big deal. Oh, it's locked. I guess I'll go down then. Look, did you know the Beacon Pines is actually unincorporated? A lot of people don't know that. Wow, yeah, I didn't know. What's that mean? It means most public works are handled internally. We do all the pipelines, the water treatment, building regulations. That's great. Fences taking, emergency services. Just back away slowly. Hey, Luca. So you're down at the library? Huh? Oh, nothing.
Griffin looked away suspiciously.
Nothing at all. Okay. I think we've done something out of order here. The library gives us another clue. The library. Somewhere quiet. Hey Jace. Still working through the newest Hank Atomic? You know it. Some fascinating canon towards the end. Did you know that Hank Atomic Shrink Array doesn't technically shrink stuff? It uses inverse quantum particle decay to literally grow the entire universe around an object, leaving that object unaltered. So it just looks shrunk compared to everything else? Bingo. It's wild. But Jace, no spoilers please. Alright, sorry. Hey, look!
Kato's eyes lit with excitement.
I've been expecting you. Bravo on deciphering the first riddle. The first? Oh, you didn't think that was all, did you? Rolo does go all out, doesn't
Kato
he?
straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing to sing.
Oh, Planet Farple, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a
Kato
tissue.
stared at Luca eagerly.
Get it? Want me to tell you? No, it's okay. Let me figure it out. Alright, when you find it, bring it here to be verified. And if you decide you want a hint, the offer still stands. The fuck? Okay, here's a hint. The words I emphasize are important. On Planet Farple, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a tissue. Fifth issue.
grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 4, from the shelf. Luca grabbed The Adventures.
Okay, issue number 5. Oh, you found
Kyle
it!
removed his book from the desk and replaced it with Luca's, turning on the lamp. As he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed. The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue 5. Luca clicked his tongue with recognition.
Rollo's cipher pen. He used to write secret messages everywhere with that. And only I had the special flashlight needed to reveal it. Then I lost it. Well, apparently he traded Jeff for this purple light bulb. Partied with his entire Halloween candy stash. Oh, Rollo. Now let's see here.
Kato began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word.
Get away with such a
He
grift.
continued flipping.
Only found in Rob Cart.
Reaching the end of the book, Kato looked up.
That's it. Grift in Grub Cart. Grifton. Griffin's Grub Cart. He wants me to go to Griffin's snack stand. Ah, brilliant! I guess you're off then? Good luck on the rest of the scavenger hunt. Thanks, Kato. I mean, I knew that already, considering they're not very good at keeping secrets. Hey, Griffin. Did Rollo
Before
come?
Luca could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog.
Oh, that's it? Got and paid for. Enjoy. I thought there was supposed to be a riddle or
Luca
something.
shrugged, taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog.
It's got paper in it. It's cold! Oh yeah, that's been sitting here for a while. Rollo wanted me to be sure to give you that one specifically, but that's
Luca
just...
tongued at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth. He reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper.
No,
He
come
shook off the bits of
on!
corn dog to read the slip.
I'll pick up when you need some pep, near the fountain up the
Luca
stairs.
finished off the remainder of the corn dog.
This is getting to be a whole thing. There you are, Luca. There's no way I'm actually doing this. It's way below my pay grade. Oh, come on, you big stiff. Let the kids have some fun. Fine, but Rollo owes me one.
Waved his hands around sarcastically as he began.
What takes flight but has no wings, your final task of friendship brings. See, that wasn't so hard. I feel cheapened somehow. I think it's sweet. Wise with no wings? Good luck, Luca. Oh. Hey. Hey. Did you find the comic book? Yep. And you got the corn dog? Yep. Well then. I know it doesn't make up for what I said, but here, you've earned
Rollo
this.
sheepishly handed Luca the balloons.
Thanks? You didn't have to go to all this trouble. I'm sorry I got so mad. Dang it, you were supposed to let me apologize first. Oh, sorry. You've apologized twice before me. Just let me do this. Luca, I'm really sorry. With everything that's happened, with your mom and all, I've always wanted to be there for you. Be a good friend, you know? When you said you were hanging out with someone else, I kinda freaked out. Rollo. Still my turn. Felt like if you needed some new friend to help you, it meant that I wasn't good enough. But that was selfish. And wrong. I was wrong. I'm so sorry, Luca. Okay, apology over. You can talk now.
Luca threw himself at Rollo, hugging him as tightly as he could.
Rollo, I don't deserve you. I don't deserve you either. That's why we deserve each other. So, what else do you want to do today? I could snip around and try to find some info about your mom. Snip where? We could probably sneak into Perennial Harvest headquarters while everyone's at the festival. Aren't you curious about all this stuff those clipboards write down? What if we get caught? think I've had enough excitement for 1 week. Let's just make the rest of the day about us. Really? Yeah, the rest of the world can wait 1 more day. You know, I have been wanting to get some work done on the MCDC at Mission Control. The aim is a bit unpredictable. That sounds perfect. Those balloons look so awkward. Is there anything else that I can use here now? I got a new word.
Luca
Nope.
Gentlet for skimming the
Still nothing new. Okay. Something terrible's gonna happen still. Oh, I almost forgot. I ran into your gran this morning. She asked me to give you
Remo
this.
handed Luca an unopened letter.
I'll wait for you inside if you want to read it now. A letter?
Luca, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand. If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you. None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much. We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried. Everything I've done, I did for you. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran.
Gran, are you gonna kill everyone? I love you too, Gran.
Luca folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder.
What's up with the letter? Anything you want to talk about? Maybe later. Sure, whenever you want. You know, you really didn't have to go to all that trouble just to apologize. Gran is the Dark Arch, maybe. I know, but we'd been looking forward to the festival for weeks. After I ruined everything with my big mouth, this was the best way to make sure you still had a good time without me. Hello.
Luca was at a loss for words. But that was fine. Words aren't always necessary.
The festival seemed nice. Was it nice? We can still go. Nah, this is fine. Well, there's always next year.
Sadly, this was untrue. A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
Huh? What was that? Oh man, we missed the
It
fireworks.
was not fireworks. It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself.
That was not blowing up the festival.
A shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill. Before they could react, it encased them in ice. 2 boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a silent treehouse turned statuary, in a town brought low by its secrets, sits a pair of friends, alone, together, for the rest of time. The end. No, that can't be the ending. It simply can't. I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either. There are more endings.
What the fuck?
More possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
This is a straight... bruh. Bruh. I feel like every time I kind of know what's going on, the game changes the rules. Bruh. Should we go with flight? Or should we go with going hard on the interrogation? I genuinely don't know which path to take right now. Kids being mutated into radioactive horrors wasn't either. Yeah. Nothing about this game has been on my fucking radar. Holy shit. Alright. Maybe we should rewind and try and recap. So, we left home to meet Rollo. On the left path, Rollo was sent back home to do work, so we went solo to the warehouse, found that guy in that suit. In change, it was game over. In struggle, we got free. Then we made friends with, I forget what her name is. But we made friends with the cat. Beck. Yes, thank you. And then when things got sunny, we found out that her grandmother is wearing a radioactive suit and was meeting with someone. And then Rumble, we screamed at the sky. That was the thing we just saw with Rumble, was we screamed at the sky with Beck. Met up again with, my brain is not doing well with words today. With the names. But yeah, we met back up with Friend. And then got frozen in nuclear winter. Rollo, yep. Back with Rollo, we got frozen in nuclear winter after we made up. When the storm broke, we met up with Rollo in the treehouse with Beck, and then all three of us went back home to investigate, found a secret basement with what we assumed were explosives, and a plan to detonate them in the middle of town. But I guess weren't explosives. When we did the chill investigation, we were locked in the basement because we let him out. For this one, when we went to be strange, I pushed the guy into the pool of toxic waste on the ground and he transformed into half cat, half whatever he is. He went into the treehouse. We tried to fight, and then we got swarmed by the clipboards, who were led by the clipboard master. We think maybe he was turning into a clipboard, we're not sure. And then, when instead we decided to tickle them, it splashed onto Beck, changed Beck's hair colour, and then we got kidnapped by the dog man, who put us in an elevator. The phone booth is actually an elevator, and sent us down to more hazmat suit people. Said that we knew too much. So yeah. Allow me to go again. What the actual fuck is going on? What a fever dream. It feels like a fever dream. I don't know whether I want to go with flight and see a different path for this, because with this one we definitely got the If you said those words to my face with no context, I would have you committed, right? So the working theory I have is that I guess they're doing some weird nuclear shit under the town using the telephone elevator. And they're transforming people using the nuclear waste into clipboards to do their bidding, I guess. But why did that cause a nuclear winter? It must be doing some really weird shady shit under there. I feel like I have more questions than answers. That's probably how you're meant to feel, but Jesus fucking Christ. Every time one thing gets solved, like 5 other things come up and you're like, okay, what the fuck? An action caused they're going to the wrong area. I mean, I have other choices to make. I can run away. Run and gang city with a Valentine? I guess, yeah, something like that. Let's go with flight this time. Flight.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Flight.
We're gonna run away from the
Sprinted down the
clipboards.
barrel of the mission control defense cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches. He looked up with surprise as it struck true and taut.
Wow, I can't believe that worked. Hey, Mr. Kerr. Would love to hear your thoughts. But I'm afraid we have places to be. Come on, Eggy. See, you jerks. See? He got transformed. He's halfway transformed. Hey, we know where that leads them. This way. We'll take the tunnels.
Luca and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket. The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice. In fact, it was ice. Chapter 5. Signs. They stood silently, catching their breath. The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across a snowy terrain.
Where the fuck are we? That was actually pretty badass. Uh-huh. I think we lost them. Are we up in the mountains? I don't think so. If anything, we went downhill. And what's up with the Winter Wonderland? All I know is there's no going back the way we came. Let's see if we can get our bearings. Follow me.
A disc of smooth metal was lightly covered in snow. 2 faint seams were visible along the surface.
A manhole cover? It is. I've never seen one like it. Look, are you there?
Luca had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying.
Yep, this is where Rolo got abducted by the hazmat suit people and is being held underground somewhere. That bozo Kerr. I hope nothing bad has happened to you out in those
Luca looked
woods.
at Iggy with hesitation.
No need to be
With a
rude.
resigned sigh, Luca responded.
Seems like the only dangerous thing in the woods is you. He speaks, the young man of the hour. Now how in tarnation did you end up with one of our radios? Just lucky, I guess. Boy, howdy, you Van Horns are full of surprises, aren't you? You knew my parents. I never had the honor of meeting your father, but your mom was sure a handful.
Luca winced, shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket.
We gotta keep moving. Is there more down here? Yeah. What's the readout? Then just above 258 Kelvin. A bit down from last time. Should we report this to Mr. Kerr? Still within safe ranges. It may be spreading, but it's under control for now. Even a small nudge in the equilibrium could cause a cascade. Dude, relax! Just a few more sites to hit before we can punch out. Let's get this over with. No, I do not. All this. Hard to say with all this snow. I think it's a town sign. I can almost make out letters under there. Ah! Is that the sign from it might be. It does look very familiar. Your eyes say otherwise. Listen, I've got a cat, okay? And the cat is wiggling on everything. What are you doing, you little shit? What town could this even be? There couldn't be another town this deep into Wheat Woods. Looking at evidence to the contrary, let's figure out what we're dealing with here. Step 1, snow's gotta go. I'll see what I can do. Oh no. So this is where the house usually is, but it's hidden. So this would be where the grave is. Are we in the past? No, that can't be right, right? Where's the... Situations such as these? Find it best to chuck stuff first and ask questions second. I don't have anything to throw. Except for you. Do you want me to throw you?
The boys stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines."
This doesn't make any sense. We're in Beacon Pines? How is that possible? We ran away from town. How did we get back here? I guess we got turned around. Where did all this snow come from? Well, it's been colder than normal lately. There was a pretty big difference between sweater weather and this Arctic hellscape. The puddle we fought at before, it was cold too. Maybe all of it leads to one source. You think it's related? What the hell is going on? I'm gonna get you some answers. Let's keep moving. How long were we gone? Does stuff look familiar to you? Looks like the barrel near the puddle I, shoved me into. Yeah. Oh,
Looking
frozen.
down at the frozen stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice.
Whatever happened here, it happened fast. The fish didn't even have time to run. Or, you know, swim, run. The ice from the ending, yeah. Is this a different part of town?
The crunching of footsteps trailing Luca went hush. He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
Everyone's gone. What? There's nothing here but more snow. There must be an explanation for all of this. We have to keep looking. You can look all you want. I quit. Iggy, we have to keep going. You don't get it, do you? This isn't one of your pathetic Hank Atomic stories. We aren't gonna save the day. We aren't even gonna save ourselves. My face is mangled. The town is destroyed. And everyone I've ever known is gone. I don't know that. You can't just quit. Do whatever you want. I'm done. Iggy, it's gonna be okay.
Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry. Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion, and more than a little guilt.
It is getting pretty late, I think. Probably not a great idea to stumble around in the dark anyway.
Luca allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy.
Let's just rest for a bit.
The boys huddled together for warmth and comfort. If not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day.
Careful.
As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
I mean, I would be sitting somewhere inside, but okay. The way the snow covered everything over. Kinda calming. Yeah. I haven't had time to say it, but thanks. Huh? For getting us away from those creeps. I sorta froze up back there. I should be the one apologizing. This all happened because I lost my temper. Nah, that's bullhockey. First of all, you didn't know what the gunk would do. You didn't, right? Of course not! And second, stop with this baloney about losing your temper. But I did lose my
Iggy
temper.
motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face.
Obviously. But that's exactly what you should have done. Huh? I was being a horsey's ass. You're supposed to be a horsey's ass in response. That's how it works. Iggy, I'm having a hard time following. You wanted me to fight you? Of course. Jeez, you goody-goody types take forever to understand this very basic point. Why would you go around saying cruel things trying to get into
Iggy
fights?
shrugged.
Something to do. You're an asshole because you're bored? Sometimes I just feel empty. You wouldn't understand. You and Rolo are always having a blast together. Laughing and calling that dinky little treehouse
Iggy
mission
now
control.
wept openly.
Perfect little Luca Van Horn. With his perfect little life. My life is not perfect. Everybody in town likes you. Not everybody. Hell, that new girl hasn't even unpacked yet and she already likes you. You have Tish.
He wiped his nose with a sleeve.
I love Tish. Tish is great. But she ain't exactly the world's greatest conversationalist, you know.
Luca gave a warm chuckle.
I get that
Iggy
impression.
cleared his throat as he wiped his eyes.
It must be raining out here. Definitely.
Iggy arched into a wide yawn.
I should probably try to get some sleep. Yeah. Let's lay low for now. Tomorrow we'll get to the bottom of all
Luca's
this.
eyelids began to slowly drift shut.
Sleeping there is not a good idea! Luca? Yeah? I always did want to see the inside of your dinky little treehouse. What do you think? Not bad. I'll give you the full tour when we get back. You know what?
That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more.
When it comes to the worst days of my entire life, this one wasn't half bad. My hand is trapped underneath this kitten's head.
Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch. His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song. A voice behind Luca spoke. "This is how you remember them, huh?" Luca turned to see his own face. The doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes. Aww, look at this perfectly cozy scene. You know it wasn't really like this. The figure picked up a toy block and inspected it. It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you? Lucas snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand. Remember what? The doppelganger pointed to the couch. The last day we saw him alive. The day he chose to abandon us. Luca turned to look at his father, still lounging on the couch.
Yeah, there's definitely multiverse stuff going on here.
That's not true. He didn't abandon us.
Hydrate, but yeah. I managed to get my hand back from this kitten. This kitten who's slowly needing... Here we go. Sorry, baby. Didn't mean to spook you. I'm just hydrating. Go back to sleep. I mean, I know you weren't asleep yet, but go back to relaxing and almost being asleep.
The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively. Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Well, let me show you. The world flickered and pulsed. Luca was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room. No, we both know that's not how this went. He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope. It was his parents, fighting. Do you remember what we did next? Luca gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through the banister. He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs. Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this. She was scared. His father stepped forward. What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it. I swore an oath to help people. I won't turn my back on them. Luca's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading. I can't lose you. Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this. Eleanor raised her voice. Spare me your bullshit platitudes. What about our son? Luca flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs. Walt turned with a panicked smile. Luca, is that you, buddy? With tears in his eyes, Luca descended the stairs. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo. Your mom and I just got a little overexcited is all. Luca placed the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing. It sounded like you were going somewhere? Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears. Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in. Luca hugged his father tightly. Promise? Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder. I promise. With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun. A figure approached soundlessly from the foggy snowfall. It stood above them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively.
Get your hands off me.
Whether it was the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger, Iggy felt his clenched fists lower.
Just what do you think you're doing?
Luca looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor.
It would certainly have caused a lot of commotion. What's that supposed to mean? Take it easy, Iggy. We're asleep minding our own business. You're the one running around knocking on people's heads. I'm sorry if I hurt you, Iggy. You didn't hurt nobody. Anybody. Huh? Oh, I see. You think you're better than me, you.
When it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult.
You big catty, scarfy necked furball. Okay, let's lower the temperature a bit here. Interesting choice of words. I mean, let's all just calm down. Who are you? A friend. An observer. A hitchhiker on the infinite expanse of possibility. Great. How about a name? If you must call me something, you can call me Nat.
Iggy huffed with gratification.
How about you make like a gnat and buzz off? Time travel mouse, yeah. Very well.
Nat began to turn away indifferently.
Wait. Do you live here? You might say that. So you know where we are? You might also say that. Look, pal, we just want to find a safe way out of here. You gonna help us or not? Before knowing how to leave, one must know where they are. Alright, that does it. Look, I don't know about you, but I'm getting out of here, one way or another.
Iggy turned sharply and began to stomp off.
Enough with the riddles. Iggy, wait up.
Realizing he'd worn their patience then, Nat relented.
Very well, I suppose this isn't the time for metaphors. I'll show you how to get back home.
Luca and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes.
Come here.
Nat took a deep breath in.
Close your eyes.
Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers.
Okay, open them.
For a brief moment, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold, until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place, cold and disheartened.
This is your home. This is Beacon Pines. Look, nah, we don't know how we got here. Maybe we stumbled through some time travel gate in Wheatwood. Or we teleported to some alternate universe. Or this is all just some cruel experiment by Kerr and his goons. But this is not our home. You're inching closer to the truth. Alas, the reality is much less fanciful. Just give it to us straight. So be it. As I said, this is Beacon Pines. The original, true Beacon Pines. You both grew up here, but the town you've called your home for the past several years is a replica. A remarkable achievement of engineering, to be fair, but a replica nonetheless. That's impossible. It's too much work. You'd need a whole town to replicate a whole town. Indeed. To pull off such a feat would require immense labor power. That which could be moved would be moved. That which could not would require a precise duplicate. We would have noticed. Someone would have noticed. You'd think so, unless the auditing was impeccable. A mind-numbing attention to detail. As for the innumerable trivialities which complete the tapestry, well, you can leave that to this miraculous thing we call a brain. It has a real aversion to discontinuity, a revulsion even. Clones? Please don't be clones. Honestly, it could be clones. The brain has a wonderful way of smoothing out the rough edges, keeping us sane. Luca and Iggy looked around uncomfortably. So you're saying that someone made an entire new town, and moved us all, and no one noticed? Precisely. But why? Why is the one question that can never be answered with certainty. The best one can do is to uncover.
Nat narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and uttered,
The source. Why'd you say the source like that? Why indeed.
Luca began to laugh uncomfortably.
It's all ridiculous. There's no way they
He
could.
looked down at his feet. His eyes started back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him.
This really is home.
He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out.
Iggy, it's not too late to turn back. Simply head west through the Wheatwood.
Chapter 6. The Source. Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rollo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to Perennial Harvest, but right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know.
Is Mum underground?
Luca stopped dead in his tracks. The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth. He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow. His numb hands hit something hard, a headstone. A dry whisper escaped Luca's lips.
You're here. All this time I thought I was visiting you, but you've been here. Alone, in the snow. Dad, I'm so sorry. They ruined your favorite spot in the world. Our favorite spot in the world. Dad, what do I do?
There was no reply, just snow-covered silence.
Why'd you give me the slip like that? What if I couldn't find you, you
Iggy
jerk?
finally noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave.
Oh. Iggy, they stole his tree, Iggy. Yikes.
Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
We gotta hide. 259k. All of this is still good. Dude, did you hear me? I said 259. Sorry. You ever think about what we did here? We saved a whole town of people. Doesn't it feel like sometimes? But what about everything we left behind? That's the grave of someone with a family. The people who loved them will never know the truth. The truth is
He bent down
overrated.
to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
Hey! Don't be such a downer, dude. We took this job to change the world. Yeah. Come on. It's almost lunchtime. Weirdo. Here I thought I was a jerk. These guys, these dinguses are out here literally dancing on
Luca stuttered
graves.
through heaving sobs.
Thought I was visiting him. I thought he was with me. Not gonna lie, that's a bad break. Here's some
Iggy gave
advice.
Luca a solid smack on the back of his head.
Hey! Is any of this helping? What? Sitting here in the snow, crying like some pushover. Who you helping? Iggy, look what they did. They lied to everyone. Blah, blah, blah. Look at Van Horn, you're a lot of things, but you ain't no pushover. What did I tell you before? When some jerk comes at you, acting like a horse's ass. I should stand up for myself. Hell yeah. Kerr and his merry little band of clipboards pulled off the switcheroo for a reason, right? Not mentioned something about a source.
Luca wiped his eyes with a sleeve.
Whatever's at the source must be awfully valuable to Perennial Harvest. Sure would be a shame if something unfortunate were to happen to their precious source, wouldn't it? What do you have in mind? If it's small enough to steal, we snatch it. If it's too big to snatch, we smash it. And what if it's too big to smash?
Iggy flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles.
I'm always up for a challenge. I'm gonna make this right, Dad. I promise. Let's do this. You get awful cold out there in those woods, Luca. Probably best you two stay put and conserve your energy. Helps on the way. Where's Rollo? Where's my mom? Did you kill her? Oh heavens no, do I seem like a killer to
Iggy
you?
and Luca shared a skeptical look.
Well, do I? Yes. Aw, shucks, now that hurts my feelings. Screw that guy. Wait a minute. This is the original town, and that means...
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid.
What's that? Long story. A few years back, I, came into possession of some premium-grade fireworks. Not the wimpy firecracker stuff they give kids. The good stuff. So why did you bury it under a tree? That's the long part of the story. You and Rollo were doing chores at Rollo's chicken coop, and you guys pissed me off some reason or another.
Luca rolled his eyes with realization.
No, you didn't.
Iggy stifled a chuckle.
Yep. I just wanted to give you guys a little scare. But like I said, these were some primo fireworks, so I might have underestimated things. You blew up the chicken coop? I prefer to think of it as an incendiary redecoration. Sorry, but you should have seen the looks on your faces. Rollo got grounded for months, which is why I needed to stash the evidence and lay low. So I buried him under that tree. When I came back for him later, they were gone. I figured some grown-up found them and tossed
Iggy
them.
triumphantly raised the shoebox.
Turns out it wasn't the fireworks that got moved. It was us. Unbelievable. Do you think this is a game? Hydrate, but you... Thank you for the hug, Santa boy! I'm gonna open this as quietly as I can. Okay. I don't want to disturb the kitten again. Thank you for that pass! Do you think this is a game? Newsflash, Boyle, you're not a hero. You're a little brat who's in way over his head. A hero is just someone who refuses to give up. Comics these days are rotting children's brains. Everyone thinks there's a spaceman superhero. I was always partial to Hank Atomic myself. Is that so? Do you really think you have a chance against us? You have no idea how powerful we are. Prepare for blast off, loser.
Luca and Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eyes. Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts.
Echo! 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 Whoa. I can see why they wanted to move us all out of town now. But why would they dig a giant hole? I think this is it. This is the source? It's a dang hole? How do we smash a hole? Oh, it's much more than that, my annoying little friend. Kerr! Where's Rollo? I wasn't lying before, he's safe. Well, safer than you two at least. Drats, it's cold. You just had to drag me all the way out here, didn't you?
Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation.
Really is something, isn't it? What did you do to our town? What is all of this? Well, that's a doozy of a question. This is the source where they collect the unrefined,
Scratched the back of his head.
Honestly, boys, I don't understand any of this well enough to explain it. Fact of the matter is, I'm not paid to know. What do you mean you don't know? Ain't you in charge? Oh, heavens no, my role is merely to flash a winning smile and manage various complications. Complications like us? You are a smart boy.
His face contorted into a saccharine grin.
Really is nothing personal. Some people are destined to strive for greatness, and others are simply obstacles along the way. Seems like you were destined to be a creepy lackey. The point is that we all play our part in life. Mine just happened to be a lead in the role of a lifetime, and you happen to be extras ready for your curtain call. We aren't giving up without a fight. Your smile's not gonna be so winning after we're done with you. No, boys, there's no need for melodrama. It makes even a professional such as myself embarrassed for you. Let's change the mood a bit.
Snapped his fingers.
Scene change. There, that's better. Deal with them.
Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance.
Why are you smirking? Because I have a box full of fireworks and you don't.
Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole.
Stop. Let's not do something regrettable. Joke's on you, regret's one of my specialties. Out of curiosity, what would happen if I threw these in your precious hole? Nothing. Nothing at all. You're a terrible liar. Kerr is a theater kid 100%. Really? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I'll have you know, I'm an exceptional liar. That's far enough.
Iggy plucked a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence.
Stop, you fool. Call off your guns.
After a long pause, Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration.
Very well. You can all head back for the night. It's been a long day. I'll handle these two from here.
Mr. Kerr sighed into the frigid air.
Just does now, Iggy. You can put that down. What, like
With a
this?
nonchalant flick, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole.
Ooh.
With a
Whoa.
growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luca. Iggy tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow. He could see Kerr further down, clinging to Iggy's coat.
You reckless child, what have you done? Luca, listen to me. Hold on tight and use the walkie-talkie to call them back. What channel do you use? Doesn't make a damn difference, they're always listening. If you do that, clipboards will just haul us up and snag us both. The only way you get out of this is if Kerr's out of the picture. Just let go and save yourself. If he lets go, we both die. I don't want to die, but seeing the look in your face almost makes it worth it. Mr. Kerr, you've had a long life. Why don't you actually do something selfless and just let go?
Gasped with insult.
Long life? I'll have you know I can still play 25. You should have heard me sing the part of Phyllis Young.
With a wild look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody.
Whoa, can you believe this guy?
Luca's hand began to cramp. His voice began to crack.
Kurt, just let go! No can do. If you want to save your friend, you'll have to save me too. Look at me. It's
Luca
okay.
felt Iggy loosen his grasp.
100%. Right, 100% called it. You aren't gonna kill your friend like that, are you?
Every muscle in Luca's body burned.
I'm not his friend. Yes, you are. Nah, I'm just a no good bully. Like you, Kerr. Iggy, no.
Luca felt his hand slipping.
And I told you what you need to do with bullies. I can't. It's your only way out of this mess. Two birds with one stone. It makes sense for us to fall together. Wackadoos travel in packs.
Calm settled over Iggy's face.
Luca, let me do
Iggy's
this.
voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm.
Let me do the right thing for once. No.
Luca had no choice but to refuse Iggy's request.
No.
He tightened his grip and reached for the walkie-talkie in his pocket. A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face. That's a good lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luca with his eyes one last time, but Luca pressed the button and called out. We need help. Mr. Kerr is in danger. It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration. There you are. You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror, now. A clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began preening his tousled hair.
Damn, dude, he only really cares about his hair there.
That's better. Mr. Van Horn, I applaud your sharp thinking under duress. I'll put in a good word for you with the founder. Take them away. A swarm of hands overpowered Luca. The last thing he saw before a cloth bag was pulled over his head was the defeated look on Iggy's face. The end. I think this was one of those times where doing the right thing was the wrong thing.
Seriously? I need to kill him?
Luca had no choice but to accept Iggy's request. With a quiet blink, Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy.
Good.
The two silhouettes were swallowed by darkness.
Oh. I'll have a goodbye, Iggy. Luca, you should really step back. What? Quickly. Curious. Ah, but of course. Those fireworks of Iggy's must have been just the right amount of energy. We should get out of here before perennial harvest arrives. Not until you tell me what just happened. Your friend's sacrifice just saved this town. For a little while, anyway. How? Tempest Liquimane is a peculiar substance. It can change the relationship between matter and time itself. The Doing so requires unfathomable energy. In a closed system, that energy can only come from its surroundings. A useful side product of this property being, by adding precisely the correct amount of energy to it, one can create a cryogenic cascade. So, the gunk makes things cold and the firework makes this hole freeze over. That's one way of putting it, yes. As some luck would have it, the fireworks weren't strong enough to generate a runaway reaction. I shudder to think what would have happened in that case.
We have some idea what that would look like.
Yeah, we do. It will take them a good while to safely break through and access the source again. You know all of this stuff, why haven't you been helping? I have been, in my way. Each of us has our own role to play. Like if you had a bunch of barrels that you planted under a town festival? Yep. Iggy's role, it turns out, was to buy his precious time. Mine has been to observe and wait. Wait for what? You. Me? Why? What's my
A
role?
fierce twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes.
Luca Van Horn, you are going to save the world.
With a chuckle, Nat turned and walked west. Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow. Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny. To be continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder. Revenge served cold. Second time's a charm?
2 charms?
Wait, that's it? This ends with a crummy cliffhanger just when it was getting good? I was even starting to like Iggy. No way. I refuse to be associated with some never-ending parade of sequels. Let's go back and find something more definitive.
Another book? That's true. It was 2 dash dash. Yeah, 2 dash dash charm. Alright, we'll try this one. This has a definitive, different path.
Good cop, hard cop interrogation.
May give us another clue.
Steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times. Rollo swaggered past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
Well, Mr. Tolliver.
Mr. Tolliver remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice.
Mr. Tolliver.
They gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table.
I said, Mr. Tolliver.
He grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr. Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary
Hydrate?
sweat.
Again? Already? Wow. What in the world? Try not to wake up the cat. There we go. I've hydrated.
The chair wobbled as he attempted to straighten up.
Who's there?
Mr. Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
I'll be asking the questions here, punk. No, hold on, let's just calm down. Oh, I am calm. Calm as a carrot in dirt. As for you, looks like you're
The
sweating.
doubtful expression on Beck and Lucas' faces transformed into awe.
We can do this my way, or... Oh, let's just say I've never needed another way.
Hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall. He slammed the table again.
Now dance! What?
Mr.
I don't
Tolliver's
even...
voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
You tied me down. How on earth could I dance? Dance with your mouth, punk. Spill the beans. What are you doing poking around this house? I'm here to help Juniper. To make sure everything's ready. Oh, so you're in cahoots with Gran. Gran?
Mr. Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever.
Gonna help her blow up the festival, eh? Blow up the festival? Good
He shook
lord.
his head, feeling more and more dizzy.
No, you've got it all wrong. Where is she now? She's heading to the source. Source? What's the source? This is
His
where
voice faded to a whisper.
the town began. Where it all began. What is Operation
With
Spark
that,
Plug?
Mr. Tolliver passed out cold. Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
Damn, Rollo. I think you went a little too hard on him. What did he say about the source? It's where the town began? We need more information. Yeah, but we better not push Mr. Tolliver any further. Is there anyone else who might know more? What about the History Museum? It just got set up for the festival. Nah, that tent was put up by the Valentines. Everything they do is just a bunch of fluff to glorify themselves. Is there anything more reliable? The library. If there's any information about the source thing, Cato can help us find it. Let's get some answers. This might be where we need the book. This is a dang nice library. Thanks, we work hard on it. Aren't you a little too adorable to be a librarian? No. Oh, Cato hung out here so much, eventually they gave him a set of keys. I just keep an eye on the place for Miss Novak sometimes. They got you working for free? It's quiet and I get access to all the books I can read. What more could a person want? Fair enough. What can I do for y'all? We need a favor. I already told you and Rollo. I can't put you any higher on the wait list for the next Hank Atomic, and if you're here with more candy, I'll have you know I can't be bought. Call it a personal code of conscience. Actually, we're looking to do some research. Now you're speaking my language. What are you looking for? That's the thing, we sort of don't know. What do you got in this history of the town? There's the county record archives. What's in those? Births, deaths, newspaper clippings, stuff like that. Pretty boring reading, but they do go all the way back to when the town was founded. Great, we'll start there.
Chapter 8. 6 feet under, 3 towns over. The kids spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. Explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos. Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult. As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth.
If I have to read any more records, my eyeballs are gonna pop. We have to keep digging. If I dig another word, I'm gonna end up in one of these asinine death records. Rollo Cutter lived a full and wonderful life, till he read so much boring crud that his brain oozed out of his ears.
Shut his book with an assertive nod.
Got a better idea, spit it out. You sound like my sister. You're pushing your luck, pal. And it won't be boring country records that kill you. I'll put you in the obituaries myself.
Rollo muttered under his breath.
You're a county record. Really? That's the best you've got? When I'm done with you, you'll be the footnote in history. Just
Bex
like
slammed her finger down on the open page before glancing down to read.
J. Hartford here. I'd love to see you try. Hey. We're all a little tired here. Let's just take a minute and...
Something tickled the back of Luca's mind.
Wait, what was that name back? In the obit? J. Hartford. From the Brookville Tribune, 8 years ago. That can't be right. What is it? J. Hartford. That's my grand's name, Jennifer Hartford. Maybe there were 2 J. Hartfords? Mrs. Hartford is survived by her young daughter, E. Hartford. My mom's name is Eleanor. Okay, this is getting creepy. Your gran is 6 feet under, 3 towns over. Then who am I living with?
The question hung in the air.
Alright gang, I gotta close up for the night.
Beck rubbed her eyes.
How late is it? Almost 10. Oh crap, Pa's gonna kill me. I gotta go. Yeah, my parents will be worried sick. Okay, let's meet up as early as we can at the festival tomorrow. What are you gonna do about the unconscious man in your basement? I'll think of something.
Luca's heart was pounding as he approached the house. If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement. Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering. He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely. She was asleep. His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
Is she pretending to be asleep? Oh no.
Mr. Tolliver was nowhere to be seen.
Maybe he woke up and escaped from his bindings and left
Or
without a
maybe
trace?
Gran knew everything.
What do I do?
Luca's hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating.
Hey, I can figure this out. Need a little brain food.
Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth.
I'm afraid your jam delivery will be
Flipped the lid
delayed.
to read the label.
Mr. Nuncreed? Okay, now I can think. So if Gran knows we tied up Mr. Tolliver and screwed, she doesn't know that I need to play it cool. Guess the only option is to go to bed and act as if nothing's wrong. Gran will think Mr. Tolliver finished what he was sent to do and left when he was done. Thank you for the hugs and support, Leo. Wash your paws after dipping it in jam. Oh no! Gran? Okay, stick to the plan, go to bed and play it cool.
As Luca climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him. With each consecutive step, his legs weakened. His stride began to falter. He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself. Something was wrong.
Come on, legs. Just a few more steps.
Luca groaned
The jams are
and tried
drugged!
to move. His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground. Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
The germ? No, the jam! The jam that was for the dog man was... Sweet boy. What did you get yourself into? It must be drugs to make him fall asleep so they could go down the elevator to set all the explosives without... Rest now and let me handle everything. Oh god.
Chapter 9. A speech to end all speeches. Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed. He moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him? Or rather, why was she trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed? Shaking the questions from his woozy head, Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
Yep, Mr. Nuncreed works for the clipboards. The festival! Okay, downstairs is still open. Also, once you open it once, we just leave it open. You would think Gran would put it back, but no. Let's hope they don't find out, but we're gonna leave the door wide open. Where have you been? Gran put something in the jam. Yeah, we know. Secret messages for secret conspirators. Not this one, the one intended for Mr. Nuncreed. Put me to sleep. Whoa, sly devil. I think she's trying to remove him from the equation. He might be in danger. Have you found anything? I looked around, but we haven't seen anything odd. Your Gran is nowhere to be found, but Mr. Nuncreed is just loafing around waiting for the speech. What speech? Mayor Gus just got up to the podium. Everyone's gathering at the stage. Let's get moving.
Augustus Valentine nervously wiped his brow.
Is this thing... hello, Beacon Pines. I'm Augustus Valentine, your mayor, and I suppose you already know that. Oh yes, before we get started, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize someone who couldn't be here today. This town wouldn't be where it is today without my father, Sharper Valentine, so I thought we could begin with a round of applause benefiting such a great man. Even that's more than the old codger deserved.
Gus cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie.
Right, where was I?
Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival.
Gus Valentine,
He gave
everyone.
Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage.
Let's hear it for our mayor. What a great turnout. Oh heck, I didn't prepare anything. But I suppose I could say a few words. Would be ashamed to waste such a beautiful
Mr.
podium.
Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest.
I didn't prepare anything. Thick stack of note cards. Community, conviction, commitment. These are the things we celebrate at Perennial Harvest. For us, these are the pillars of the bridge to a better tomorrow, but I think it's time to add a new pillar. Change. Change is a powerful thing. It's inexorable, unavoidable, and undeniable. And I am dadgum thankful for it. Change is the reason we're all together today. It's hard for me to believe it was only 4 years ago when fate brought me here. A simple business trip which brought me to a small town which would change my life
Mr. Kerr took
forever.
a moment to survey the crowd.
You know what?
He wiped away a single tear.
From the second I set foot in Beacon Pines, something about this place has held me captive. You see, change represents opportunity. It represents potential. It was change that helped me recognize the potential of this place, to see that the people of this town, despite suffering great loss, still held on to the things that made them
He stomped
special.
the podium to emphasize each word.
Community, conviction, commitment,
Mr.
change.
Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip. The crowd was silent, in rapt attention.
Fate made a perfect match that day. Nothing is more important to you all than community, and Perennial Harvest is a community first and
Mr.
foremost.
Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd.
The only way you made it through the foul harvest was an unshakable conviction, a conviction that a better tomorrow was just over the horizon. The Perennial Harvest was founded on the conviction that we are that horizon. This festival is a symbol of our commitment to each other.
This began to build to a crescendo.
We now walk hand in hand into a future we will shape together. And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. I am tickled pink that we'll all be making that choice together. How great is that? Just imagine what we can accomplish. What was that?
The crowd began to look around nervously.
Don't worry, a little thunder isn't going to ruin this day. Everyone remain calm.
Quickly flicked through his note cards.
Where was I? Through all my travels I have learned one true thing. One always reaps what they sow. We have planted a lot of good in this town, and so it's with a happy heart that I can proclaim
He raised his hands up to the heavens.
our harvest awaits.
At that moment, a merciless wall of impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched. For a man like William Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end. On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time. The end. There's that ice again! Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything!
Should I laugh? Are we laughing?
Maybe we should
I
just
don't
wait.
know.
Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again. No, I don't mean that. We got a little closer this time. We just need to try again. Please.
Okay, we've got Sly now.
They'd run the classic good cop, sly cop interrogation. Luca and Rollo ducked behind a barrel, leaving Beck to her task. With a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver.
You're collecting the options as you play? Yeah. Yeah, as we go, we're collecting more options, and then we can go back and change the word. And that opens up a new path. What? What's going on here? You're that Modwell girl. Please, call me back. Sorry about all
Mr.
this.
Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints.
Seems there's been a mix-up. You see, I'm down here for the same reason you are. Juniper sent you here?
Caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran. This was gonna be easy.
You know how Juniper is with her precautions? Operation Sparkplug has us all on edge. I guess she thought you needed some backup. But she sent a child? What better way to avoid prying eyes? Who would suspect a kid? I suppose that makes sense.
Mr. Tolliver wriggled a bit in his restraints.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Beck quickly removed the ropes.
That had to be uncomfortable. A little, yeah. But you understand. We never know who to trust in this town.
Mr. Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead.
Very true. So it turns out we're both here
Beck
to
twirled her hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought.
destroy the
Beck
evidence.
shook her head and clicked her tongue.
Yep, the old gal is nothing but thorough.
Mr. Tolliver let out an amused huff in agreement.
She sure is. Can't blame her though. If anyone were to find out that we're going to destroy the source, well, we both know how bad that might be. No one will know anything once I finish cleaning things up down here.
Beck was on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle.
You sure you can finish this up on your own? Jennifer trusted me for a reason. You can leave the rest to me. Good, there is one more loose end I'll go work on. Loose end? Oh, it's nothing really. The other day I had the radio on scan while restocking the candy shelf. Wouldn't you know it, I intercepted an odd phrase in a perennial harvest transmission. Underground secrets. That's ominous. Think it might be a password, but Jennifer dismissed it. Said it wasn't mission critical. What's the password for? We don't know. So we have a password and nowhere to put it? It's gotta mean something, right? Good thinking. You should probably go work that out. I've got this under control. That's a relief. Between you and me, this basement gives me the willies.
Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look. She grinned and gave him a peppy wave. With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune.
You guys catch that? Sure did. This whole time Mr. Tolliver's had a candy shelf, but all he ever sells is his apples.
Blinked slowly in disappointment.
The password, Rollo. Well, sure, but once things are back to normal, I'll be having a word with Mr. Tolliver about that candy shelf. Fine. In the meantime, I've got an idea.
She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper.
You said he heard a password on the radio. Any good spy transmission is never what it
Beck
seems.
marked each scrap of paper and leaned back.
You just need to find the hidden meaning. Okay. What's another word for underground? Buried, covered. Could it be a cover-up? Maybe it's one of those each letters as a number thingy. So U would be 21, N would be 14, D would be... Ooh, an anagram. Nuncreed's drugstore.
Luca and Beck looked at Rollo with amazement.
That was quick. Thank you for the hugs and support, turn up. Rollo, that was incredible. Well, it's either that or Kren's new drugstore. Yeah, I think you were right the first time. How did you do that? What can I say? I love ciphers. Well, I guess we know where to go next. You scared me half to death. Sorry. Kids haven't seen Mr. Tolliver around, have you? Nope. You got me waiting around like the last slice of pie. I swear that man would be late to his own funeral. Let's have a check and see if there's any new bait.
Luca gently for skimming.
Nope. I want to go to the diner, but I feel like it's going to be locked. You're late, Augustus. Sorry, sister. Just caught up with work. Work? You? Had a few more details to lock down for the festival. Oh, what do you have to report? What is this insipid town festival really about? I think... this game kind of reminds you of Deathloop, Groundhog Day, like,
Gus looked around nervously.
I think Mr. Kerr really does just want to do something good for the town. He's actually a pretty nice guy. You want a candy and cactus sandwich? You should spend some time with him. I didn't pull strings installing you as mayor so that you could make friends. Your job is to help me figure out what Kerr and Perennial Harvest's true intentions are with this town. You have a responsibility. This is our father's town. Was. Excuse me? This was our father's town. He's gone, Eris, and he isn't coming back. Father left us with nothing but problems. Mr. Kerr came here and offered to help us. We accepted that help. We didn't agree to them turning Father's warehouse into a toxic dumping ground. This is just a temporary arrangement. The glow can be seen from our damned backyard. They are dumping their nasty little secrets on us. When all this inevitably goes wrong, who do you think will be blamed?
Eris's cry hung in the air.
We have a new choice to make now, sister. The town is gonna change whether we like it or not. Are we gonna choose to be a part of it? Every time. It reminds you of Zero Escape and Somnum. Yeah. Are we gonna choose to be a part of that future, or be forgotten in the past? It's a shame. Father named you Augustus. You always just be a Gus. Good night, Eris. I'll see you at breakfast tomorrow. It's getting late, children. I think we're all putting the puzzle pieces together as we're going, but like, Jesus Christ, there's so much. I feel like it could still throw me a different fucking loop. Can I go the other way and see if there's anything dinery? Is the diner open? Nope. I was only ever able to go to the diner once. Knowledge, he spat with a sneer. There exists a gulf between knowing something and being able to do a damn thing about it. Huh. I do hate when the villain makes a good point.
Solomon stood proudly at the entrance to the drugstore, holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice.
Hey, Solomon. We're looking for Mr. Nuncreed. Is he still in there? I'm afraid not. Where'd you get the candy from? You might say we have an arrangement.
Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
Sometimes it's the small pleasures in life. Though we might not always have family to rely on, licorice has never let me down. Well, I can't say licorice would be my first choice. Somnium vials to an extreme. But whatever floats your boat. Maybe. You can tell a lot about a person by their choice of confection. Oh, yeah, I guess. I like sour gobs. I'm certain you do. I always wondered why Mr. Nuncreed kept licorice in stock. You must eat enough of it to make it worthwhile. There are many ways to earn loyalty. For some, it's as easy as cold hard cash. Well, he's right, it's locked. There's gotta be more clues. Okay, let's see. Have you ever seen anyone actually use this thing? Besides Mr. Nuncreed? No.
Beck cupped her hands on the glass to peek inside.
That's not a normal phone booth. Got like a blinky keypad. Why would there be a blinky keypad? Cran's new drugstore. I mean, underground secrets. The password.
Beck flung open the door and they all squeezed in.
Alright, let's see
Luke
here.
cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad.
Sounds like that did something. Great, now what? I guess we...
The inside of the phone booth dropped loose from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground. The air was stagnant and smelled vaguely of chlorine.
I knew it. You knew there was a secret hub full of strange tubes under the phone booth? Of course I did. Didn't I say that? No. I definitely thought it. Look, do you remember how I said how cool it would be if the trans-dimensional conduits from Hank Atomic issue 12 were real? Rolo, at one point or another, you've said that about every technology ever discussed in Hank Atomic. That's why I'm such a good predictor. It's like each of these has something written on them. This suit has a broken mask. So have we found our mystery warehouse creeper? We've at least found their hazmat suit. But walks like a Nuncreed and talks like a Nuncreed. Let's not jump to conclusions. Just saying. Hydrate? Okay. This is... I didn't expect magic tube things. I mean, okay, they're probably not magic, but I guess that must be the tunnels. Mining Operations Alpha. You guys have mines here? Not that I know of. This town is all farms and fertilizer. And a series of tubes. It always says you can only trust a miner up to the point where they hit gold. Not sure how that wisdom applies in this exact situation. That's the thing about Pi, you don't always realize what he means until it's too late. Perennial Harvest main office. That's where my mom works. What does she do? Science stuff? Is she involved in all this? We just moved here. How could she be involved? Sure. Valentine Fertilizer Warehouse. Isn't that where you almost got snatched? Yeah. Why would Perennial Harvest have a tube going to the old Valentine place? This is starting to feel like something big. That That's a lot of buttons. Santa said Earthlings, I've read enough Hank Atomic to know my way around sci-fi
Will's
tech.
hands hovered over the field of blinking buttons.
Eeny, meeny, miny. Lola, what did you do? Nothing! I didn't even mow yet. Whatever. What was that? Hide! Where? There's nothing but weird tubes down here. Just get back. Shit. 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 Awesome! You all need to come with me now. We aren't going anywhere with you. Not until we get some answers. Mr. Underground Secrets. I told them it was an absurd password. They love anything that makes them feel clever. They who? That's no matter. If I can keep you hidden until after the festival, I might be able to save your skins. We don't care about our skins. Hold on now. I like my skin. This all stops now, Nuncreed.
Joseph waited for a moment in silence.
You sound just like him. Who? Well, you don't get to talk about my dad. You know, your father and I were friends back
He
before
gestured toward the strange tubes.
all of this. That's a lie. It's true. I used to bounce you on my knee. What happened? Same thing that always happens. Reality, complications, life. We were a team, Walt and I. An idealistic doctor and a bright-eyed pharmacist. Both hell-bent on helping folks. So you were a sidekick? No. We were partners. He helped the patients and I helped him. Yup, total sidekick.
Nuncreed let out a growl of a sigh.
Luca, I need you to know this. I need someone to know this. One day, Sharper Valentine comes to us. Says he's got an opportunity. He'd found something he didn't quite understand. And he was willing to pay us both handsomely to help him understand it. And my dad said no. Your father and I both believed in helping people. The thing I could never get him to understand was a lot easier to help others if you help yourself now and then. You work in pharmacy, we're not all evil? I don't think he's evil. I think he's just caught in an unfortunate situation, to be honest. Classic sidekick and a villain plotline. Walt loved being righteous almost more than he loved his family. He was wrong about one thing though. When he begged me not to take Valentine's offer, he said, Joseph, if the person says yes one time to Sharper Valentine, he'll make sure they keep on saying yes to him until the day he's dead and
He
gone.
shook his head wistfully.
Sharper's long gone, but he's still got me saying yes. Is there a point to this sub-story? Not really. No. Just an old man trying to delay what needs to be doing.
Nuncreed took a menacing step towards the children.
I tried to keep you safe. I tried to keep you and Juniper out of this. But you forced my hand.
Luca began to laugh.
What? You really don't know? My gran isn't out of this. She's been scheming right under your nose. Juniper? Seems like she's planning on crashing the town's party. She's gonna disrupt the festival? Why would she?
Color drained from Nuncreed's face.
How does she know? Apparently she knows a lot of things. What? Let's just say this isn't the only underground lair we've busted into today. And honestly, hers is way cooler. She's got maps and explosives and bad intentions, big man.
Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic.
You need to tell me what she's gonna do right now. She doesn't understand what it is she's messing with. Hey, tell me now. She's in danger, boy. I don't know. Get a map with a mark on the fountain in town square. The fountain, but why would...
A jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
He knows about the source? The heck is the source? Tries to destroy the source it could catalyze and... Dear God, she's gonna freeze us all! You all need to run. Run where? Away. as far away from this town as you can get. Head west and don't look back. That did not go how I expected. So we're totally following him, right? Totally. See you on the other side. You good? Yep. I love this town. I love her so much.
Chapter 8. The Cold, Hard Truth. Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera as she seemed to cover great distance in mere moments. Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along. She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. Then, all of a sudden, as if minutes had passed in an instant, light blazed into view. A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold.
That was intense? Yeah. I think I might have partied with some fluids in there. Any idea where we are? Somewhere cold. Doesn't look like it got on any of us. Didn't feel like we traveled that far. But where did it all go? This place sucks. Why would anyone even want to blow something up out here? Only one way to find out, I suppose. We gotta catch up to Nuncreed. I think he went this way. This looks familiar, yeah. Maybe we can clear off the snow. No time. Nuncreed's getting away. Grab the fireworks. I don't think I can grab the fireworks if I don't know they're there. Okay, this is starting to feel really familiar. I may not be the most well-versed in all things Beacon Pines, but this does look like some sort of frozen replica of town. Ah, I've got it. So obvious now. Mr. Nuncreed is an alien! Rollo. Stick with me here. The species can only live in sub-zero temperatures. Oh boy, here we go. The source is their base camp dimension, so naturally they keep it cold. Found it by traveling through those metallic wormholes back there. The final objective, kill us all and shapeshift into a Beacon Pine citizen of their choosing. You never really had me, but you very much lost me there. You can get used to it. We should keep moving.
As they rounded the corner to the frozen town square, they spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center. He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild. Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss. Nearby, a wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch, which flickered in the bitter wind.
Juniper, I don't know what you think you're doing, but I assure you this is not going to solve anything. If you drop that, you've doomed this whole town. No, it wasn't me who doomed this town. I've been watching you, Joseph. I know what you've done. You and your co-conspirators. Gran? What's happening? Luca, you and your friends need to leave right this moment.
Mr. Nuncreed turned back toward the kids, desperation in his eyes.
Listen to your grandma, Luca. This is between me and Juniper.
Rowan back held steadfast in awe. Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder.
You've got it all wrong, Juniper. Just hand over that torch. You don't understand what you're doing. How could I possibly trust you to do the right thing? Walt told me everything. He trusted you, and you betrayed that trust. Luca, did you know that this man's entire life is a lie? If it weren't for him, your father might still be alive.
Mr. Nuncreed winced with anguish. His voice hardened.
That's not true.
They both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement.
Holt was like a brother to me. We just had different ideas about how to effect change. Very convenient that your way just happened to line your pockets. No, that's not fair.
They menaced at each other, both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge. Amid a blur of emotions and memories, Luca's mind flooded with questions. The wind calmed, as if to give him the stage. And in the stillness, he began to weep.
He's been a crybaby all along, so...
It was all just too much. Falling to his knees, Luca whimpered softly. The tears crystallized as they hit the snow. Gran stared at Luca for a moment with warm sympathy, remembering why this was all necessary.
I thought this would lead to a bad ending. It all makes sense soon, Luca. And everything can go back to normal. I promise.
She stiffened up and brandished the torch at Mr. Nuncreed.
You can't hide behind those people any longer, Joseph. Once their precious source is destroyed, we'll see where their loyalties fall. Juniper, don't...
Ignoring his final plea, Gran flung the torch into the deep darkness. She smiled and exhaled in relief. Mr. Nuncreed moaned in resignation. The torch echoed as it ricocheted down the hole, punctuated with a thunderous thud.
You see, Joseph, I've learned one very important lesson in life. If you want things to change, then you must be willing to...
Before Gran could finish, the ground shook her to silence. Gran only had time to spin around and run to Luca. Her attempt to shield him, an honorable but trifling act. Unflinching love, pitted against an unthinking horror, there was no contest. Her warm embrace froze in an instant. That is where they remain, fixed in place, forever. And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a town brought low by its secrets, sits the frozen statues of a misguided band of meddlers. The end. Well, that was dire. On the bright side, we finally figured out where all the ice is coming from. Now, we just need to find a way to deal with a mystic, unfathomable force of nature.
Wondering if any of these have any choices now. Nope, just hum.
And in the stillness, he began to hum.
What's hum?
After the death of his father, Luca had trouble sleeping. Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody. It was the only thing that could calm his mind. The only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother. Shivering in the raw snow, he began to hum it out loud. Gran lowered the torch, listening closely. As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out. A few steps toward Luca was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note.
Wait, is Gran mum? What, time travel mum?
Luca lifted his head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother.
How do you know? I'm so sorry, my little buckaroo. Buckaroo? The people who called me that are my dad and your mother.
Luca blinked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly. He could just make out the impression of a familiar face. He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother. Only smaller, older, changed.
Mom? That's right, buckaroo. Mom!
Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward his mother. They held each other close, and the cold retreated from their bodies.
Lenore? I thought you were gone? You should have known I would never abandon my son.
Eleanor looked down at Luca, tightening her embrace in an appeal for forgiveness.
I didn't see that one coming either. Ow. You're a smart man, Joseph. I thought you'd have pieced it together by now. You were exposed. Mom, I don't understand any of this. What happened to you? Where did you go? Why did you leave me? I never left you. I was always right here, Luca. Why did you lie to me? You tore me up, Luca, but I did it to keep you safe. I thought that getting answers would help us both move on. We knew Gran was dead, but I didn't think Gran was Mom. The more I discovered, the more I realized the danger we were in. Until perennial harvest was stopped, it was better if everyone thought I was gone. They must be aging people! Yes! Could have trusted me. These are bad people, Luca. They won't stop until they get what they want. It makes sense! They made the branch bloom and then wither really fast. It makes sense. So the chemicals age things. They speed up growth when applied in some ways, but speeding up growth makes things older and makes things die faster too. They don't care who gets hurt in the process. Then what do? We have to stop them.
Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow.
They can't be stopped. It's too big. I tried beating them at their own game. I'm done fighting fire with
For the
fire.
first time in a long time, her voice felt like her own again.
No more lies. I see now there's a better way to stop perennial harvest. The cold hard truth.
Luca gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow, as if searching it for answers.
Come on everyone, we've got a party to crash. You don't understand. He always wins.
Chapter 9. The Devil You Know. 7 months ago, Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of sterile hallways under perennial harvest. She stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now. She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door buzzed open with mechanical efficiency. She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant. It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base.
He never died during the foul harvest.
She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something called Tempus Liquamen. There were dozens of them, every one stamped failed. Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod. Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and
Oh,
dove
no.
inside.
And that's what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. And I'm tickle pink that we're all making that choice together. How great is that? This man is a liar. Excuse me? I will not. The town has a dangerous secret and perennial harvest only exists to keep it hidden. Nonsense. They picked up the whole damn town and moved it right under our noses. You aren't making any sense, dear.
Mr. Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone.
Imagine such a thing. It's absurd and just plain impossible. They promised they could fix the foul harvest. They told us they would clean this place up. We just had to leave town for a few days. But what they had us evacuated. Mrs. Hartford, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you to... You're afraid of a lot of things, aren't you? You sniveling little worm. This is growing tiresome. A little help, please. Don't you all see this festival as a sham, an excuse to have the whole town gather in one place? They're planning something awful. I don't know what, but these people are wicked. Don't listen to her, she has absolutely no proof. I am the proof. I am Eleanor Van Horn.
Whispers filtered through the crowd.
Well, aren't you just sneaky as the dickens? We all knew Valentine's fertilizer was too good to be true. Now this whole town is paying the price. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so sorry about this disruption. My associates will take this obviously disturbed woman somewhere comfortable, so that she can get the help she needs. She's not the one who's disturbed. You two-timing clown. You all know there's something wrong with this town. Just easier to look the other way. Truth is. Oh, that's quite enough, Mr. Nuncreed. He's the small doggo!
Torment dragged on Joseph Nuncreed's face.
Yes, sir. Take them away. No, I want them to see this. Ah, the ever-tempestuous Eleanor Van Horn. They've been quite a thorn in my side. Like a weed that's burrowed in where it doesn't belong. I always thought he seemed older. I just thought maybe because, you know, fancy upbringing. No, he is literally older. I must confess, you look dreadful.
He paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground.
Consider yourself in rare company. You've managed to pull one over on me. It won't happen again. I knew you had some sort of plan to disrupt our little party. But alas, I expected something a bit more impressive than incoherent rambling. No matter, your failures are yours to bear. Mr. Kerr. Yes, sir. It's a shame it was cut short, but I thank you for that rousing oratory. I will take it from here. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. You've done quality work for me, William. You can look forward to the recompense we agreed
Kerr
upon.
gave a bow of deference.
Founder, you're most gracious.
Gasps rippled through the crowd.
Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
You can all call me Sharper
His
Valentine.
body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist. A hushed horror gripped the crowd. This is a story about change.
What? No. So you didn't see that coming. Good.
Sharper examined his new hands.
Well, this is quite the improvement. Everything looks so much smaller now. Eleanor was right about one thing. This festival was a ruse. I wanted you all to witness my glorious return with your own eyes. Why does everyone look so downtrodden? This is a celebration, people. Maybe it would help if we set the mood. Mr. Kerr, be a dear and reveal the sign. Wonderful.
Sharper choked out a crude squawk of a laugh. Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd.
Sharper, you malicious bastard. Glad you're back so I can tell you to your face. You destroyed this town. We ain't gonna let you get away with it again. Sorry, this is not the time for audience participation. Some assistance, Mr. Kerr.
William Kerr gave a subtle nod to the clipboards.
You coward. Does anyone else have something to contribute?
A helpless quiet settled over the crowd.
I thought so. Did you all truly believe you could be free of me? A town of complete and utter fools. You people should be celebrating my return. You're clearly lost without me. And that leads me nicely to my children. Daddy? I gave you both the greatest gift a parent can give. The opportunity to prove yourselves in my absence. Squandered. To say I'm disappointed would be an understatement. But Silence, Augustus, an adult is speaking. I don't know which is worse, a son who's completely hopeless, or a daughter with such potential who inevitably lets me down. Eris, you fail me with admirable consistency. Thankfully, I was counting on it this time. Mother, I have been wasting time, my dear. What have you accomplished? I was focused on cementing our legacy. Legacy? Who needs a legacy when you can just live forever? But what about... It's alright, kiddo. I'm afraid you suffer from a complete lack of imagination. There's just no helping it. Now then, where's Joseph? You didn't take the opportunity to slip off, did you? Ah, there he is. Everyone should give him a hand. None of this would have been possible without Joseph. I think you've said enough. Nonsense. The people deserve to know how loyal you've been. How helpful and loyal you've been. I only did what I did because you left me no choice. You always had a choice, Joseph. You were simply too weak to take it. No matter. Cheer up. You're about to be rich beyond your wildest dreams. You should follow Mr. Kerr's example. When I found him, he was in a sorrier state than any of you. An aging actor desperate to recapture his youth. He played his part, and soon he'll be able to play the leading man again. Forever, in fact, if he remains loyal. That goes for all of you. Well, those who haven't already frittered away my goodwill. Beacon Pines is mine again. And I am willing to share its spoils in exchange for absolute loyalty. Are you saying William Kerr was never in charge of the perennial harvest? You think the puffed up blatherskite could have accomplished all of this? Dawn, I suppose it's time for your big exclusive.
Sharper addressed the crowd with indignant pride. He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous.
You see, I needed a figurehead to hold things down while I orchestrated my return. Someone to misdirect, lie, and bilk this town for a spell. So I invented William Kerr. Take your bow. You've earned it.
Mr. Kerr flourished a preposterously elaborate bow.
Patrick C. Montesquieu, Thespian Extraordinaire Interest Service. Founder, I just wanted to thank you again for this opportunity. It truly was the role of a lifetime. Wait. So this Bill Kerr was a patsy the whole time? Wow! I think your secret is out in the open. What's to stop this town from rising up against you? Oh, that's the delicious part. Fear. Thanks to our clipboards, I know what each and every person in this town fears most. And I will make those fears manifest for anyone who steps out of line. Choice is simple. I'm not afraid of you. Young hero. Kept a keen eye on you, boy. You and your friends make a habit of disrupting my plans. What a pity. But things would have gone a bit differently. You might have had your moment of triumph. But that's fate for you. You can't do this. Oh, but I can. I have won. Never underestimate what a great man can do, given time. And now time is my ponything. Perhaps the most expensive thing I've ever bought. Oh, well worth it.
Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles.
Enough chit-chat, let's get to work, shall we?
And so, Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image. The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business. Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties. Beacon Pines became famous, a secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer. The end. This is wrong, but things are becoming clearer now. You can feel it, right? We can't let Sharper win. He might just be the key to this whole thing. Let's see.
Damn! You're doing great. No, you. Okay, hydrate. Good job. So this is when he's kidnapped, he's underground.
There was a malice lurking behind those eyes, like a trap ready to spring.
Ah. Thank you, anonymous gifter, for giving Salop a sub. Thank you, Nyarigaton.
Luca felt the weight of Nuncrete's hand on his shoulder. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but something was telling Luca to get out of there.
I just want this to all be over. Of course. I'm sure it'll all work out soon enough. I should get going. I told Roxy I'd check for Rollo at the treehouse.
Luca twisted free of Nuncrete's grasp.
Of course. Luca, you know your dad and I were good friends back in the day. You can come to me with anything. Anything at all. I'll pass. I can't look at the books. Oh, can I speak to these guys actually? I didn't even try there. Oh, there he is. There's the big bad. He looked down and muttered in a gruff voice. Mom always told me my problems would look smaller once I grew up, but my problems always seem to grow right along with me. Heavens, I sense big trouble ahead. Festival decorations are a bit humdrum. Now, if I were to throw a festival, it would be a thing to behold. I agree. This is all more than a little sad. Worse than sad, it's boring. What if they did a little something to spice things up? I'm listening. You know that festival sign waiting to be unveiled? It'd be a shame if
The
someone...
two scurried off, eagerly formulating a plan.
Ah, it's locked again. Hey, Don. Ugh. Is it true about Rollo? Yeah, he didn't come home last night. I wonder if it's connected. It's to what? I was checking on reports about increased activity around town. What sort of activity? Windowless trucks, mechanical noises, strange lights. Your typical shady stuff. Who would be doing all of that and why? Well, I have a few leads. The Valentine family is always suspicious. The perennial harvest certainly has the resources. Do you have any idea where Rollo could be? The best place to start looking is where the trail went cold. Where did you see him last? We were in Wheatwood. Right by Valentine's fertilizer. I'll check out Wheatwood when my shift ends. I do my best work at night. Thank you for the hip time. See if anybody else wants to talk, I guess. Hey Griffin, has Rolo been by? I haven't seen him all day. I'm sure he'll show up safe and sound, and when he does, tell him there's a strawberry chocolate double scoop waiting for him. On the house. He'll like that. Identify yourself, please. Nellie Modwell. I work here now. I am unable to locate you on our staff roll. Oh, I don't officially start until tomorrow. Mr. Shakur said I could come in early tonight to get a few things done. Hold, please. Clear is authorized. Thank you. Our harvest awaits. What? You could get a wrench to the noggin sneaking up on a guy like that. Don't scare a man when he's junkin', sonny. Evening, Jeff. Isn't it kinda late to be junkin'? Might as well ask the same thing of you. Find anything good? Nah, ever since Perennial Harvest moved in, even junk is trash. You can learn a lot about person by looking at what they throw away. If this bunch is all shredded paper and coffee cups. Well, I better get going. I didn't see nothing if you didn't see nothing. See what? Exactly. I doubt there's any new things, but let's have a look anyway.
Luca gently good for skimming.
Voila.
He aired a long holler into the woods.
Voila. Rolo, wherever you are, I hope you're okay.
Luca felt his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag. He conceded to its lumpy embrace.
They have a hammock there.
Once again, Luca found himself in a vast black expanse.
He could have just chilled in the hammock.
This time, he knew exactly where to go. He took a single confident step forward. The world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire. The source. He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame, waiting. Soon enough, the fire began to die out, popping sporadically, until all that was left was a single ember. Luca stood up and dusted himself off. He plucked the glowing ember from the cold ash, examined it, and slid it into his pocket, a keepsake. The voice of his father spoke behind him. You made me proud, Buckaroo. Luca turned to face him. Dad, what is this place? A warm grin grew across his father's face.
Is his father really dead?
A place where everything that has been and everything that could be all wait together. Luca found himself staring at his father's face, trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail. Wait? For what? Another voice spoke out as Luca's doppelganger stepped forward. That's up to you. Without knowing why, Luca began to weep. Is any of this real? Are you real? Luca's father bent down to smudge away a tear. Of course. I'm as real as the part of you that misses me. Luca turned to look at the older version of himself. And you? The doppelganger choked back tears. I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone. Does that make sense? Through his tears, Luca laughed. I think so. His father pulled him in for an embrace. Time to go, Buckaroo. Luca was startled from his dream by a banging on the floor.
Are you in
A
there?
commanding voice rumbled from below.
I'm gonna assume that's
Just
Gran.
as Luca sprang to lock the entry hatch, the door knocked open.
Don't
Chapter
jump scare me
5.
with that.
Dangers big and small. Luca stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight. Keeping his eyes fixed on the hatch, he inched backward to the balcony. As his hand grasped the door handle, Luca froze. A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole.
Stop right there, or I'll... Eesh, I know it's dark and all, but I figured you'd recognize me. Who are you?
The large figure cocked its head inquisitively.
Stop now, I'll clobber you with a baseball bat. Whoa, 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 take it easy. Luca, you need to get your eyes checked. It's me, Rollo. Nice try, but I know you aren't Rollo. You're like one of his random uncles or something. Where is he? Uncle? Luca, quit messing around. It's me. If it really is you, prove it. Flaming chicken coop, Luca.
Luca's jaw dropped. He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rollo, only bigger, older, changed.
How? What happened to you? When I was running away, I ran into more people in those yellow suits. They grabbed me and dragged me away. What? Where did they take you? I don't know. I threw a bag over my head. It was cold. It smelled like a swimming pool. I think it was an underground lab or something. They made my hands all big. Look.
Rollo proudly presented his hands to Luca.
Pretty sweet, right? I mean, it wouldn't be my first pick for a superpower, but beggars can be choosers. Although, it wasn't just your hands. My feet, too? Dang. Pa just made me new shoes. Wait, Luca, why are you so small?
Luca moved to the side and pointed Rollo to his reflection in the balcony window.
What the?
His hands shot up to his face.
Holy Toledo! Rollo, what did they do to you? They made me drink some sort of green crud. Ew. Actually, it wasn't too bad. It kinda tasted like licorice. I passed out and woke up like this. And then I sorta smashed open my cage and escaped. Whoa, you smashed open a cage? Kinda. At least I think I did. It's all a bit of a blur. You're in a cage? Who are these people? I don't know who did this to you, but we're gonna fix it. Fix it? This is awesome! Well, I'm just glad you're safe now. Luca, you don't need to worry about me. Sure, I got snatched, but look at it this way. I got snatched. I know where snatched people go. We may finally have a lead on what happened to your family. Maybe you're right, but this all seems dangerous. Danger?
Rollo shadowboxed a few jabs.
I'll take them all on. Hey fellas, what's up?
With a yelp, Rollo dove behind Luca.
Take cover! Did I come at a bad time? Who the heck are you? This is Beck. Sorry, something truly bizarre just happened and I need help. I don't know where else to go. So, you're just hanging out here with your large adult friends? Ah, no, this is my buddy Rollo. This is your missing friend? One and the same. Seems a little old. I'll have you know this is a recent development. What the heck does that mean? Oh, I'm sorry. You're the one who just showed up out of nowhere. So we'll be asking the questions here. That's fair. How did you find us? Your silly little treehouse? Think you mean our silly little mission control? Hate to break it to you, but your secret path isn't so secret, and I could hear your racket from a mile away. See, Luca, this is why we need to improve security around here. Not now, Rollo. Beck, you said something bizarre happened? Yeah, but...
She shot a nervous glance at Rollo.
anything you can say around me, you can say around Rollo. This has been a weird day all around, hasn't it? Yep.
Beck's eyes narrowed.
Okay, so all started when I made it back home. My first order of business was to try and salvage my hair. So I dyed it with some stuff from the chemistry set my mom gave me. Okay. Just need to play it cool and hope no one notices. Notices what? Oh, nothing. I was just... Come over here and let me have a look. Oh, honey, what in the world did you do to your hair? Just kind of felt like a change. This is gonna take forever to grow out. You were the one who said that change was a good thing, right? I was talking about your mother's new job. I was talking about us moving. Well, I guess I just took your lesson to heart.
Ilona tried to put on a smile.
Before I forget, I came up here to tell you that Nellie had to go into work. Tonight? Her and Mr. Kerr decided it would be good for her to get some things done before tomorrow. That Kerr guy seems like a grade A creep. Beck! He is! Him and his weird cult of personality. You are not gonna ruin this job for Nellie. It means too much to her. Oh, I know exactly how much it means to her. It means enough to her to exile her daughter to this podunk town. This place sucks. The people are weird. Just don't know them yet. It's always cold. We're in the mountains, you'll get used to it. I can't even pick up a single decent station on the radio. It's all banjo music and farm reports. You know I grew up in a town not different from this one. Is that why you're better at talking to plants than people? Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. First of all, you're grounded. What? In the morning, I'll have Nellie come and see what we can do about fixing your hair. You need to look presentable for the festival. Not another peep.
She sighed, and after a moment, looked down at Beck sympathetically.
I know moving is hard, honey. That doesn't mean you have to make yourself miserable all the time. Other people seem to have that covered for me. Oh, and if you decide to rebel by dyeing your hair more,
She flashed a sly grin and tousled Beck's hair.
I'll just shave it off for you. Think of how rebellious you'll look then. Very funny. Thank you. Good night, sweetie. Good night, Mom. Wait. First of all, this town does not suck. Second, you need help because you got grounded? No. I'm sorry you got in trouble. My fault your hair got screwed up in the first place. Don't worry about it. I actually kind of like this look. Great, can we get back to the story now? The next part's the important bit. I have this radio I upgraded with my mom and I was too angry to sleep, so I tried to dial into something worth listening to. Mr. Kerr, are you there? Mr. Kerr? Yes, I'm busy. What is it? Apologies. I have the founder on the line. Patch him through immediately. One moment. Hello, sir. It's so nice to hear from you. Skip the pleasantries. What's your report on our new lead researcher of deep engineering? Nellie Modwell seems to be integrating nicely. At this very moment, she's working to help us meet her deadline. She offered to work overtime before I even had the chance to suggest it. Excellent. And you have faith that she's capable of finishing the work left by her predecessor? Her work must be complete before the festival. I'll make sure she stays day and night until it's accomplished. Good. You know how I feel about loose ends. Yes, sir. Once she's finished the work, we need to make a determination regarding her long-term prospects in the company. Immediately, sir? I usually have more time to fully bring people into the fold. We're in the end game, Bill. After your failures with Dr. Prescott, I can't afford to take any risks. Of course, sir. No loose ends, sir. Once she finishes the work, she'll either leave the office completely committed to perennial harvest, or she won't leave at all. Perfect. Sir, if I might suggest, maybe we should delay, just for a bit. Oh? Just, we seem to be rushing to hit this festival deadline, and rushing into things has caused some issues in the past. I see. Please understand that I just want what's best for you. I'm eternally grateful for all that you've done for me. Bill, I'll make this very clear for you. I brought you in to make things run smoothly, not to have opinions. Of course, sir. Chin up, Bill. You're only a few days away from having everything you ever dreamt of. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Well... yeah. Just so we're clear, when they said loose ends, they were talking about murder, right? Like actually killing someone? Capital murder?
Luca gave Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs.
Who is this founder? I was hoping you guys would know. Nah, as far as we know, Kerr is the top banana at the perennial harvest. He sounded scared of this founder guy. We have an even topper banana on the field. The hell is my mom caught up in? Has she talked about the job much? Not really. She said she was gonna come in and continue the work of someone she respected. Luca, do you think that body at the warehouse was the person Beck's mom came to replace? That would make sense. Beck, it seems like Nellie's predecessor got a loose ended. I'm getting that impression. Okay, so we need to get your mom out of there before the festival happens. That's 2 days away. Won't she just come home after work? The creep on the radio said they were gonna hold her there until then. If she's not coming out, we gotta go in and get her.
Flicked a large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed it on the floor.
Maybe this'll help. You have blueprints? Oh, it's really just a welcome map from my mom's PH orientation day. But it shows the layout. Sure looks like blueprints to me. Look, here's the reception area. There's a big room marked Founder's Office. It even has the exits marked. Guys. We have a deadline. We have an objective. We have blueprints. You realize what this is, right?
Rollo started to wiggle with excitement.
I think we're heisting. This is officially a heist.
Chapter 6. The Heist.
Nice.
They spent the night's end huddled around that small map, formulating a plan to infiltrate the headquarters of Perennial Harvest. It would be no small feat. A modern facility equipped with all manner of technology, not to mention the swarm of clipboards that would most certainly be scattered throughout. By the time the sun began to peek through the car window used as a makeshift balcony door, all were in agreement. This could just work. The final day before the festival would be used to prepare. They'd need to pool every resource at their disposal, pull every favor with a thread. Even enlist some unsavory characters around town with important tasks only they were suited for. Luckily, there was enough ill will and mistrust toward Perennial Harvest that alliances could be found at a bargain. Luca, Beck, and Rollo rubbed their eyes as they exited the treehouse. They hadn't slept at all that night. There was no time. The festival was to begin in 1 day, and they each had their assignments.
Damn. We must be getting close to the end now, right? Alright, quick recap. Rollo, you're gonna talk to Roxy. Cordially. Without her and Fitz, this whole thing could go bust. Me, Cordial is my middle name. Uh-huh. And how do you plan to explain your new...
Vaguely at Rollo's sizable figure.
circumstance? She'll be so happy I'm alive, she won't even notice.
Snorted an involuntary giggle.
But you're sure Luna won't just shut this whole thing down when she hears it? You'll listen. Once she understands the danger Nellie is in, the danger we're all in, plan makes sense. Okay, that leaves me with Jeff and then Iggy. How are you gonna persuade them? I'll think of something.
They each looked at each other with sleepy confidence and nodded.
Well, Godspeed. Undaunted, he shook his head. Over? No. Endings are merely a state of mind. This doesn't end until I give up. Wow. I admire the conviction, but can he really pull through? You ever wonder why an agricultural company employees take an army of survey takers? The clipboards? They say they're just trying to make us happy. Do they want to make us happy, or just figure out what makes us happy? An important distinction. Let me in! Alright, got you. Let me take on. I'm hydrated. Hey Jeff, what can I do you for? Well, I know how much you hate perennial harvest. Hate is a strong word. Oh, sorry, I mean, I'd say it was the wrong word. Gotcha. So we're gonna break into their headquarters, and I thought you might be able to help.
Jeff wheezed out a long snicker.
You see, I knew your kids are alright. Great, so you'll help?
The joy in Jeff's face drained instantly.
Not a chance. But, give me one good reason I should risk my hide eating and betting you
Looking
assholes.
into the sullen eyes of his would-be accomplice, Luca blurted out the first word that came to mind.
Junk. Yeah, what of it? Sorry, I've got more junk than the king has copper. Ain't interested.
Luca wasn't ready. He shouted out.
Hey,
Jeff's brow perked up.
what'd you say? Go ahead and hide
Sensing
then.
some traction, Luca carried on with vigor.
Let a bunch of kids do what needs to be done. We're not afraid.
Jeff's scowl faded with a sigh.
Say what you will about old Jeff, and they all do. But you'll never hear him say I had from
One
nothing.
good stomp of the foot was all Jeff needed to drive his point home.
What was it you kids needed? Some sort of disguise. I got just the thing. And while we're at it, that crate should come in handy. That ain't gonna be free, you know. I'm thinking 5 bags of sour gob should cover it. Put it on my tab?
Luca offered out his open hand to seal the deal. With a firm and dusty grip, Jeff reciprocated.
Done. Swing by first thing in the morning. Hey Tish, look who it is. Look, are you here to try to tickle us to death again? Look, just hear me out.
Iggy raised an eyebrow suspiciously.
We're listening. Iggy, I know we've both been giant bags of shit to each other.
Iggy gave a reluctant shrug.
You're not wrong. But lately life has been kinda strange, you know?
He considered the point.
Things have been weird around here. So I'm offering a truce and asking for your help. What do you say we break our hostilities, at least for now? We do like breaking things. Even if a truce means less breaking things. What if I told you there was a way to have a truce and break stuff? Go on. I need you to cause a distraction so I can sneak into Perennial Harvest headquarters.
Wild-eyed grin spread across Iggy's face.
My, look at Van Horn, I'm impressed. And after all this is done, maybe you and Tish can come hang out at the treehouse sometime? Okay, good luck with your lurk.
Iggy glanced over to Tish, who nodded in agreement.
Fine. But not because we want to see your crappy treehouse. We just like to cause chaos.
Nod, Luca was off.
Did you hear that, Tish?
Iggy gazed up at Tish with a smile.
He invited us to hang out at the
A single
treehouse.
tear ran down Tish's cheek.
I never expected this day to come. How wonderful. The one time she doesn't say yup.
Into the hive. A good heist requires preparation. And thorough preparation takes time. Something they had precious little of. So far, everything was in order.
Yup.
Jeff, Iggy, and Tish all agreed to do their part. Beck radioed Luca that night with a simple and covert message. We are locked and loaded on my end. And Rollo, after a lengthy confession, managed to persuade Roxy and Fitz to help. He stowed away in mission control for the night to avoid attracting attention. Rollo, being uniquely suited for the role, would be the first to breach Perennial
Careful.
Harvest. The outfit provided by Jeff wasn't perfect, but a convincing disguise is 10% wardrobe, 90% confidence. Rollo took a few vigorous breaths.
He's gonna
and
have a
shook out his
clipboard.
arms.
Just stay calm, Rollo. You can do this. Got your delivery here. A delivery? I don't have anything in my notes about a delivery. One moment. I'm so sorry, but there's no delivery scheduled for this morning. Right.
To think quick.
Because this goes directly to the founder. He asked that it be kept
Rollo
secret.
sighed, adjusting his tool belt.
You know how the founder can be. Suppose we can leave this one off the records? Our harvest awaits and
With a
such.
stroke of his mustache, Rollo proceeded into the Perennial Harvest headquarters.
Our harvest awaits. Package here for the founder. No, I didn't hear anything about. Yeah, this is a need to know kind of thing. I'll just
He
check.
stammered and flipped through the pages of his clipboard.
This goes directly to the founder. I don't have time to fill you in. Oh, I see. If you could just complete this
Rollo
form.
interrupted with urgency in his voice.
Every time with the forms. Look, if you want to explain to the founder why I'm late, well, it's your funeral. I'm sorry. What did you say your name was again?
Rollo panicked.
Our harvest awaits. Sir? This is a restricted area. Excuse me, sir. Our harvest awaits! Ready to light this candle, Tish? Yup. Suck on this, Perennial Hamfist. What was
The
that?
distraction was enough for Rollo to regain his confidence.
Just open the damn door. I've got a job to do.
Clipboard fumbled around in a frenzy.
I should check that nice. Oh, come on! Just buzz me in already! Okay, okay! Phew. That was close. Our harvest awaits. Hey, I figure. When in doubt, stick with classics. Well, that was a close one. But you pulled it off. Nice work, Rollo. Alright, everyone knows what to do? Yep, deep engineering's to the north. I'll go with Beck. In case she needs some muscle. I'll head east to the founder's office. You two be safe. Okay, I can't go there. That's odd. There's not even any cups for the water. Hallway to nowhere. What's going on here? Is this some sort of mind game? This whole place just feels fake, but of all things, a fake plant? I thought I would be back there. Solomon?
Solomon stopped in his tracks.
Luca? What are you doing here? It's a long story. Are you
A
okay?
veneer of confusion flashed across Solomon's face. His words rushed out dramatically.
No, I'm most certainly not okay. Some strange people grabbed me and... Were they in hazmat suits? Yes, how did you know? They brought me here and locked me up, and when they were distracted, I ran. Dang, okay, you should stick with me, we got a
Solomon's
plan.
facade briefly faltered.
We? Yeah, Rollo and Beck are headed to deep engineering. Thank heavens you found me, we've got to get out of here. We can't leave just yet, but they'll catch us again. We gotta do something first. When you were running, did you happen to see a door marked Founder? Founder? How are you looking for him? I'm not. I just need to get into that office. Now that you mention it, I do think I saw a door that said Founder. It was just down this way.
Luca happened to notice a plaque above the door.
Office of the Founder. Knocking comes with consequences. Oh, here it is. So it is. Pretty lucky that I ran into you, or else I might have missed it. Truly
Luca tried
fortunate.
the handle.
Locked.
Solomon leaned forward to examine the mechanism.
Regrettably, it seems to be some sort of electric lock. I don't see how we could possibly defeat a lock like
Luca
that.
smiled and looked at his watch.
Let's just wait a minute. I don't know what sort of funny business you're up to, but I like
She
it.
mimed a quick hat tip and ambled off with a whistle.
I love her. Just casual espionage. Howdy. Good afternoon.
The light on the keypad changed from red to green.
How did you do that? It's good to have friends. Right, let's get inside before someone spots us.
Luca switched on his walkie-talkie.
Rollo, I'm in. As expected, there's a control panel. Great timing, we're stuck at a locked door marked 24601. Need you to get us through. What if someone catches us? We should get out of here. I'm not leaving my friends, Solomon.
On the computer screen, a green cursor blinked in a password field.
Surely you don't have a way to get around the password.
Luca pecked out his best guess. Underground secrets. The screen blinked to life. Columns of green numbers glowed on a black background.
The same password? Wow. How did you just guess that? Oh, it's this absurd password Rollo heard when he was down here before. It's funny how someone arrogant enough to call themselves the Founder uses such a basic password. Or they were thinking several moves ahead, not expecting anyone to guess something so simple. These villain types always end up outsmarting themselves.
Solomon's jaw clenched into a half smile.
Your powers of deduction are as impressive as your luck.
Luca quickly scanned the columns for number 24601.
Rollo, I think this should do it. Bingo bango, doors open. Luca, you never fail to impress. What is that slippery lout even doing down here? We have a friend whose mom's in trouble. We're here to get her out. I see. Oh, Luca, I think we're close. The next door is marked 13806.
Once again, Luca scrutinized the numbers on the screen. In that moment of distraction, Solomon reached forward and pressed a large red button.
Maybe this one opens the lock. Crap. What company? Luca, must go faster! One sec, I can't think with all this noise.
Skimmed the screen with his finger.
Here it is, 13806, go, go, go! Where's these fumbling hands? My apologies, Luca. Don't beat yourself up, I know you were just trying to help. Oh man, the water cups. Rollo! Rollo, are you okay? Rollo, come in.
Mr. Kerr approached with a sneer and spoke into his walkie-talkie.
You can turn off the alarms, they're
With
trapped.
satisfaction, he called into the hallway.
That, my dears, is a dead end. Nowhere to run. Rollo, where are you? Are you okay? Yeah, I think we lost him. Making our way back to Nelly's office. Okay, you two rabble-rousers are coming with us. Nope. Make a break for it. Oh damn, they pulled the switcheroo! Did that little shit just kick me? Don't just stand there after them! Okay, I think that worked. Roxy and Fitz have them on a wild goose chase. I am having trouble following what just happened. Like I said, it's good to have friends. Rollo, how long do you think Roxy can distract them? How long can Roxy keep someone so pissed off they can't see straight? Let's just say we've got time. Entering Nellie's office now. Mom! Oh honey, what did you do to your hair? Well, you'd be happy I finally used the young chemist lab kit. You sure have a knack for making me incredibly proud in the most frustrating ways. We need to get you out of here. We? Who is your adult friend? Oh, I'm not an adult. Ever heard of a growth spurt? I had more of a growth spew. No, that's not possible.
Leaned over to examine his teeth.
Substantial banding on the enamel of the molars consistent with Tempest liquimine exposure. Is that what you call the gunk they forced me to drink? You drank it? Oh no. They told me it was only being tested on plants. Oh, Beck, sweetie, I promise I didn't know. Mom, what the hell is going on at this place? I was brought here to work on the discovery of a lifetime. A novel chemical compound that was discovered under Beacon Pines in a wellspring they called the Source. They named it Tenquist Liquimine. It pulls energy from its surroundings in order to fundamentally alter matter's relationship to time. It was the secret to Valentine's fertilizer. They harvested the source, infusing small amounts of Tempest liquimine into the product. It worked wonders, drastically accelerating plant growth. Crops would be ready to harvest in a fraction of the time, but it led to complications. Foul harvest. Perennial harvest came in to clean up the mess, to succeed where Valentine failed. But Tempest liquimine is rebellious. Rebellious? You can think of it as a manifestation of change itself. It's volatile by its very nature. So the more you try to force it to do a specific thing, the more it resists. Yes, I can relate to that. My role was to finish the work of my predecessor, Dr. Prescott, harnessing Tempest liquimine to reliably manipulate an organism's age. Just imagine how many people we could feed. Mr. Kerr was very insistent that we would achieve a successful result before today's festival. But you didn't, right?
Nellie sighed.
You know how much I love a good puzzle? I poured myself into the problem. It wasn't long until I discovered oddities in Dr. Prescott's notes. Oddities? They contained obvious errors, mistakes that someone of his reputation would never make. So I fixed them, and now I get to replace my entire wardrobe. I really am truly sorry. Those clothes are all hand-me-downs anyway. Sounds like Dr. Prescott figured it out, got cold feet, and intentionally sabotaged his own work. I had considered that possibility. I've sent a letter asking him to clarify his thinking. Mom, Dr. Prescott is dead. Kerr had him killed. What? I overheard them talking about it on the radio. That's why we gotta get you out of here. I take a drink. Like now. Wait, the vial! I finally solved the chemical equation allowing direct control of aging. Mr. Kerr picked it up just before you came. All the more reason we gotta hightail it. Look, we've got Dr. Modwell heading your way now. Roger that, be careful. Alright, everything's on track. What is your plan for escape? We'll go over everything when they get here. In the meantime, maybe we can dig up some more info. Malice 80 proof whiskey. A hard drink for a hard man. Wow, even his alcohol is arrogant.
Solomon muttered inaudibly.
I just smother you right now. What's that? I said I shouldn't bother you right now. Don't be silly, you're no bother at all. Let's see what else this bad boy has on it. Security system, time card logs, payroll. You know, for being so evil, this guy sure is boring.
Solomon once again muttered under his breath.
Just you wait. Huh? Oh, nothing.
Luca tugged on each of the cabinets.
Dang, this must be the good stuff. They're all locked. Perhaps he's not as careless as you suspected. Looks like the founder was helping Kerr plan the festival. Why would such a secretive leader be so obsessed with a party? Only time will
Luca
tell.
held his hand up to the ashtray.
Still warm. He must have been in here recently. I'm really sorry you got dragged into this mess, Solomon. You needn't worry about me. Well, I feel bad either way. We're gonna get you out of this, I
With a
promise.
subtle, quivering lip, a smile crawled across Solomon's face. They heard the trampling of frantic footsteps from the hallway.
Lock it, lock it, lock it! Locked. That was close. When we left Ellie's office, it was swarming with clipboards. We barely got away. Did they follow you? Rollo. Before we start tossing blame around, is it possible someone ordered a pizza? We'd love to hear your thoughts. Definitely not pizza. What now? Don't look at me, I'm officially retiring from the heisting business. We're so sorry for the inconvenience. We just have a few quick questions. Just let me think. Someone watch the door. Of course. Everyone else, huddle up. Oops. I think this little caper has gone on long enough. Solomon, no! Hush now, child. The adults are speaking. Dr. Modwell, a brief reintroduction is in order. We never met in person, but we have corresponded. You see, it was I who hired you. Solomon, the pathetic orphan child, the powerful and enigmatic founder. Sharper, the fallen progenitor who created this town. Perennial harvest, Valentine fertilizer, all connected by a single thread. Yours truly. But that's...
Her eyes searched the floor in thought. Solomon watched eagerly, waiting for the flicker of epiphany. With a sickened look, she peered into his soul.
Yes, now you've got it. Tempest, Liquimine, you discovered how to reverse the process.
Solomon clapped with genuine delight.
Very good, Dr. Modwell, very good. Though the discovery wasn't intentional.
Solomon glanced down, examining his youthful form.
And the effects went a little too far for my tastes. That's why you needed me to finish Dr. Prescott's work. Which you did admirably. Mr. Kerr, the vial, please.
Kerr presented it with a theatrical twirl of the hand.
May I present to you the eighth wonder of
Before he
the...
could finish, Rollo snatched the vial from Kerr's palm.
Whoa, this stuff sounds pretty valuable. Be careful, you fool. You have no idea what you have in your hands. Actually, we do. You just did a whole evil villain monologue thingy about it.
Rollo casually tossed the vial to Luca.
Gosh, maybe I'll have a
Luca
taste.
jiggled the vial mockingly.
Seize him. Luca! Over here! Move another inch and I smash
She
it.
held it tightly behind her back. Solomon sighed, speaking in crisp, measured syllables.
You have no plan. I'll smash it, I swear. Fine, risk killing us all. Or if you're lucky, nothing happens. Then what? We capture you and grant you much less
He
leniency.
pursed his lips with feigned sincerity.
But I give you my word, if you hand it over now, none of you will be harmed.
A deep uncertainty washed over Beck.
The cat has left. You're a smart girl, Beck. But there's no shame in being outwitted by someone smarter than you. We both know there's only one way this ends.
She looked to Nellie shakily. With a dispirited nod, Nellie sighed in defeat. Beck slowly approached Solomon.
That's a good girl. Beck, don't do it! We can't trust that jerk. I'm sorry. He's right.
With apprehension, Beck conceded. Solomon pocketed the vial and brushed off his shoulder with a sharp flick.
Mr. Kerr, you have allowed yourself to be humiliated by a group of children. Report to my office tomorrow for a
The
performance
blood
review.
drained from Kerr's face.
Of course, sir. But first you have a speech to make. Trot out there and give me the introduction I deserve. And don't forget to smile. Yes, sir. And to think all of this is thanks to the effort of Mr. Van Horn. I don't understand. How is this all because of me? I said Mr. Van Horn, silly child. Dr. Walt Van Horn. Your father was always a thorn in my side. I offered him an opportunity to be part of something great, but the fool was blinded by righteousness. He even broke into my laboratory in an attempt to sabotage my work.
Solomon shook his head with gratification.
So the universe has a funny way of correcting course. By meddling with a force he didn't understand, Walt showed me its true potential. As fate would have it, Luca, your father's dying act was to grant me eternal
A
life.
muffled applause resonated faintly through the walls.
Well, that's my cue. After the festivities and my subsequent ascension, I will return to deal with you all. Until then, I suggest you use this time to reflect on the magnitude of your failure. You three, keep post outside the door. Well, crap. Can't believe Beck sold us out like that. I'm not sure she had any other choice. So what now? What's the plan? Until the bomb goes off, right? I don't have one. Of course you do, you always have a plan. Rollo, you just need some time. Rollo, it's over. We lost.
Nellie was staring at the floor, deep in thought.
Sorry, Luca. Give me a minute to calm my mind. Hey. I'm sorry, Luca. I did what I had to do. I know, it's just we were so close. I've got a feeling that eventually Solomon will get what's coming to him. Time wounds all heals. Well, time seems like less of an issue for him now. Luca, there's something you should know. After Mr. Kerr locked me in that office, I had nothing but time and curiosity. I poked around a bit, hoping to find a means of escape, but I found something else. A note, hidden in a false drawer. What sort of note? Dr. Prescott must have sensed his time at Perennial Harvest was growing short. So he left behind a letter with the hope that we'd be found by his successor. It was a confession of sorts. He left it for me, but its contents... Look, I think they were meant for you. Why? What did it say? It was about an incident with your mother. Dr. Prescott found her in his lab with a stolen keycard. There was an accident. She'd been exposed to extreme amounts of Tempest liquamine.
Color dropped from Luca's face.
Is she? She survived. Dr. Prescott decided to help her recover. He no longer trusted Perennial Harvest, so he kept her whereabouts a secret. Over time, your mother led him to reconsider the purpose of scientific discovery. Science is often at the vanguard of change, but that doesn't mean it's always right. He realized that no one should have control over something as powerful as time itself. I now believe that's why he began to intentionally sabotage his own work. And it cost him his life. That's a reasonable conclusion.
Luca was overwhelmed with emotion.
But if she's alive, where has she been? Where is she now?
A sudden explosion sounded from the hull. Chapter 8. Comeuppance. Ears still ringing, Gran picked herself up off the ground. Through the dust and smoke, she looked over to see Mrs. Fratelli helping Hiram Tolliver to his feet. She'd had to beg, borrow, and steal to acquire those explosives. How many nights had she spent visualizing how she'd use them to make things right? And now, her one shot at destroying the source, that damned hole that swallowed so much of her life, was gone.
She used it to blow up the building!
Traded for this jagged hole in a wall and a foolhardy shot at rescuing Rollo. With Fratelli and Tolliver at her side, she stepped through. It was a strange feeling. The last time she'd stalked this maze of hallways, it was in a different body. They quickly rounded a corner to find a group of clipboards guarding a door. Something worth guarding is probably something worth seeing. She leapt forward, brandishing her cane. If her last chance at vengeance for things lost was truly gone, she would just have to fight to keep what she still had.
Grandma! There's also Ma! Gran, what are you doing here? Luca, what are you doing here? We're here to save Nellie. We're here to save Rollo. Hey, Mrs. Luca's gran. That's awful nice of you. But I'm fine. Oh no, what did they... Grant, there's no time to explain. We have to go now. Come on, everyone. We've got a party to crash.
They made their way out from deep within the perennial harvest, just as Solomon finished up his speech.
Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on
Solomon
out.
pulled a glass vial from his pocket.
We've got to stop
In
him.
one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
No! Well, I guess that's it. We lost. I wouldn't be so sure about that.
With a mischievous
Beat 'em up!
look,
Beat
Beth
'em up!
elbowed Luca. Remember when I had the vial behind my back?
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little bit,
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little junk.
Can't wait to see the look on his face when he realized he drank its own cigar ash. Or did ashes get into the vial? It was pretty easy to mess with the vial when it was behind my back. Oh, that's sneaky. Well, it's a bad habit anyways. Pa always says bad habits are like 50-yard field goals. Huh? Hard to kick. You can all call me Sharper
His body
Valentine.
and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Well, that's one way to kick a bad habit.
As the last of what was once Sharper Valentine wafted into the air, the crowd began to disperse, still numb from what they had just observed. Sharper Valentine was gone for good. His end would be a new beginning for Beacon Pines, a new chance to let go of the things they had lost and grab hold of a new future. The end. Well, I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a bit gratifying. If that feels to you like a good note to end on, I won't stand in your way.
I mean, I gotta see what the other ones do.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little change.
Little, like, pocket change? Your unlucky penny! Yeah, I plopped it in the vial when no one's looking. What's that gonna do? No idea. That's the beauty of science. Now we observe.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Holy crap, he's a baby! Yeah, but he's still Sharper, right? What he was no longer matters. This is an innocent child. I apologize for all the harm my father has
Eris
caused you.
awkwardly cradled the squirming child. She looked to her brother, her voice shaking with uncertainty.
Augustus, what do we... We do what Valentines always do. What must be done? I'll hurry home and prepare a crib for father, young Sharper. That would be a great help, thank you.
She looked back down at the infant with equal parts kindness and terror in her eyes. With a shake of her head, Eris addressed the crowd with a stern scowl.
Okay, everyone, the show is over. You may leave now.
Epilogue. Beacon Pines' coldest summer on record came and went without much fanfare. Folks shared what they had and none were left wanting. The new school year was ushered in by the falling leaves of autumn. After everything Luca, Rollo, and Beck had been through, middle school was bearable. The chill of winter didn't seem to bother people much. They kindled a hope for a better future in their hearts. When spring arrived, farmers planted their crops with a sense of joy and optimism. And as the dawn of the first day of summer came again, its light slowly spread through the shallow valley. It crept over the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, and came to rest on a young boy sleeping at dawn, his mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason.
Rolo, are you up yet? Roger that. It's a beautiful day at Mission Control. You gotta swing by? Be there in a minute.
Over time, Eleanor began moving Walt's old things out of the closet and into storage. Eleanor had moved back into her bedroom, and now that she wasn't sneaking out late, she even slept there most nights.
I think this must be the good ending. Who knows? Mom, I'm ready to go now. Go on without me, I'll meet you there. Got a batch of jam to finish jarring. It's funny. I only started making jam as a way to send messages without anyone noticing, but now I enjoy it. Wonder if we can say bye to Dad even though Dad isn't there. Do we know Dad's not there now? Oh. I guess we know Dad's not there now. I hear you and Rolo have big plans for that little treehouse. Yeah, it started getting crowded after we revoked the max capacity 1 Rolo, 1 Luca rule. So we decided to expand, but at least we got some help with that. How's the internship at Nellie and Ilona's shop going? Been great. I'm hoping it helps me get into the School of Agriculture up at the state. Also, Nellie said she'd write a letter of recommendation, which would be huge. I just can't help but worry about leaving Rolo. He's grown up so fast, but he's still my little brother. Yeah, he had a heck of a growth spurt. I don't just mean grown, literally. This morning he was up and finished his chores before he even had breakfast. Well, some of that might be his excitement about the treehouse renovations. Don't tell him this because it'll go to his head, but I'm really proud of that little punk. I'm sure he feels the same way, but he's just too dang proud to tell you. I know. Hey Gus, how's the tree planting going? Couldn't be better. I'm so grateful to Ilona and Nellie for lending me help. Just wasn't built to be a mayor. Too much bureaucracy. Gus, we finished cleaning up the sidewalks. What's next?
Perennial harvest collapsed. Most of the clipboards skipped town. But some stuck around and dedicated themselves to making things right.
Anyone with a knack for art can help paint the new offices. You can count on us. Well, it looks like you really found your calling. Never really felt comfortable telling people what to do. Now this, right here? This is something I can be proud of. Look, get this. I managed to reel in an actual fish this morning. Seriously? Yeah, an honest-to-goodness flip-flopping, swim-swamming fish! I don't think I've ever caught an actual fish here. In only 7 years since I caught one. I'd say it's a good omen. What'd you do with the fish? Oh, I released it back into the pond. I'm hoping to catch it again tomorrow.
Luca, good for skimming this.
Is that really all the things you can catch? A little higher. Yep. A little lower. Yep. A little higher. Yep. I'm telling you, the angle isn't the issue. We need more power to the radio. Look, there you are. Would you tell him it's not the angle? Hey, I'm not in charge of antenna redesign. Fine, fine. Iggy, just don't do anything drastic until we get back. Who? Me? Fish, you're in charge while I'm gone. Yup. He'll be fine, right? It'll be fine. If we really want Mission to Control to turn into something bigger and better, we have to loosen our grip a bit. Ugh, you're right. Lead the way. How's the napping this morning? The most underrated part of a good nap is the view, and the view is getting greener every day. Nice. I see you decided on a name. Yep, we had to clear out all the old stuff before putting on the final touch. Slow and Dirty Harvest is now official. I like it. It was actually Nellie's idea. There's still a lot of work to do, and the name serves as a reminder. Just because progress is important doesn't mean change should happen fast. In fact, I've learned that the more you care about something, the more important it is to take things slow. Our motto is, go slow and fix things. Amen to that! Young Mr. Van Horn. How's little Sharper doing? Young Sharper seems to enjoy nature more than I, so we do a lot of strolling these days. Has he, you know, attempted to crawl out of his crib and plot world domination? Yeah. Thankfully, no. I spoke at length with Dr. Modwell, and she feels that Sharper's infant mind was not developed enough to retain his previous memories. For all intents and purposes, the child is unmolded clay. Let's hope he's a little nicer the second time around. That is the objective, yes, but really all I can do is try and hope. Two activities I am endeavouring to find less distasteful. Well, I think you're doing a great job. And the whole town is ready to help out however we can. Can't wait to teach him to throw a baseball.
Eris did her best to ignore the tears welling in her eyes.
That would be acceptable. He looked to his friends with a thankful smile. After everything that could have gone wrong, everything that did go wrong, we made it. The end.
Closing her eyes, Miss Hatch took a deep, relaxing breath.
Oh, hello, Luca. How are you? Really good, actually. That's wonderful. Did I miss anything? I think you're pretty much up to speed. Luca, do you want a biscotti? On the house. I don't really have time. Zariel, you gotta come and see this. I finally did it. I pulled the perfect espresso. Oh, Lumi. If I didn't know better, I would think you're proud of something. As if, like, no. Too late. You're now officially a person that cares. Wow, that for seconds, if it's not too much trouble. For the longest time, I didn't understand the appeal of ice cream. It serves no purpose, other than to be briefly enjoyed and then it's gone. But it's pretty tasty while it lasts. I'm inclined to agree. Hey Luca, can you tell Roxy I'll be free in an hour? Sure thing. My dad's making me stock the shelves for summer. I said it builds character. I think he meant to say it builds calluses. Builds character? Yeah, it builds something alright. Luca, can I interest you in a delicious apple?
Waggled an apple.
No thanks, just saying hello. Well, hello then. Been telling your mom we need a new crate of jam? Already? Funny, I used to hide this stuff in the back, terrified that someone would find out about our secret messages. Now everyone wants to get their hands on Eleanor Van Horn's famous spy jam. What's today's news that needs knowing? I'll give you tomorrow's headline today. Our old friend Patrick C. Montesquieu, aka William Kerr, just performed a stilling rendition of The Iceman Cometh at the State Correctional Facility. I heard there wasn't a dry eye in the house. Well, I guess he has plenty of time to work on his craft. I'm glad you swung by. More follow-up questions for your story? Nope, I got everything I need. Thanks again for that. I sent a draft of the story to a reporter in Capital City, and they offered me an internship. Of course they did. You're an amazing reporter. I don't know about all that. A story about a phony corporation that picked up an entire town of people and moved them to cover up a massive illegal mine shaft full of incredibly hazardous chemicals sort of writes itself if you think about it. Just don't forget about us when you become a fancy big city reporter. Capital City isn't that far away. I'm gonna have to come back from time to time to check in, and see what sort of new trouble you've gotten yourself into. Sorry to disappoint, but my adventuring days are over. We both know that's not true. What makes you say that? Call it a reporter's intuition. Oh my god.
Luca squinted at the faint memories of that day.
I can finally do it again! These allergies have been killing me. Haven't been able to smell a thing all day. I almost sold Miss Hatch a gallon of spoiled milk this morning. Got anything to help clear out these darn sinuses? Whatever it takes. I just want to be able to smell again. I hope that works. Oh, this one, a cod for the common cold. Oh my, that's spicy. And stinky. Sorry, I'll try again. No, don't you see what this means? I can smell again. Looks like your father isn't the only doctor in the family. Nice. Hey, Miss Hatch, what can I get you? Oh, I'm not terribly hungry. Something snack-sized if you could. Call it the novella. Lovely. This is just in. The last chance diner overrun by gremlins. I'm not a gremlin, I'm Luca.
Mr. Wilder adjusted his monocle jokingly.
I stand corrected. In that case, would you believe I have a craving for a burger? You've come to the right place. Yeah, I'll have a nice juicy burger topped with onion. Okay. Here you go. The Wilder. You know I love a good byline, many thanks. Isn't it little Luca? Hey, Uncle Nuncreed. How come you haven't been around the house lately? Well, your dad and I had a little disagreement is all. How's he doing? Has he mentioned me? Not really, he's been busy lately. Sometimes he doesn't come home from work before bedtime. Is that so? Well, tell him I'm thinking of him. You seem sad. Nonsense. What can I get you for lunch? Fact of the matter is I don't have much of an appetite right now, but Uncle Nuncreed, you gotta eat. I'll make you something special. That'll cheer you up. Have I seen any cow people in this? I don't think so. Something that'll cheer him up, huh? Candy smile. I call it the cheers looking at you, kid. One burger with a side of good vibes. Oh, look at you, sweet boy.
Reached down and patted Luca's shoulder with an enormous hand.
You got a lot of your daddy in you, don't you? I guess so. Run along, I'll do my best to clean my plate. Oh god, he's actually gonna eat it. Listen well, child, I'm only gonna say this once. I require a well-done burger. When I say well done, I mean it. I feel like you aren't grasping my request. I want the burger charred beyond recognition. I want it bitter and black. One burnt burger coming up. And top it with the most expensive thing you have. One burger with what's probably meant to be caviar but looks like baked beans. May I present the row you're burnt? And hardly believe it. You've done well. Mrs. Fratelli had caviar stashed back there. This woman is full of surprises. Very good. This will suffice. One free burger. A lot of mouths to feed, so the biggest burger. And lettuce. Okay. Hey Margaret, welcome on in, how you doing? I call it, but too much is never enough. I should keep them at bay. Thank you. Nice. We did it!
Mrs. Fratelli glowed with a carefree smile.
Doing well, gotta run soon, but wanted to say hey. Thank you for the balance. Well, good luck with whatever you're doing today. Is that your suitcase? That is 2 weeks of unencumbered tranquility. Excuse me? Would you be so kind as to take my order? 2 weeks of sand, margaritas, and forgotten obligations. Excuse me, I'd love to place an order.
Mrs. Fratelli sighed with a zen-like calm.
Just as soon as the lunch rush ends, I'll be a feather on the wind. You're going on vacation? For the first time in years. I've got you and your mom to thank. Why's that? I didn't tell you yet? You two are gonna fill in for me at the diner while I'm gone. Just like old times. Fine, I'll wait. The poor guy just wants to place an order and she's just like, I am fully ignoring you, sir.
Over the school year, Kato and Bert had become close friends.
But did you know that when they covered up the source, they found a new species of fungus? Yep, and they're studying it in the new labs. Did you know that Beacon Pines is now the smallest town in the country? Yep, close to the population before Perennial Harvest moved in.
It typically went on like this for quite some time. Luca peeked over Piper's shoulder. Laid stealthily inside a large volume of mathematics was the first issue of Hank Atomic.
Piper, are you reading Hank Atomic? Do you mind not telling anyone? I've kind of got a reputation uphold. Oh, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Just about every kid in town reads Hank Atomic. Honestly, I'm excited for you. What I'd give to start over fresh, to experience it again for the first time. I guess that's the downside of finishing something nice. At least now I can enjoy it again through you. Promise to tell me about it as you go? Sure thing. Can't believe it's over. Yeah, the town's really starting to turn a new leaf. The town? I was talking about Hank Atomic. I just finished the last issue. How was it? As great as always, Hank finally returned to Earth, but I just feel weird now. Weird can be cool. This means you're ready for something new. Any suggestions? You could ask Mrs. Satch about what she's always reading. She seems to really enjoy it. Ah, maybe I'll do that. Hey! Hey, Mr. Nuncreed. Gonna see my dad in a little bit. You wanna come with? After everything I did, you'd still...
Mr. Nuncreed shook his head.
You really are your father's son, aren't you? I don't think I'm ready for that yet. Well, you're always invited. I bet he'd love to hear from you. I'll visit Walt in my own time. You run along now.
With Perennial Harvest gone, the transportation tubes were left unused.
Come one, come all. No one's too big, no one's too small. For Jeff's wild ride.
Maybe not completely unused.
One piece of candy for the ride of your life. Who's next? Guess what? Yesterday I saw a Dynasty's Titius. That's good? It's great! I haven't spotted one of those in years. At this rate, Beacon Pines is going to become the bug capital of the country. I know it says county. Not country, but like every time my brain reads it as country. Oh, they got rid of the nuclear waste. That's nice. I have news I think you'll enjoy. This morning I unpacked my last box. You've officially moved in! Just a box. Let's not blow this out of proportion. Sounds an awful lot like putting down roots. Guess I decided this place is root-worthy. You're gonna be stuck with me for the foreseeable future. I do have to warn you, most years aren't gonna be as interesting as this one. I think I'll manage. Ready? Before we go, there's a bit of a surprise. My mom prepared this tree especially for you. You didn't have to do that. It wasn't just them. It's about the whole town pitched in. We all owe you. It should do okay in the cold of old Beacon Pines, and thrive as things warm up. That's perfect. Ah, you got it. That's a good looking tree. Being a special occasion and whatnot, this ride's on the house. You're gonna want to hang on tight to that little tree. That's kinda cute.
I think this is it. The end I've been waiting for. Honestly, I'd begun to lose hope of ever finding it. But then you came along. I don't know exactly how to thank you. It's hard to explain how much this means to me. It's funny, now that our time together is finally ending. I'm at a loss for words. Let's just watch the end together.
Done. Good little tree. The best little tree. Thank you, children. This means a lot. Yeah, thanks for everything. Ducks only did what any super awesome best buddy would have done. I'll probably give you some time alone now. You good? Yeah, I am. Been a wild year. How are you feeling? This was a wild ride. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for staying, watching this. It was a pretty wild ride. Everyone keeps asking me that. I'm fine, really. I always said the only thing fitter than a fiddle is cello. I feel like a dang cello. Well, if you ever stop feeling like a cello, I'm here for you. I know, you don't even have to say it. You two make an awesome pair. Excuse me? We're a trio now. Yep. Thanks. There's just one thing missing now that you're part of our group. Missing? Let me tell you a little story about a man named Hank Atomic. Oh god. I won't be long. I'll be waiting for you back at the phone booth. I've had the perfect way to start our summer. Hydrate, got you. You've got some good friends. I'm so proud of you. Your father would be so proud. I know. Mom, can I ask you a question? Do you ever dream about Dad? Not a night goes by that I don't. Are you ever afraid that you're gonna forget him? Forget what he looked like? Forget his voice? No, because so much of him lives on in you. He loved that old tree, but I know you would have loved this one more, because his two favorite people planted it. I'll give you two a moment. Hey Dad. Dr. Midwell says that over the next few years this place should warm up. So you won't have to be cold for much longer. I think I finally understand why you left that night. There were things you believed in. Big things. Those beliefs were the things that made you, you. If you wouldn't have stood up to Sharper, stood up for what you believed in, you wouldn't have been the same person anymore. You had to go. But that didn't mean you loved us any less. I might not visit you as much as I used to. I know you understand. Wow. That was actually a hell of a game. Like, gonna have fun. It's had so many twists and turns. That was really nice, yeah. Oh, the bad endings, it could have been anything from being, like, made to grown up ourselves to being murdered, and I like that they left a lot of the bad endings open to interpretation, because there are so many ways that the bad endings could have played out. Okay, I don't think you can skip the credits. I want to see the last ending that we didn't see. Because there was one more option. And I want to see that one more option. Oh god, it's gonna go through all of them, isn't it? It's gonna go for quite a while, isn't it? Is there not a fast forward button? I don't mind sitting through the credits, just like when I want to see something else in a game, I really wish there was like a fast forward button. I still wonder who was in that hazmat suit that we broke the face of. Was it actually the pharmacist? The game was interesting. Yeah, it really was. It was... Yeah, you think so? Yeah, I think so too, but like it's never confirmed, and it makes me wonder if it really was him or not, because it seems like it wasn't just him that used the tunnels. It could have been one of the clones, which they're never explained. Are they actually just identical siblings, or are they clones? Didn't that moment describe the grip he had on you like every other time he put his paws on you? Maybe, yeah. Oh. I've got to see what Malice does.
Tweaked his wonder potion with a little malice.
Malice? The whiskey from his office? Yep, did have an unfinished glass on his desk. Figured his Grodius could use a little hair of the dog. You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Now that's what I call Lady Poof whiskey. Damn, dude.
The crowd gazed in stunned silence at the now empty stage. The quiet was broken when William Kerr sprinted off stage and into the distance. He was never seen around Beacon Pines, or anywhere else for that matter. Watching the silhouette of Kerr disappear over the horizon, Luca began to laugh. First, a low chuckle that became uncontrolled, heaving laughter. Through his tears, he was vaguely aware that the crowd had begun to laugh with him. The end. That was unexpected. Perhaps a bit of an absurd ending for my taste, but who am I to say? I'm only writing the damn thing.
Yep, no other options. Alright guys, we did it! We completed the game! I think we might have missed a couple of words here and there, because I don't think we ever finished the fishing, but that's fine. Hey Narelle, welcome in, how you doing? You got here just as we finished the game! I feel like there's one more catch. I feel like I might go through off screen, see if I can find more words, but I'm not gonna do that on stream. Not right now. I've been streaming for just about 8 hours. 5, yeah. And what we're gonna do is, someone literally just started Beacon Pines. They're literally 2 minutes into it, so let's go raid them. Let's go raid them. They look to be a fellow VTuber and the model looks to be cute. So yeah, let's go see more of this game. And for anybody who hasn't, thank you for the headbands, actually seen this game, holy fucking shit, thank you for the headbands. So many twists and turns, I didn't expect that. I don't know why I did shout out instead of raid. I do that sometimes, my brain just doesn't work. There we go. We'll do a lovely raid. Alright, until next time, I hope everybody has the best luck. I love you all, and I'll see you all then. Bye bye. Meow, meow, meow. Meow.